You guys ready? You ready? Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, today's date is Tuesday, September 24th, 2024, and the time is 9:05. At this time, we will have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. Supervisor Ding, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk of the Board, can we have roll call, please?
Supervisor Ding? Here. Supervisor Canepa?
Here.
Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Villa-Padua.
Present. Okay, moving on to recognition and presentations. Clerk of the Board, can we have our first recognition?
Mr. Chairman, our first recognition this morning was requested by Supervisor Tom Patty of the 3rd District, and this is the recognition of Lisa Vela, recipient of the California Hispanic Chamber Convention 2024 Executive of the Year Award. And I would like to invite Ms. Lisa Vela to the podium as we read this recognition. This is being presented to Lisa Vela, Chief Executive Officer, San Joaquin County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, in recognition of your selection as the recipient for the Executive of the Year Award by the 2024 California Hispanic Chamber Convention. It is quite significant, representing over 125 local and regional chambers across 58 counties. This award celebrates not only your exceptional achievements, unwavering dedication, and remarkable leadership, but also the success of San Joaquin County. Your efforts have brought our community into the spotlight during this prestigious statewide convention, and we are proud to acknowledge your contributions. The San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors extends its congratulations for this achievement, presented this 24th day of September 2024. Chairman Villa-Padua and Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Lisa, if you share a couple words, because we're so proud of you, and thanks for being here this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I stand before you today with deep gratitude and humility as I receive this honor. Thank you, Chair Villa-Padua, Board of Supervisors, and Supervisor Patty for recognizing my efforts and dedication to San Joaquin County. This recognition means so much, not just for me, but to all those who have worked tirelessly to uplift our community. I was very proud to receive this honor at the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce event. As a matter of fact, their CEO, Julian Canete, is also here today, so I'm very proud that he was able to attend. I've had the privilege of serving San Joaquin County for over 30 years. The San Joaquin County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce has been providing vital business services to small businesses for over 52 years. That's 5 decades of unwavering commitment to the community. Today, I'm proud to stand before you and receive this recognition. It is particularly significant because this marks the first time in 50 years that we have been invited to this room to accept an acknowledgement of this kind and magnitude. This moment reflects not only my personal journey, but also the incredible work of our chamber in supporting the heart of the community, small businesses. Disparities and inequities still persist today, and it has been a challenging journey. Yet we forge ahead committed to providing the services that this community needs. It is acknowledgements like this one that you are giving me today that make a real difference. They strengthen us, encourage us to continue moving forward, to fight and to champion the cause of small businesses. Your recognition fuels our resolve to keep pushing for progress that our community deserves. I stand before you today to receive this recognition, not only for myself, but on behalf of our chamber, its dedicated board of directors, its members, and our partners that are in this room today. Together, we stand united in our mission and our commitment to this community. Once again, thank you for this incredible honor.
Well,
Thank you.
so it's really, truly a pleasure and an honor to have you here in our chamber, and you have a great crowd that's turned out to see it, and that's fantastic because you are a champion for the community, not just the Hispanic chamber, but that is economic value across the entire. And when I was a business owner, back just several years ago, I was a very proud member and participated in the engagement that you had throughout the community and promoting local businesses, local hire, job opportunities, the expansion of our economy, which reverberates all the way across and throughout this region. And for you to be recognized as one of the person that got this recognition out of 58 counties. Yeah. And nationwide, it really does set a standard that others will have to follow. So great having you here today. I know a couple of board members would like to say a couple words, and we'll finish with our chairman.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Lisa, you're everywhere, which is wonderful. You know, the San Joaquin County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce seems to be a breeding ground of leadership. Especially, you know, with Julian, Stag State. Where is Julian at? I can't even see him. There he is. And some of the honors that the Hispanic Chamber has given out aren't necessarily within just the Hispanic community. So I just wanted to say thank you for your service, and I'm sure I'll see you 3 or 4 more times this week. Thank you.
Right.
Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, we're very blessed to have you. And I mean, I know that COVID threw you guys a curveball, and you have absolutely shown through the process just the work that you do and collaborating and getting together with the other chambers to save costs. It's just absolutely amazing that the little squirrel's running all the time in your head, just like mine, and I appreciate that. So thank you for what you do for the community. Obviously, Tom came to our event, and thank you because we, you know, have a business that we use for the Hispanic Chamber, and you guys did a great job of getting us some publicity. So thank you for what you do for small businesses, and thank what you, not only just for Hispanics, but I mean for what you do for the community. So it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman, representing District 5 in San Joaquin County.
Thank you, Supervisor Patty. Congratulations, a job well done. You know, small businesses are the backbone of our economy, and we need folks to champion, and I can't think of a better champion than you and your team. So we're all very proud of you. Thank you for what you do here, not just here in Stockton, but the, you know, entire San Joaquin County.
Thank you.
God bless.
Please, I just want to say thank you and congratulations. You did an amazing job for the Hispanic Chamber, representing the Hispanic community and representing San Joaquin County. So congratulations. Will you please join us for a photo?
Yes.
Come on down, guys. Clerk of the Board, we have the next proclamation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next proclamation is of October 2024 as Binational Health Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Joan Singson, San Joaquin Health Centers, John Solis, League United of Latin American Citizens, Inez Ruiz Houston of El Concilio, Zenia Ferrero, Community Partnership for Families, and Juan Francisco Prieto from California Human Development to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas in 2001, Binational Health Week was created with the goal of raising awareness and responding to the needs of potentially underserved populations in California and Mexico. And whereas in 2016, San Joaquin County expanded this outreach, dedicating the entire month of October, thus creating Binational Health Month. Further fostering solidarity by bringing together existing organizations, individual stakeholders, and volunteers in the hopes of reaching more people. And whereas for the last 23 years, this event has become one of the largest mobilization efforts in the North American region to promote the health and well-being of immigrant and migrant people from any country who live in the United States, Canada, and Mexico. And whereas the 2024 San Joaquin County Binational Health Coalition theme is diversity, equity, and inclusion in healthcare, believing that access to care is one of the most crucial issues that directly affect health and well-being, highlighting the need to continue to share resources and work in partnerships to help the community. And whereas 3 major events will be held in San Joaquin County, hosted by San Joaquin County Health Centers, Community Partnership for Families, and California Human Development, offering preventative health care, vaccinations, social services, and other resources. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 2024 as Binational Health Month in San Joaquin County and supports and encourages efforts that improve the health and well-being of our community members. Presented this 24th day of September 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Thank you very much. Joan, would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors for this proclamation, of course, and the entire county, Sandy, for the support that we received from all of you. Rachel, too. I mean, you've always been behind us. So this marks the 24th year that we're celebrating binational health in San Joaquin County and all over the United States, actually. San Joaquin County was one of the first counties that got involved in this, and one of the last counties that's still standing and celebrating Binational Health Month. We're trying to engage a lot more folks this year, and I'm really proud to have our collaborative here with me. Individually, we all do our share, and hope that we do enough to assist our communities, especially those that are the most vulnerable amongst us, the ones that are underserved and need access to care. And I know that Supervisor Tom Patty, for one, had talked about equity in health. This is what we're going for, and this is our theme this year. We want to make sure that everybody stays healthy and productive for our county. And this year, we also have both health plans with us, Health Plan San Joaquin and Health Net. So I will, again, collectively, we all, I think, bring what we need in San Joaquin County in terms of health. I'll have them say a few words.
Hi, everyone. On behalf of HealthNet, thank you so much for including us in this incredible opportunity to bring, a relevance into healthcare, right? And not just healthcare into the settings that we currently know as primary care settings or doctor's offices, but really taking it out to the community and as a resource. So thank you so much for having us.
Good morning. I'm Vina Ford from Health Plan in San Joaquin, and on behalf of our CEO, Lizeth Granados, our commission, as well as the 500-plus staff we have here in San Joaquin County, we are more than excited to be a part of Binational Health Month. This is something we're committed to. It's something we're committed to as the Medi-Cal Community Plan, and we will be committed going forward. So I want to say thank you to you all for your recognition.
Realize that's being recorded, right?
Yeah.
I want to first and foremost thank the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors for their support from the start. You know, we came before you and you recognized the importance of this. Healthcare is a strong economic engine. The bottom line, we need a healthy workforce to really promote economic prosperity. And our collaborative is about bringing all of us together, all the service delivery systems that deliver healthcare services to our community, especially targeting those individuals that have limited access to services because they have no insurance. A healthy workforce is a strong, vibrant workforce, and it supports business. Thank you very much.
Good morning, buenos dias. Dr. Inez Reese-Houston, Vice President of El Concilio, California, on behalf of President Rodriguez and the El Concilio, California Board. This is really an exciting opportunity that we've been doing for years. And the reason we do this is because it's access of information and access to health. And ya sabemos, nuestra gente necesita la ayuda, la información y acceso a nuestra salud para ayudar con doctores e información. We'd like to have the information and access to doctors and nurses for any type of health issue we may have. This is free. This is an opportunity. This is education. And this is what our community needs. We did our research, and it still says that our community, a Spanish-speaking community, needs information about access to care and access to get health so they can continue working, because all we want to do is work and not take days off. We want to work. Gracias. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you for all the support that we received from the Board of Supervisors. But our goal is being always to bring down health disparities, as well social and economical. And like John mentioned, yes, we need a healthy workforce. And on that, we provide services that are equal for everybody and bring all those resources to our people in the community. Thank you.
I just want to thank you all. This is true teamwork and providing a service to our community. Healthcare is very important, especially for people who can't afford it. So you guys did an incredible job. Supervisor Ripken, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, and great to see everybody again. And one thing that affects everybody in this room is healthcare, our health, and not just of each one of us, but of our family also. And so that's how important it is. And I know many of you, and I've seen you all everywhere, and from the south end of the county all the way up to the north end, helping our community. And I just want to say thank you for the job well done. Thank you for taking care of our folks here in San Joaquin County, and God bless you guys.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I know it says it's by National Health Month, but the work doesn't end or start or end in 1 month. And that work and that dedication and the partnership between healthcare providers, services, clinics, the awareness and getting people engaged into the support system here for better health in our community, fantastic job. So thank you. Glad we can recognize you today.
Supervisor Ding.
Dear Chairman, I can't even turn my microphone on. I want to thank you. Thank you for your service. You mentioned you were printing, in Spanish as well. I wish half of these companies just print them in plain dang English so that we could understand what we're supposed to do. Healthcare is extremely important. I've been working on a clinic in Lodi for, over a year and a half, and hopefully that FUPA is corrected shortly. I want to take this opportunity to not only say, yes, we need to make sure every corner of the county is covered for the underserved, but I also worry about that middle section of hardworking people that aren't rich, they're not on Medicare, and they're getting lost in the system. And, the availability of the doctors, the cost of the premiums, especially amongst the self-employed. So anyway, I want to thank you. Thank you for your service.
Vice Chair Canepa.
Yeah, I think it's all about partnerships. A lot of people don't understand. 2 weeks ago, Dignity, Common Spirit, and the health plan blew up the contract. And it got fixed yesterday, but that's 240,000 people that didn't have access to St. Joseph's. And I think people, we up here get, some privy information, and it's like, hey, this needs to be fixed, because it's all those underserved people that need access that don't get the right access. And I mean, we've been working on the clinics, and we need to get people in there. I mean, we have all these services, and getting people to the doctor is the most important thing. Like Supervisor Ding just said, men 35 to 50 don't go to the doctor. And it puts a lot of people at risk. And I know that minority people don't use the doctor either for fear, what fear, I don't know. But thank you for what you guys do. And how do we bridge that gap? It's always how do we get people of color, better care, and we do stroke awareness, and we do outreach. I mean, we give gift cards to go to the doctor. So if you can and you know somebody that doesn't go to the doctor, please, because most people in our unhoused population have Medi-Cal and they don't use the services. So it's important to partner. So I'm glad to be a partner and do my little bit. And I thank you guys for doing your little bit. So thank you, or a lot, I should say. So thank you.
Will the board please join me for a photo? Come on up, guys.
And may I just add that we are really aware of the needs of the broader community, and it is something that we're working on. I think it's important for all of us to be creative in how we deliver care. So can't give up now.
Clerk of the board, if we have the next proclamation, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Our next proclamation is of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite our District Attorney, Ron Freitas, and the CEO of Prevail, Krista Pfizer, to the podium as we read this proclamation. Whereas on October 6, 1989, the President of the United States of America designated October as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And whereas the theme for National Domestic Violence Awareness Month in 2024 is hashtag Everyone Knows Someone, highlighting the pervasive nature of domestic violence and emphasizing that it impacts everyone, whether directly or indirectly. And whereas locally and across the United States and its territories, thousands of victims seek services from domestic violence programs and shelters on a daily basis. And whereas the impact of domestic violence is wide-ranging, directly affecting individuals, families, and society as a whole, here in this community, throughout the United States, and across the world. And whereas the need for safe housing remains a critical and urgent priority for survivors of domestic violence. And whereas San Joaquin County stands with others across California and the nation in supporting victims of domestic violence, as well as local programs, state coalitions, national organizations, and other agencies nationwide that are dedicated to increasing public awareness and providing essential services. And whereas addressing and preventing domestic violence requires the collaborative efforts of individuals, families, institutions, and systems, a collective commitment that ensures every survivor is supported and empowered. And whereas throughout San Joaquin County Family Justice Center, in partnership with Victim Witness, Child Abuse Prevention Council, Prevail, Department of Child Support Services, Probation, Chest of Hope, San Joaquin Pride Center, Uplift All Foundation, Community Medical Center, and the Domestic Violence Task Force, victims are provided with comprehensive, trauma-informed services that are essential for their safety, healing, and justice. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of October 2024 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in San Joaquin County, reaffirming our commitment to raising awareness, providing critical support to victims, and fostering a community united against domestic violence throughout the month of October and beyond. Presented this 24th day of September 2024. Chairman Villa-Padua.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Dean Freitas. Good morning. Would you like to start to say a few words?
I would like to be joined by my team. I think I have a few people here, so if they could come forward.
That's including our partners. Come on up.
You got the purple minimal. I Googled this morning. I said there has to be a color.
Okay, you got half the room. It's all yours.
We're not done till we get the whole room filled, so anyway. Thank you, Chairman Villa-Pudua, Vice Chairman Canepa, County Administrator Regalo, members of the board. Thank you for proclaiming October 24th as National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. This year's theme, Everybody Knows Somebody, reminds us that domestic violence is often accompanied by silent suffering, affecting countless individuals in ways we may not fully understand. It is a crime committed in the darkness that we stop by bringing it to light. For those currently facing this challenge, please know you are not alone. There is help available, and we are committed to supporting you through this difficult time. For survivors who have bravely fought a way out, your resilience is a testament to the strength of the human spirit. Your stories inspire and remind us the importance of creating a community that stands together against violence. As we move forward, it is critical to turn awareness into action, and we can all participate. So we ask you to do the following during the month. 1, learn the signs. Understanding that what domestic violence looks like can make a difference. Recognizing these signs may help us intervene early and offer meaningful support. 2, spread awareness. Whether through social media or personal conversations, let's use our voices to educate others and break the silence surrounding domestic violence and tell our stories. 3, supporting survivors. Encourage those afflicted by domestic violence to seek help. It's vital that they know resources like the Family Justice Center and Victim Witness and Prevail are available. Even wearing purple this month makes a small difference. 4, attending local events. Events hosted by organizations like Prevail and Chest of Hope, Family Justice Center, raise critical funds and awareness, allowing our community to continue providing life-saving services. 5, donating. Even the smallest contributions can make a significant impact. Donations go a long way in supporting local shelters, counseling service, and emergency resources. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to the Family Justice Center, particularly Director Alexis Wilbur, for their dedication in providing essential support and resources to all in need. I also want to thank Director Gabriella Wargi, who leads the Victim Witness Unit, for her compassionate leadership, ensuring that every victim is treated with dignity, with the dignity they deserve. Let's also take a moment to thank all of our stakeholders, half the room. Public, private, courts, nonprofit, faith-based organizations such as Prevail, Chest of Hope, and so many more, for their unwavering commitment. Special thanks goes to our law enforcement partners, including 2 of the best county law enforcement partners any district attorney could ask for, Sheriff Pat Withrow and Chief of Probation Steve Jackson. Additionally, I'd like to commend all of our Deputy District Attorney family, including our Deputy District Attorneys who work diligently to seek justice for those affected by these crimes. Your commitment is vital in building a safer community for everyone. As we observe this important month, let us unite in raising awareness and advocating for a world in which every individual feels safe, supported, and valued. Thank you for your dedication to this essential cause, and thank you for your proclamation here today.
Absolutely.
And if we could have Krishna from Prevail, please.
Absolutely.
I just want to give a quick thank you for recognizing October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Every year, Prevail serves about 5,000 individuals, the majority of which are impacted by domestic violence. And so we appreciate your support and the support of all of our partners and our teams. Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yes, we have Director Alexis Wilbur of the Family Justice Center.
Thank you, DA Freitas. Thank you, Chairman Villa-Pudua, Vice Chair Canepa, and the Board of Supervisors, as well as CEO Regalio. I'm honored to stand before you today as the program manager of not only the Family Justice Center, but also the chair of the San Joaquin County Domestic Violence Task Force. As we gather today to declare October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we unite in the name of those who have suffered in silence for many years. It's essential that we remember not only today, but every day, those who have been forever altered by this issue. We must remember that awareness is only the first step towards change, and it's when we acknowledge the existence and the depth of the problem that we can make meaningful steps to address it. At the Family Justice Center, we're dedicated to providing support for those impacted by domestic violence, but we can't do it alone, as evident by this room. So shout out to all of our partners. We just went up to 24 different partners that provide services, including Prevail Community Medical Center, Pride Center, Chest of Hope, Department of Child Support Services, our law enforcement partners at Probation, and it's so important that we all stand together united against domestic violence. Again, thank you to the Board of Supervisors, CAO Regallo, District Attorney Ron Freitas for their unwavering supports of victims of domestic violence, as well as the Family Justice Center. Thank you.
Anyone else? Anyone else, Ron?
I think Nala wants to say a few things.
He's like, what?
Well, you know what? This is an incredible day and incredible speeches. And I want to thank you all for what you do for domestic violence, the victims, the commitment you guys give to these victims is amazing. And I'm sure other supervisors would like to comment. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you. I want to throw in a selfish plug for the Lodi House, too, that has become one of my favorite charities as well. I could sit up here and try to pontificate and try to think of something memorable to say. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all you do.
And thank you, Supervisor Dean, for recognizing Lodi House, an outstanding organization.
Vice Chair Canepa.
This is one of those people that you don't want the person with lived experience to be the teacher, to be the helper, but thank you for you people that do that have lived those experiences and are trying to help others. I want to thank Gina Calder. She's on the Family Justice Board, so shout out to my Chief of Staff. So we try to do as much as we can. We try to attend the trainings. I'm a little bitter. I wasn't able to attend, but the home run derby that Prevail had, we didn't win, so I'm a little bitter. Next year, right? So we try as much as we can in District 2 to be a good partner and thank all you folks for helping those that, you know what I mean, don't have a voice. So I appreciate y'all.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, abuse comes in so many forms. We've seen and heard of witnessed children in the abuse that they may get, even amongst siblings. I know of men that have been on silently suffered from being, a lot of abuse, that they just, they're too proud to even come forward for resources. And of course, women that are exceptionally vulnerable, and none of it's tolerable. So the fact that we have resources, we have each and every one of you there on the front line, available, the Family Resource Center, you guys being there, open for business, and being ready to listen and help and engage is very meaningful here in our county, and we thank you for all that you do on behalf of the citizens and throughout our community. We appreciate each and every one of you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Freitas, DA Freitas, good to see you and your whole team here. Thank you all for what you do. And, it's nice to have this presentation before this board, because the folks that are watching can see all the different resources that we have available here in the county for the victims to get help. And I also want to commend you all for, when you talk about domestic violence, you hear a lot about the suspect and so on, but you really don't hear too much about the victims. And your office and all the allied agencies have done just a great job in being proactive and going out there and helping the victim get the help that they need. And when you talk about domestic violence, it goes beyond just, the one victim, the person who suffered the abuse. But when you look at abuse, it surrounds the whole entire family. So if a mom and dad are getting into it, of course the kids suffer, and you can see the mental health crisis that you have down the road. So, we all recognize that here on this board, and we want to say thank you for the job that you do, and God bless each and every one of you.
Will you guys please come around, wrap around, and we'll take a photo, please?
Might be easier just to turn around.
You're the one wearing the bright colors.
this way. We're gonna go this way.
I think we're gonna wait for her to leave. Clerk of the Board, do we have the next proclamation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Our next proclamation is of October 2024 as National Retirement Security Month in San Joaquin County. And I invite Jennifer Goodman, our Human Resources Director, to the podium as we read this proclamation, which states, whereas as part of a nationwide effort to inspire employees to save for retirement through the county's deferred compensation programs, October 2024 is National Retirement Security Month. And whereas the National Association of Government-Defined Contribution Administrators, an organization that advocates for enrollment in public sector defined contribution plans, began campaigns in 2006 to encourage retirement savings to promote a healthier fiscal future. And whereas currently only 51% of San Joaquin County's employees are contributing into the voluntary deferred compensation plan, and the county, through this campaign, hopes to encourage increased enrollment and/or increased contributions and visibility of the program's availability. And whereas this year's San Joaquin County campaign, Aspire to Retire, will utilize marketing materials and seminars to encourage participants and future participants to aspire to learn more about their retirement options. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 2024 as National Retirement Security Month in San Joaquin County. Presented this 24th day of September 2024. Chairman Villapudua.
Good morning, Director Goodman. Would you like to say a few words?
I would, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Villapudua, members of the board, CAO Regalo, and County Council Kiernan. I'm Jennifer Goodman, Director of Human Resources, and with me this morning, I have members of our team who support our deferred comp program and our other benefit programs. I have Shondell Graves, Christine Vega, and Oriana Mahoney. And by role, the Human Resources Director is also the plan administrator for our deferred compensation plan. Thank you for recognizing October as Retirement Security Month. As this board has stated previously, our employees are one of our greatest assets. And in recognition of their service to our community, it's our goal that our employees are able to work towards a secure retirement. The National Association of Governmental Deferred Compensation Administrators recognizes October as the time we ask our employees to pause and from their day-to-day jobs and review their retirement plans to ensure that when that day comes, they're ready to enjoy a secure retirement. During the month of October, the HR team is partnering with our retirement partners, SJ Sarah, Hyas, who's our deferred comp administrators, and Nationwide, our record keeper, to ensure employees have resources to review for their goals of retirement. With this year's theme of Aspire to Retire. We're offering virtual classes that cover topics such as Retirement 101, Social Security Planning, and Investing Basics. As mentioned, only 51% of our workforce currently participates in our deferred compensation plan, and we hope each employee considers enrolling in deferred comp or considering increasing their contributions to the plan. I do want to share with this board that over the last year, Human Resources has received 2 national awards as a result of our partnership with Highest and Nationwide for our October 2022 Retirement Security Month activities. We received the NAGDA Leadership Award for Technology and the Pension and Investment Eddy Award for a San Joaquin County branded 3D virtual courtyard, which delivered education on retirement savings and readiness, as well as allowed employees to schedule a meeting with a nationwide representative. Some of the results of those courtyard activities, we had almost 11,000 individual visits to the virtual courtyard. We had 192 enrollments equaling about $540,000 annually. 427 members increased their contributions. 25 employees processed rollovers from other employer-sponsored plans, and 121 employees scheduled personalized education sessions with a deferred comp advisor. So the HR team and our Deferred Comp Advisory Committee work diligently to ensure our employees have access to a well-designed deferred compensation program, and we hope each employee will set aside some time in October to ensure that they will reach those golden years and enjoy a financially secure retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Well, thank you so much. Retirement's a huge deal, and you guys are doing a great job of managing our money. Supervisor Ding, would you like to comment?
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. For those that are out there listening, if you didn't understand a single word she said, just skip a couple of Starbucks lattes and put the dang money in your retirement account. Get it matched. It's pre-tax dollars. You'll win. You can thank her in 30 years. As a member of the retirement board, myself and you served in this past term, you know, my job as a supervisor on that board is not to be the stockbroker or an analyst, but to make sure that the retirement members' assets are protected. And I can tell you, it's an extremely competent, strong board. I'm impressed every meeting. I learn something new all the time. They understand it's about the long run, not the short term. They're not watching the stock ticker. They're looking 5, 10, 20 years out into the future, and I'm extremely proud of all the work they do, and I appreciate all the work you do. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the job that you do. And I can tell you, retirement is nice, you know, being an individual who retired from the Highway Patrol last year. Nobody wants to work forever. Well, at least most people don't want to. As Supervisor Ding just mentioned, you know, deferred compensation, and you know, you don't think about it when you first get hired at, you know, young age, you know, in your 20s, but it's amazing how fast 30 years goes down the road. And if you do want to retire comfortably, I mean, this is a program that you need to get involved in. And I was surprised at the number, only 51% that contribute voluntarily. You know, I would love to see those numbers bumped up through education. And one of the things that we can do is talk to, you know, the older employees, those that are just about to retire, and let the younger employees know how much money they have in that deferred comp. It's amazing. And, you know, you don't have to put in, you know, $1,000, $2,000 a month. You can start out, you know, $100 to $200 until you feel more comfortable, and bump it up in the next 30 years. And it's worthwhile, so you can retire with your family and go on vacations and enjoy life. So thank you for the job that you do. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd love to sit up here on the board and take credit for our ratings in the state of the unfunded pension liability and how our score keeps improving. However, it's been great stewardship from our CAO's office, and there was a commitment from the board, but we have prioritized in this county to make sure that we are fully funded, and we're moving closer and closer to that. There's been some changes, some shifts. There was some adjustments in where some of the investment funds were going, and all of that has happened in the recent years, and that's a fantastic testament to the dedication we have here in this county to make sure that the retirement funds and those unfilled promises are kept. So good job by everybody. Keep it up, and we're glad that we can come here and recognize it a little bit.
Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, I'm on deferred comp board, and talk about confusing. But I appreciate you guys because the information and the partners that we have are amazing. I mean, they're watching the money, they're watching the retirement. So I mean, that's what's most impressive is if people, if the stocks or the funds aren't, at level of, then they are on watch and then they're removed. So I want to thank you guys. I mean, I tell people that it's a good job because most young folks want salary, and I tell you that the benefits in retirement, because people are living longer, are so much more valuable. And I try to reiterate that to folks, come work for the county. It's a great place to work, great retirement. And so thank you to your staff and our partners and the awards, because I think it speaks volumes of what you do and the quality of your guys' work. So thank you.
Thank you.
Will the board please join me for a photo? Would you like to take a photo?
Thank you.
Good job. You're red belt in karate?
Yeah. No, in boxing, so watch out.
In boxing.
I know. I'm not worried about that.
Thing.
Okay. Okay. Clerk of the board, would you like to read the next proclamation?
Next, we have an oral presentation on the first-year progress of Behavioral Health Apprenticeship for San Joaquin County Incumbent Apprenticeship Program. And this presentation will be given by Jennifer Goodman, Human Resources Director, and Oriana Magoni, Staff Development Coordinator.
I'll go ahead and turn it over to Oriana, who is managing the program.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning, Chairman Villapudua, Vice Chair Canepa, Supervisors, CAO Regalo. Happy to be here today to discuss our Incumbent Apprenticeship Program. This is a program that we developed about 5 years ago. I want to go ahead and show the video first, and then we'll have some brief discussion afterwards. My name is Oriana Mahoney, and I am the Staff Development Coordinator in Human Resources here at San Joaquin County. I'm really excited to talk today about our most recent Incumbent Apprenticeship Program that we developed. About 4 years ago, we created this really new and cutting-edge idea of an Incumbent Apprenticeship Program where we allow current staff to be a part of a program that helps with education and on-the-job training in order for them to be able to advance their careers. When we started this 4 years ago, we first utilized our Information Systems Division. With that, we created Information Systems Specialist apprenticeship programs that allowed for 3 individuals to go through a process which led them into a career that grew through that program. We wanted to grow that program even further. One of the things that we did was we stopped, paused, and took a look at what would be another beneficial classification that we could really try and expand upon. We decided that we were gonna go through our healthcare services through the Behavioral Health Services Division, and we created these mental health specialist apprenticeship spots. We're really excited that even though we had 3 in our first program, we were able to create 5 different spots in this program. We have 5 highly competent, amazing, wonderful staff here at the county that are our program participants for this cohort.
My name is Ariane Ford, and I come from the San Joaquin General Hospital, and I work in the medical staff department as office secretary.
My name is Jimmy Swear, and I originated in
San Joaquin clinics as a medical assistant, and I recently transferred to BHS as a mental health outreach for substance abuse.
My name is Juanita Salazar. I work in the older adults department at Behavioral Health Services as a mental health outreach worker.
My name is Nathan Goebel, and I am a office assistant specialist for the foster youth intake team for Behavioral Health Services.
My name is Raquel Petty, and I am a senior office assistant with Behavioral Health Services at the Tracy Clinic.
I think my favorite part about going to Delta College is the teachers and the experience that they have, that they can teach us. One specific teacher that we had been in behavioral health for 22 years, and she kind of helped create the program. And so being able to talk to her and get an experience from her and getting recommendations from her based on what classes we should take or what teachers we should take has been really helpful. Prior to joining the program, I was taking nursing classes and I was failing all of my classes. I was getting Fs back to back. In nursing, it was something that I wanted to do, but it was more so for the money. However, in this program, mental health, it's something that I genuinely want to do, and I'm passing all of my classes.
Obtaining a degree or certificate in this program means very much to me. I've been in the mental health field for 25 years. It will give me a chance to move up in my position. It also will show my children that it's never too late to finish something, go to school, and get a certificate or a degree.
Being able to see the different parts behind mental health. I thought mental health was all about therapy. However, there's so many different divisions, and to see it hands-on, I appreciate it. Right now, I'm working in CYS, interning in CYS, and a lot of the things that I've been learning in that division, I've been applying it to my son. And he's on the autism spectrum, so I've been applying a lot of the things that I've been learning there, and it's been working in my household.
I can actually do a lot more than I thought I could. I tend to not push myself, and with this program, I've learned that I am capable of doing more than I thought I could, and I like seeing the outcomes of every client that I interact with.
Before taking on the role of a mental health specialist, I had assumed that there was a lot of rigid structure to the job, that it may be kind of cold and very specific, but I've learned that it is more fluid than that, and that you kind of adapt to the situation and act appropriately for what's needed, for what the client needs. It is a much more hands-on and involved and less bureaucratic job than I had originally thought.
What drew me to the program was my personal experience with behavioral health and just wanting to be able to be that person that helped. When I was going through it with a family member, I think one of the encouraging things was just having that one person that was able to help and point me in the right direction as to where I needed to go. Helped me see that how important it is, how the need was, because there was a lot of people that weren't able to help or were not equipped to help. So being able to have somebody and be that person that helps them, like even if you personally cannot help them, just leading them in the right direction, where they need to go, a right phone number, a right person to get in contact with, can mean the world of difference. And just somebody that additionally can be able to support them,
that even family members as well that they may not know, which is, it's just really encouraging to be able to be that person, to be like, I know we can't help you, but here's somebody that possibly can, or somebody that you can talk to if you need to.
Boy, when I got accepted, I was so excited because I knew there was only a certain amount of people countywide that was going to be accepted. It was like the best day ever.
Chosen.
My favorite part of the program, honestly, is working with clients and seeing the direct impact you're making, the gratitude that clients have, the growth that you can witness within them has been extremely rewarding.
My favorite part of the program has to be my cohort team. It's more of a family. We can speak to each other about anything and everything, as well as school, as well as family, as well as work, and just sharing everyone's experience, I feel, has brought me closer with them.
Being a participant in this program makes me feel proud. I'm proud to serve the county. I'm proud to have been selected for this opportunity. It's been a wonderful experience.
Our program participants have just completed their first year, and we're really excited to see them at the finish line 2 years from now. We're going to continue to expand upon this process. You can learn more about the types of classifications that we will be utilizing in the future by visiting sjcengage.com. We're also very thankful to our program partners who have gone through this journey with us. San Joaquin Delta College has been pivotal in ensuring that these individuals are getting the education that they need to be successful. Human Resources is continuing to try and broaden the types of classifications that will be beneficial to service members of the community. Our Healthcare Services Agency, through our Behavioral Health Services Department, have been major components of this process. They have worked side by side with these individuals to get them prepared for success. We really have to be very thankful to our county administrator and our Board of Supervisors who have made the investment in this program and process. Without them, this would not be successful. And we are just getting started.
So I just want to take 2 seconds to have us, we have some of our apprentices here, if they can just stand up and we can give them a little applause for being here today. You guys can, for those of them that have been able to make it. So very dedicated. They're 1 year into their program now, so they've already received several credits from college, and they've been doing the side-by-side on-the-job training with additional staff. But one thing that I do want to just say, that I know that I said it in the video, but I have met with many partners, many outside individuals who have asked to try and duplicate our program because we are a model out there in the community. And the one thing that I always say is the first step in being able to make it a success is having the investment. So I want to thank you all, because the investment that you guys are willing to give to be able to continue and broaden this program, it really is being seen out there in the community. So thank you guys for that.
Well, thank you, and congratulations to the students who are making an effort for their future, better ever for their future. Anyone else like to comment? I see none. Well, thank you for that. Supervisor Campbell, I'm sorry.
No, I think it's just so telling that our saying is greatness grows here, because it does. And I mean, it's programs like this that we grow our own in-house, and we give people the opportunity to do better and better their lives. So thank you for doing this. And it's nice to put a face to the name with the video, so I commend you on that also, because most of the time you're just numbers on a sheet here on an agenda. So thank you for bringing it forward like this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to public comment. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, minutes, and consent calendar, and closed session items. Our first speaker is our Sheriff, Pat Withrow.
Well, good morning, sir. Thank you so much for letting me come up real quick. A few months back, or a month or two back, you guys donated a very nice amount of money towards our Peace Officer Memorial, and each district did that. And for that donation, as when the public donates at a certain level, you each for your district get a one of our statues here. So I'm going to step around and grab this and put it up where everybody can see it, if I can lift it. Yeah, I know. It's about 50 pounds, so should be pretty impressed with this. So this is a replica of the 8-foot statue that will be at our memorial that is now, the statue itself has been poured. It was a local artist out of Linden who did this for us. These are actually two of our officers, a correctional officer and a deputy sheriff that modeled for and posed for the statue. And so each district will have one that will remain in the office, I'm being told, after each of you have completed your duty to our county. And so we're presenting these today. You each get a certificate of authenticity with this, as well as the challenge coin that was made for the memorial and the certificate of donation. And if I could have the chairman come down and maybe accept for all of you, that would be great. I'm going to make you pick it up again.
So Sheriff, just confirm Supervisor Patty cannot take it with him. I just wanted to confirm.
He'll be tackled as he goes out the door by
make sure.
security. If you want to grab this and we can try and hold it for a picture.
Start camera.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Heather's taking selfies.
Okay. All right. Well, Sheriff, yeah, I think so.
All right.
Say a few words. Well, Sheriff, I want to thank you and your department. The event we had for the foundation was an amazing event, and the community came together and, donated these beautiful items that I think we'll be proud of for a very long time. Supervisor Ding, would you like to comment?
No, just thank you for your service. Maybe we'll talk about it. I think there might be another place to display mine.
Yeah, this is up for you guys. Whatever you think is for the office here, for the community to be able to see it and enjoy it, and that's up to you guys.
Great, thank you.
Supervisor Canova.
Yeah, I think it's important. I mean, every day when law enforcement officials walk out the door of their house, there's no guarantee that they're going to come back safe. And I think it's only fitting that we honor them in the correct way. So this is an amazing project, and thank you for bringing it forward.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, thank you for leading the charge in doing this. Using a local artist, Joe Lee, is phenomenal. So, in fact, I have an original, I commissioned him to do a Muhammad Ali statue that's in my office, and he's just a really amazing talent. But more importantly, for this board to support your effort to show tribute and a memorial to our deputies and those that serve our community in every capacity, we thank and appreciate that, and we're glad to just give that little bit of support that we have.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sheriff, for being here. And hey, the statue looks beautiful. Although I came in my office this morning, I saw it on my desk. And, it's the least that we can do is to honor our deputies and our correctional officers for, the job that they do every single day. And, the cool thing about the statue and stuff is it's going to be here in San Joaquin County, standing proud for generations, multiple generations, and so everybody can see it. So again, good job, and keep up the great work.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. Yeah, these are you, all of you have your certificates and everything there.
Sure,
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right. Our first speaker is Deanna Buettner.
And Chairman, for the record, Ms. Buettner has made a reasonable accommodation request and will have 5 minutes to speak
Great,
today.
thank you. Disabled.
I'm short. I want to thank you for this interesting presentation. It's gotten a little longer since I was here the last time. My concern is I have been told that there's going to be some revamping of a ordinance for the homeless, and anybody that knows me knows that I've been speaking out about the homeless and the situation for years. And what concerns me most was the fines and possible jail time. These are people who can't afford housing. How are they going to afford fines? And as far as the taxpayers go, what I see is we waste a lot of money chasing them around town. I get that. When they can't pay the fines, so then they go to jail and become slave labor, I'm not sure how this works out to be a good thing for us. We've been letting people out of prison because there's too many people in, and we're now gonna look at maybe trying to put more in who are mostly, a lot of them can be incompetent based on their mental health. I'm not sure that that's a very good solution. And that's just me trying to be polite and not my usual mouthy self. But I see this as a big concern. Over the years, I have helped a lot of homeless people. And they can be reformed. There are situations that should be addressed. We keep talking about housing. I've been to this place many times based on the amounts of money that we gave a whole bunch of different people. And the solutions are not coming. They just aren't. There's not enough. Maybe there's some, but there's not enough. Why can't we find a spot for these people so that they can be outside and employ themselves in conducting their own business? I mean, you could even have a watchdog if you want outside with the sheriff or whatever. But the bottom line is that the services that we provide are not enough. I get it that we're trying, but we're not doing enough. And the people have a right to be treated like human beings. I watched them close down the developmental center. I was an employee. And I watched what happened. And those people went on the streets, and they multiplied. And we have a lot of issues. There's other people out there that are completely working, and if you fine them $1,000, how are they going to get to work? Like, there's long-term consequences for everything we do, and it behooves all of us to consider those long-term consequences. And kicking the people that are already down does not seem to be a valid solution to me. I wish to see people be able to be lifted up. Shelter should be a human right. Food, shelter, all of these things. Healthcare, I see that we're working on that. I'm impressed. That sounds really good. Seeing as how I'm one of the frequent flyers in most of the healthcare programs around here. But there is a lot that we should be thinking as humans with humanitarian purpose. Putting people in jail because they slept in the wrong place, too close, if they sleep at 301 feet away, is that okay? Or are they still gonna get arrested and put in jail? or fined. I don't see this as a workable solution. I see the taxpayers having to pay for whatever it is that we're doing that isn't a solution. And the taxpayers are kind of tired of being forced to pay for things that aren't helpful. There's a lot of stuff that goes on around here that may have good intentions, but it doesn't end up that way. And I really want to see us as a city, as a county, to think about where those actions take us in the long run. Are they really going to solve the problem? I don't think so. The problem of homelessness is poverty. And everybody wants to say it's all drunks and alcoholics and drug addicts. Did the chicken come before the egg? I don't know. Sometimes, but the bottom line is that we need to have solutions, not just Band-Aids, because that's just a Band-Aid, and the taxpayers always end up paying for it, and I'm just not okay with that. It's not one of those things I'll support, and I know I don't have a voice, but the bottom line is that it needs to be done in the proper way that benefits all of the citizens of the county, not just a few. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Patricia Barrett.
Good morning. In the last couple of months, a couple of our county supervisors have been promoting town hall meetings on the homeless, with promises of annexing some land to do safe parking and safe camping. While this is all good, because I promoted this a long time ago, even sent out a PowerPoint on it, on how it is possible, we also got to be mindful that it is not just Stockton that has to know this information. The thing that goes along with that information is that we need to build the housing for these people so that there is housing after we get them into safe parking and safe camping. We sort out those that need to go back to where they came from, that wish to go back to where they came from, and get the services that they need. But, bless you, but we need to put them in housing. If you're gonna work with City of Stockton in the town hall meetings with homeless, I hope you are collaborating with the City of Stockton to pay permits for future housing, for future developments, and promoting a lot of money, finding grants to also help build these housings. I'm all for safe camping as long as you guys can put those camps that are in different sections together, because they have already built a system and they're not against it. They are compliant for it, but they just want to be kept together because they built that trust. But we need to promote housing. We need to have housing in this county, and we have to have it all over the county and not just in Stockton. So I do hope that when you do start to do these projects, that you can sit there and say, okay, now we're gonna have them in the safe camping, but they're only gonna be there because you're not solving the problem, you're just moving the problem. And we need to make sure that they have housing. So please be mindful, find the money so that we can continue more housing, more units, and get them housed. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is David Avilas.
We're gonna wait.
Okay. Our next speaker is Juan Diaz.
Hi. I'd like to say thank you for giving us the time to address our matter. I just wanted to say the last time that I was here, I was not mad at the board at all whatsoever. It might have appeared that so, but I was not, okay? The one thing that I do want to say is that this we have had an ongoing issue with a certain person that is in within the county that has not forwarded, it's actually two people, that have not forwarded the information that we have given to them, to you guys, to make the decision on our issue. And Mike, the person that was standing here with me, next to me the last time, she's one of them. Okay, I provided to her the information that she did not forward to you, basing it. That is a super important information for you guys to base your decision on giving us a PCN. And the landlord has addressed this with two separate individuals that work for the county, and they won't take our issue any serious. I have already provided all of the information that they are not forwarding to you guys for us to get the PCN, where we're conforming legally, everything. But this information is not getting forwarded to you, and I'd like to see if you could please look into that, because I can't, it's beyond my comprehension how this person that was standing right next to me is not giving you the information that we provided to her. That's what got me upset. And the landlord has also provided that information to her. She never forwarded any of the information to you guys where you came making the decision that you guys made. That's why we're here, because we want to provide the information to you guys accurately, which they are not doing so. And I don't find it that it is correct or professional that they don't provide to you guys the information that we provide to them, that you guys are basing all that information to give us a PCN, okay? They're not forwarding to you guys the information we're providing to them. Why? I don't know. But I just would like to see if you guys can look into that, please. And now I talked to the board member, Mr. Villapudua. He's going to give me the time to present all of this to him, which I will very gladly do so. And I thank you for that very much. But I would also like to see if you guys can look into why these people are not forwarding the information to you guys, please.
No, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Christina Conti.
Okay.
Yeah, but you have to talk to
Good morning, supervisors. And my name is Christina Corti, and my father, John Franco Corti. We are the owners of the property at Heinbuckle Inn. We've been the owners for the last 20 years. And I just wanted to bring up two issues. Well, one issue you guys already know, which was on the agenda last week, I believe, of Juan's PCN letter. I know that is something that you guys are looking into. We submitted all kinds of documentation. So you guys made a point, Mr. Rickman, I think, you were looking at how many liquor licenses were issued and how many are active and who's using them. And I saw the video because we weren't able to be here. You needed a little additional time to decide on that. I totally agree with that, because it's actually a little bigger issue that we want to anticipate. But also what I want to talk about too is our building. The county is saying that we are legal non-conforming. Well, how is that? We have a use permit. We have, there was some issue saying that we let it go for 18 months. I provided all the rental contracts from 2016, from 2017, 2018, all the way to the current tenant right now. There was one rental agreement that I could not find. And I spoke to a council and I said, what do I do? Because I don't have that one to prove this period of time. They said, as long as you get an affidavit from one of the tenants, I got 2 affidavits from the previous tenants who can come in here and tell you, yes, there was a tenant in there. The building has always been the same. We went through an extensive remodel in 2019. CDT issued all the permits. It was all legalized and everything. We have a use permit that nobody is really acknowledging it. I've sent emails to Corinne, and I said to her, this is, I'm sorry, it's Corinne King at the deputy planner. I have submitted like 25 documents to Zoe Merrill, Jennifer Jolly, Sonia Serrano, and I told them, forward everything. I have pictures of the bar. We just want to conduct our business, continue this legacy. And what else do we need to do to make this building legal. I mean, if we're not legal, then somebody please tell me what this is. What are we gonna do with the building? We wanna continue, we have a tenant. And then one other important thing that I wanted to say too, if a tenant rents from us and they have every intention to keep the building the same as far as, you know, bars and the bar and the tables and everything, it's still there, but they are unable to get their liquor license because of their background.
Thank you
And
very
they
much.
just,
Thank you very much.
You know,
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Jody Graham.
thank you.
Good morning. The state of California has passed many election laws that really make it difficult to have clean elections, such as no voter identification, no verification of citizenship, to name a few. San Joaquin County has decided to do more than what the state requires of us. The state requires that we have 13 ballot drop boxes, with one being open 24 hours. Our county has decided to put 25 ballot drop boxes, all open 24 hours. To quell public outcry over this decision, a promise of 24-hour video surveillance with public access was made. There was a 15-minute presentation made at the Election Advisory Committee that showed the great new system of surveillance. The surveillance never worked. There was no way for the public to see the real-time recordings. The film footage was stored in Sacramento and nearly impossible to retrieve, and filmed in 1-minute segments. The entire project was a complete and abject failure. So now we are being told that the cost of surveillance has gone from $40,000 to $200,000, and the same office with the same staff is still in charge of it. We are supposed to believe that it will work this time? As the rest of the country is moving away from ballot drop boxes, and the engineer of them, Mark Zuckerberg, is apologizing for election interference with the funding of ballot drop boxes, San Joaquin County has doubled down on them. A discussion was brought up by Supervisor Ding and was not even brought to the floor for a vote to reduce the number of and increase the surveillance of the drop boxes. Therefore, this failure now rests with you. I call upon each one of you to go online every day of election season and verify that each and every one of the ballot drop box you wanted are being surveilled in real time. Any boxes that are not being recorded, or of poor quality, or out of focus, or simply unable to view the activity at the box must be closed immediately and listed as out of service. And as a final thought, is there a line that's once crossed that you will say this isn't working and that we need to change leadership at the ROV? What is that line? It's not having to run a concurrent separate election, mail out additional endorsement flyers, or complete and teetotal failure to monitor the ballot drop boxes. So what is it? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Holly Moore.
Good morning. I'm going to read another tweet from Donald Trump dated yesterday, Monday, September 23rd, 2024. It's regarding elections. The Democrats are talking about how they're working so hard to get millions of votes from Americans living overseas. Actually, they're getting ready to cheat. They're going to use UOCAVA, which is the Uniformed and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act, to get ballots, a program that emails ballots overseas without any citizenship check or verification of identity whatsoever. Foreign interference? Remember, they say we have the most secure elections in history, and anyone can get a ballot emailed to them. They want to dilute the true vote of our beautiful military and their families, who Comrade Kamala has totally disrespected and abandoned. Republicans must act to stop them from stealing our military votes. Watch. And remember, if you vote illegally, you're going to jail. So how is our ROV making sure the ballots are being sent to qualified U.S. voters living overseas? What is her protocol? I know people who live overseas, and when they wanted to vote, this is a long time ago, they had to send in a notarized document requesting a ballot months in advance, which should happen. I mean, how hard is it to make sure that someone who is who they say they are when they live thousands of miles away? Well, it's hard, and it should be. When I signed up for unemployment in my own state of California, I had to send in tons of proof of identity via a special online portal, copy of my driver's license, social security cards, my W-2s, utility bills, affidavits. It was painful, but it was to avoid fraud. What kind of identity proof is required to avoid overseas election fraud? This tweet says if you vote illegally, you're going to jail. How is Ms. Hale protecting these people from going to jail? What warnings is she giving them? Are these people even real or are these fictitious voters? Will she be culpable for not requiring proof of identity and citizenship? This could be a dangerous legal path for the county that cannot be taken lightly. You should find out if she has an ironclad protocol for overseas voters. I wouldn't want to see anyone go to jail for something that is entirely avoidable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carla Henning. Hugh, all right.
He tried. That's the whole thing. So, good morning, Chairman Vela and the rest of the board, County Council, CAO, and the staff. Ooh. Okay. I'm Carla Henny, and I am a citizen of the United States, and I support the Constitution. I'm also a citizen of San Joaquin County. So I just wanted you to be aware of what's going on with the poll workers and the polling places. So I signed up to be a poll worker again, sent in my postcard, and I got a call a couple weeks ago, actually 2 weeks ago yesterday. The lady that called, identified me, asked me for security, so she knew that she was talking to me, and said, I'm not sure where to put you. What? She doesn't know where to put me in a polling place. So I was kind of silent. She was silent. And I said, so I was at Live Elementary School. She said, oh, that one's full. In fact, all the big city polling places are full. We're having trouble with rural areas. Would you like to go to Tower Park? No, I would not. That's 20 miles away. That doesn't make any sense. The whole point of a polling place is to be local, so you know some of the people that they're coming in. So then she suggested Thornton, which is still far away, but at least I don't have to go on Highway 12. So then I started calling different people who I knew served and had put them in. Half of the people, over 10 people, had not gotten a phone call. So how can they say they're short if they haven't called everybody? Then I have a friend who did the Adopt a Poll program, which is Supervisor Dinglick's and also the ROV's office. So they called her, and she said, okay, I'm Adopt a Poll place. It's already been approved. Oh, no, that one's full. She's the applicant for the Adopt a Poll place. How can it be full? And then when she checked with the other people at this church, none of them had even been called. So what is going on here? Why is everything mixed up? So I actually called some of the people that were at Live Oak. And as of 2 weeks ago, they hadn't called. So I called them I called them Sunday. And I said, have you heard? No. So they called yesterday, and guess what? Now they're at Live Oak. But it was full, but now it's not. What the heck? So what is happening here? They're trying to confuse everybody yet again regarding polling places like they did in the primary. And it causes confusion, and then people don't want to serve. So think about it this way. Without any discussion, the implementation of the voting anywhere got put in. And that's out of the Voters' Choice Act, which you denied. And now it's part of our program. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vicky Escalante.
Good morning, board. I'm going to put this down myself. Thank you. How are you? My name is Vicky Escalante. I am a IHSS provider. That means in-home care provider, just in case someone doesn't understand what IHSS is in the room. We take care of people in their own home to make sure that they are safe and they do not have to go into a facility. These are people that are in economic low levels, which means that we make barely $16.50 an hour, which makes us low-level workers also. So we're coming to you to ask you to please look at our contract, and we put forth some provisions, and we put to, according to what we had a meeting yesterday with our committee. I am part of the committee for the board also for the excuse me, I'm sorry, I'm kind of nervous, for the what do you call it, the bargaining committee. So we met yesterday, and we presented proposals for higher wages and for healthcare and for stronger worker protection for our IHS contract. So today, we're also asking you to please look at those and consider us, as we are taking care of the most vulnerable in the community. Our patients are the ones that need care. We don't have enough workforce, so this will help us to make sure that we do, and we're able to keep our workforce in the jobs that they want to be in. Because this job, we have to have patience and love, and like I said, we're keeping our constituents in their own homes without having to go into a facility. And it's so important because it saves the government money as far as that goes. They're saying that we have a study that they did, and they're saying that it takes $23.47 an hour for a single individual to make it here in this economy that we are in San Joaquin County, and we're only making $16.50. So you guys can do the math as far as that goes. And then if you have children, it says that it goes up to $40.98 for an individual with one child. So it's really hard for us to put forth that information to you, but you will be seeing that in the proposals, and hopefully we can come to a good agreement. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cameron Harris.
Good morning. Let me start by saying I appreciate the work that you all do. It is appreciated. Thank you. I'm here regarding the planned vacation of a section of Orchard Road here in the county. I believe Steve Ding is slightly familiar with this situation. I'm one of the property owners that has deeded my section of property, the required section, to the county so that they can make the road public. This was 20 years ago. We've been waiting for this to happen, but it hasn't. There's been some back and forth between some other property owners and the county as to whether it should remain private or public. The road has been maintained by the county for quite a while, up until some other property owners apparently got upset about the county maintaining the road.
Can I interrupt you just for a second?
Yeah.
If you can. My problem during public comment is I can't converse with you. If you wait till the scheduled time, because I really need to talk to you and ask you some questions, because it is really important.
Okay.
So if you can wait till it's on the agenda, then we can have a conversation about it.
Okay.
But otherwise, I just gotta sit here and I can't ask you any of the questions I need to ask you.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Soy Yo. Wow.
I'm so excited. You guys are gonna love today.
Name change, huh?
Don't tell my secrets.
Okay.
In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I am. I, the Lord of sea and sky, I have heard my people cry, all who dwell in dark and sin, my hand will save. I who made the stars of night, I will make their darkness bright. Who will bear my light to them? Whom shall I send? Here I am, Lord. shall hold your people in my heart. Me llamo soy yo. Soy una artista de música y voz. Yo nací aquí en Stockton. Cuando yo joven aquí, yo me voy a la colegio San Lucas. Este es mi pueblo. Mucha gente aquí se llama Lolo. Este es mi nickname, mi común. O la reina Daniela Elias Sayers Cardinali. En mi vida tengo muchas experiencias en música, including Latin jazz, opera, lead percussionist in gamelan, as an orchestra and performances in Select SF, and for choir, obviously. I'm happy to announce I'll be partnering with the Miracle Mile and be working to bring music and art back to the Miracle Mile. We're going to take 5 again. I would humbly ask everybody in the stands currently to stand and help me singing in God Bless America a tempo. If you'd kindly join me, it would be great. Anyone? I'm going to sing it anyways. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her with a light from a night from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, our home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home. DJT JD 2024.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sue Gruber.
Good morning, everyone. I'm here today to help endorse the renaming of the current psychiatric health facility. Is this the time to talk for comments for this?
You can say now, or we're gonna have a discussion item later.
Okay. Obviously, that's here in Stockton, and it's going to be in honor of Jim Garrett. I'm a 5-year retired employee as a chief mental health clinician from BHS, and I was there 33 years. And I was in a supervisory and management position the entire time. So I had lots of opportunities to interview people, but Jim's interview was unique and still stands out in my mind, which was back in 2005. During the interview, I was so impressed with Jim, not only for his calm demeanor and credentials, but for his sense of humor, humility, and the integrity he easily displayed that day. I informed Jim after the interview that he was the person we wanted to hire. I also told him that day that he was being hired not only for the older adult services unit, which I was a manager of, but for the entire agency, for all of BHS, because I saw in him such potential. I told him I'd probably only have him in my department a few months, and sure enough, he was promoted well before his first year as a mental health clinician back then. I'm proud to have a small part in this incredible honor for him and his family. This is a well-deserved request and recommendation. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Billy Olpier.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this same issue as Mr. Gruber. I was blessed to work alongside James Garrett for many years at Behavioral Health Services, and as a friend. Mr. Garrett led a life of humble, quiet service to his community on many levels. His church work reached out throughout the world and literally lived in South America to provide services through his church and sacrificed but more importantly, led a long career of service to a population and giving voice to a population that doesn't normally have a voice, and those are the severely and chronically mentally ill. And as the director of our local PUF, Psychiatric Health Facility, he brought services with dignity and respect to a population that often doesn't get that. And his humble service to this community deserves the recognition that we're asking for here today. His service and this acknowledgement for him would also ring throughout the community of behavioral health workers. As we all know, behavioral health does not get a lot of positive reinforcement from the press and many of the public, right? But for a lack of understanding, not because they don't know any better. So I just would like to see this happen because of my relationship with James Garrett, but also because I think it would show support for all the workers at the behavioral health level. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tasso and Gertie, I believe.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff. I think some of you know me, and I have not been before you too recently, but here I am. Gertie and I, this is our 20th year on the mental health board. We've met Jim while we were serving on the board, and I found Jim to be an outstanding individual, honest, good supervisor, good director, and the most important thing that I've noticed about Jim, he had the greatest empathy that anyone that I know. I could say everybody loved Jim, but I don't know everybody. But everybody that I know loves Jim. So I humbly request that he be remembered by renaming the PUF in Jim Garrett Building. Thank you, and eternal may be his memory. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ramsey. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to wait for the item on number 5? Discussion item number 5, Ramsey Tiano. Are you here? Would you like to wait? Yes. Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Avila, so you're ready to go?
No, we're going to discuss that
later on? Okay, great. And anyone else like to speak? Melanie Knott, come forward, please.
Good morning, Chairman Villaputa, Board of Supervisors, and members of the board. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned citizen of San Joaquin County. In the last meeting, I shared with you the recent news of 2 Rasmussen reports of national survey polling. They asked U.S. likely voters, how concerned are you that the outcome of the 2024 presidential election will be affected by cheating? 66% said that they are concerned that the outcome of the presidential election will be affected by cheating. That's a lot. The other question is, are election officials in your state taking the threat of illegal immigrant voting seriously and working to prevent it? That survey found that 32% of likely voters say election officials have done nothing to prevent voting by illegal immigrants and haven't mentioned it. From this polling information, I think we can all see that this is a widespread issue across our country and the world. Again, I am amazed why here in San Joaquin County we think differently. To believe widespread fraud isn't a reality when clear evidence suggests otherwise is to aid the furtherance of a lie. And to avoid to mention or even look at evidence is no different. So we are a country, we are governed of the people and by the people and for the people that shouldn't turn a blind eye to the truth, but set the standard for upholding truth. Again, I don't say these things to blame or discourage anyone, yet the approach to say or fix nothing only allows the fraud to go unchecked. I'll mention here that in the state of Georgia, the Board of Election officials made a decision to recently conduct hand count of ballots to ensure fair, honest, and secure elections going forward. They want, just as we want here in San Joaquin County, we want voter ID. I'd like to petition you to vote for the SAVE Act. One-day elections, hand count of paper ballots, and secure elections. Let's humbly implore, even appeal, the divine providence of Almighty God's protection, His favor, most of all, His wisdom and counsel and help to help restore trust in our San Joaquin County elections. Together we can do it. Thank you. Have a great day. God bless you.
Anyone else like to address the board? Please come forward.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Kara Herrick, and I am currently a mental health clinician chief with Behavioral Health Services. I will make this short and sweet. I am here also to help honor the PUF with Jim Garrett's name. Definitely request you all to grant us the access to do that. I've been there 12 years. Jim was by far my favorite director of Behavioral Health Services, up until our current director, of course. He was the funniest, no offense. Very jovial guy to work with. Can't say enough good things about him. He was very well loved and respected. And from the bottom up, all the staff who knew him just loved him. He wasn't a scary presence, as sometimes directors can be. Again, present company excluded. So anyways, I can't say enough. I get heartfelt when I think of him and everything he did and how long he worked there at BHS. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Public comment? I see none. I will close public comment. Moving on to the minutes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dates. April 23rd, August 1st.
Move to approve.
Okay, we have a first.
Second.
We have a second. And vote, please. And minutes are adopted 5-0. Moving on to consent calendar, starting from my right. Supervisor Ding, would you like to pull any item?
I'd like to pull item 8, please.
Number 8. Supervisor Canepa.
14, please.
14. Supervisor Patty.
13, please.
Thank you. I was going to pull that. And Supervisor Rickman. We are good. Okay, starting with number 8. District 4, recommend the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors receive the San Joaquin County Voter Election Day resources. Supervisor Ding.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me pull up my cheat sheets here. Oh, I guess I shouldn't say cheat sheets when we're talking about elections, huh? Hold on here.
Good idea.
Yeah. So, with the Election Advisory Committee, there's opinions all over the board. And what we were trying to do is come up with some suggestions that could be implemented. They're not going to make everybody 100% happy, but do our best. Again, the establishment of this committee, the goal was to restore faith in our election process, period. So we came up with, or the board came up with a variety of opinions. The one I want to address, and I know some of my friends are not going to be happy with me on this, but I think it's the practical thing to do. Election votes on election day not being tabulated before 8 o'clock and not being processed is two different things. So what we have said was that the ballots themselves will not be counted until 8 o'clock. There has been some discussion about, well, no, we don't want them processed. I can tell you that being involved in recounts and in the election room for the past 40 years, they have always processed the early votes that come in so that they're ready to go. And the purpose of that is on election day, if everybody voted at the polls like I enjoy doing, and I think a lot of people do, those are the first votes that are counted. So if you go to your polling place, you vote at the poll, you don't have to wait a month to see the activities. And quite frankly, it's kind of nice to go to that local polling place and say hello to Mrs. Smith, and you see some of the same people, and it gives you a chance to connect with your neighbors and not just pull into your garage at night and go in your house and lose track of your neighbors. However, the next group of votes that get counted are those people who voted by mail, absentee, drop boxes that are turned in prior to Saturday before the election. The process that these ballots go through, and again, and this is where, as volunteers, I expect you to be at the election center, and you're gonna watch and you're gonna make sure everything is done correctly, the opening of the envelopes with 2 workers, the checking of the list with 2 workers, the verification of signatures. It's a lot of work. Those all have to be processed. The ballots will be put in a secure location, which you will watch and store. And right after, those are the first ballots that are gonna go into the counting machine at 8 o'clock on election night. So I'm sure some members of the public will wanna comment on that, but that's why I have tabulated and not processed, because it's 2 completely different things. The governor signed a bill into effect, I don't know if it was yesterday. All tallies have to be done by December 3rd. Certified election gives us a month, which is doable, more than doable under our process. I start to get concerned when you start talking about processing versus tabulating. And then other than that, I'd kind of like to open up to the public, and then we can comment after that. Thank you.
I think we should speak, and then the public might have a better understanding of what we're talking about.
Or we can let the public talk, and then you'd have a better understanding
You
of
want me
what
to
we're
open
talking
public
about. What?
Do you want me to open public comment on this item?
Unless you have something, I mean, I would like to hear from the committee members and kind of what they're.
I have questions that may lead to the public wanting to have more clarity, because I don't understand what
Okay.
I need some clarity for it.
Well, at this time, I'm going to open the public comment on this item. If you have a comment or a question, please come forward.
Okay, I want to introduce myself again, since you know. I think that, just to clarify what Supervisor Ding just said, the whole premise of this is that we don't want somebody to go and vote in person and be told that somebody else has already voted for them. So that's what we're trying to stop, whatever it's called. That is what we want stopped, because then you're disenfranchising people that are voting in person if they're told. And yes, you can vote provisionally, but that ballot that came in has already been taken out of its envelope and they can't go find it. So that provisional ballot never gets counted, because it can't, because they don't know which one to pull, who is the illegal one. And it's always the first ballot in is the one that gets counted. So I don't know, tabulating, processing, whatever you want to call it, that's what I'm trying to get stopped. I don't want anybody to be disenfranchised when they go in and say, Miguel, you already voted, sorry. And you've got your vote by mail right there, and you haven't. That's what we're trying to stop, okay? Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? I see none. Supervisor Patty, would you like to comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I'd like to get a little clarity. This to me, would have been more on discussion item than consent, because we're looking at changing our normal protocol and process, something different. We normally would tabulate. We would normally tabulate as they come in and they're processed, and there's a deadline, and our ROV would be here to answer questions, but that's not the process we're going through right now. So I want a little clarity and understanding of where you're coming from. When you say you're going to process the ballots but not count them, so at 8 p.m. is what you're proposing, is the tabulation would begin. How many votes are tabulated in that period of time so that we are getting reporting going, and how does that differ compared to what we've done previous?
So I think what we've done, and Olivia is here and she can comment, that actually has been the normal process, is you're processing, you're opening, you're setting them up. What I'm trying to do is make sure that we have a policy that everybody is aware of, and that policy doesn't change, and that we don't start counting ballots before 8 o'clock. That was the original concern I heard from the public, is that they were gonna count them and then release them before 8 o'clock. So, and I'm sure when Olivia.
So in the spirit of a discussion, so we
Right.
should get some understanding on this to our ROV, and thank you, Supervisor, to the chair. And I'm looking very much forward to Supervisor Ding, and he's part of the election committee, oversight board, and all this. So, how are we improving our process, giving more confidence to the public, which is 100% what we'd be in favor of. So based on what Supervisor Ding is proposing, what's different, or how are we enhancing or improving an element to our tabulation?
All right, well, good morning, Chair and members of the board. Olivia Hale, San Joaquin County Registrar of Voters. So to answer the question on that, I believe that this is in support of our processes. I feel that Supervisor Dean took a great look at what we do, and he's doing his very best to ensure the public that we're doing it correctly and right. And I think this is backing up what the process is, if I have it right, I believe. To be clear on the tabulation piece, though, so what happens is all of the vote by mail ballots received through Saturday before the election, those are processed, and that first release that you see at 8 p.m. is actually those vote by mail ballots that were received through the early voting period. After the 8 p.m. update, the 10 and 12 a.m. updates are all the poll ballots, and we can report every 2 hours until all the poll ballots have been counted on election night. Then we can wrap it up. So that's how the process goes, which is pretty close to what you said, but just for clarity, and also to share the concern of a voter going to a polling place and being told that they've already voted. Since I've been the registrar, and as far as I'm aware, if this has happened to somebody, they have not come to our office and said, I've been listed as voted twice. So if that has happened, I urge the public to make sure that we know about it so that we can do something about it. I hear that concern, but to be fair, I have not received a report to my office, and as far as I know, neither has the sheriff, about somebody that's been listed as voting and they hadn't voted.
Okay. One of the things from my experience and my history, and I do, and then that's why I'm glad we're having this discussion. It is my opinion that ballots should not be counted in any way until 8 o'clock, which means you can process them, prepare them, but when you say getting ready to release at 8 o'clock means you've already counted. So, no, hold on, let me finish here. So the old process, when we used to have, the punch cards with the chads, and then we had the scan sheets, what have you. At 8 o'clock, when I was in the elections office on a Tuesday night, 8 o'clock, that's when they started feeding them. And that's what we want to preserve. I want to make sure that those ballots are not being counted until 8 o'clock and 1 second. That the only thing you've done is you've processed, you've prepared, and that the counting actually begins at 8 o'clock. You can release, actually, I like your point, I'll let you talk on. One of the things Supervisor Canepa mentioned, especially if you are, and correct me if I'm wrong, if we're trying to encourage people to vote at the polls to take care of Carla's concerns, there's nothing that stops us from saying those votes where people voted in person at the polls. since they're all ready to go, those aren't counted first. And that way, you know, if there is a duplicate ballot, it's the first ballot in. And then the second group would be the absentees, vote by mail. That's something else for us to discuss as well.
Okay. I'm a little bit confused then. So our protocol, according to our ROV, is that up until Saturday, we will tabulate, but hold tight and not release until 8:01 or 8:05 or something. We'll release first tabulations. And based on what you're proposing, and again, I am 100% in favor of, understanding you're on the Election Advisory Committee, so I want to understand how we're enhancing safety and protocol, and I'm here to support that. So you're proposing that we don't do any tabulations. We will have qualified those ballots by running the signatures and verifying that it's an actual valid ballot. But not until 8:01 p.m. do we run a tabulation process, and we would then release numbers. Now, if that's the case, if that's what you're proposing, so there's a shift or a change, and again, I'm trying to follow this. If we were to hold those ballots that are pre-qualified, that have gone through the screening process, we have validated the signatures, they might be in the thousands, I would imagine. How long does it take to run those through the machine and you get a tabulation that you could release in 10, 20, 40, 60, 80 minutes later? What's that look like?
So through the chair, Supervisor Patty, to clarify, so processing and tabulating are two different things.
Correct.
Processing includes ballot coming in, ballot being signature validated, it being inspected and scanned. So we scan all of the ballots in, and those images are saved on specialized thumb drives. Those thumb drives are downloaded every single night throughout our early voting process. They're placed in envelopes and sealed shut and placed in our safe in our ballot count room. It's not until election night at 8:01 that those thumb drives go out. We upload them, and there's a complete separate server, the count server, separate from the scanning, central scanning. Then those thumb drives are uploaded at that time, and then we hit a button called tabulate. So that is the first time that we see the counts. And to be fair, we used to do this in a back room at our warehouse. This last election, we brought a large 55-inch monitor out on the floor, and we allowed the public to watch exactly what we were doing right on the floor of the warehouse. So we've made it as transparent as we can, but that's what processing entails. Tabulating is literally uploading the thumb drives and pushing the button. And I think that's the difference between the two, to clarify.
Okay, so then based on what our ROV has just shared, what would you like to do different?
That's a great question. I'd like to go back to the little punch cards. I'd like to roll a lot of things back 40 years, including my age. It's a great question. I mean, because what I'm sitting there viewing is you take the ballots from the poll that people have voted and you run them through the system, and we used to get counts every 15 minutes, and it'd be a couple of thousand of them every 15 minutes. This is all computerized. I thought we had done something officially here about not having, well, I guess it's connected to the internet is what we had voted on. That's different.
You talk about the election management system. Sure, sorry.
I'd like to hear some more comments. My whole thing is, this is where I get stuck, is the thumb drives. Is because there are no ballots. So you can't run ballots at 8 o'clock because there's nothing left to tabulate.
I think we've established what we're doing.
Yeah.
So Supervisor Canopy, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So my question is, so then if you print somebody at the poll, you print them there. My concern is if you run all those, which one trumps? You know what I mean? So I'm thinking like that, if you run all of those and then secondarily run the ones on the drives. Is there likelihood of that happening? Because
No.
I mean, I hate to see that. So somebody goes out and prints theirs, they vote, and then how do we know that there's not a duplicate?
All right, so through the chair, Supervisor Canepa, the process when a vote by mail ballot is received by our office, the voter receives voter history. So if they try to go to the polls and vote, it's going to say voted. The voter will not be able to have a ballot issued to them at the polls unless it's provisional. And in the event that that happened, that provisional ballot, and we can go back and pull the envelope, we can rectify that, report it to our sheriff's office, because then we can prove that a crime had occurred.
Okay.
That would be something and how that would be dealt with if in the event that that happened. Does that clarify?
Okay, so we could still track it, that ballot.
Absolutely.
And that person at
Not
the
the
polling place.
physical ballot, but we keep the envelope. So that ballot would get tabulated, but we would be able to report it to the sheriff's office. And again, I have not had an instance where this has been brought to my attention that this has happened in any of the last four.
So we do
three
have
elections.
the envelope so that if there is voter
Correct.
fraud, that person could be.
That's exactly what they did in the Shakir Khan case. They came and got all of those ballots or the envelopes, and they were able to do the forensics from those envelopes, is how I understand it. So,
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Ding, would you like to comment again? Yeah. We're finishing up. Would you like to speak?
I'm sorry?
We're finishing up. Would you like to speak?
through the chair, can I share one more thing?
Sure.
Also, it's state law. We can't hit tabulate until after 8 p.m. It's written in the elections code. So even if we wanted to do it sooner, we could not hit that button. We would be breaking the law.
And then one follow-up, roughly percentile, what do you think that is of the absentees? I mean, it
We usually
varies,
get
obviously.
most of them on election day and the day before, but there is a good percent. I mean, I'm guessing somewhere around 50,000, and that's just a rough guess on the amount that would be early voting.
Because it varies on.
It
election
varies,
days.
yeah,
Okay.
depending on the turnout.
Is there, I was gonna see if there was any other comments, though, from.
Any other comments from the public? Yes, we have one.
I'm Holly Moore. So basically, what we're trying to avoid is not being avoided. We don't want them processed.
We're not trying to, what we're trying to avoid, what we want to know is, we want the process to be open to the public. We want everybody to know what the rules of the game are. I hate to use the word game when we're talking about elections, but here I go again. We want to know what the rules are. So, so that every time we question our election process, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't, and we've done a good job of doing that, but it comes a time you put the ball on the field and you run. And we don't want to create doubt about something that we're thinking there might be a problem there where there doesn't have a problem to exist. And so I just want to make sure, and they've got to be things that we're going to execute. What exactly are we doing? It's got to be black and white. So, go ahead.
Right, absolutely. So we don't want the ballots to be processed at all. We want them to be gotten from the drop boxes, left in a bag there until the evening of Election Day. Let all the people who vote first, who vote in person, have their ballots tabulated first, and then we won't have any of the problems that, a ballot came in your name already. Because as soon as they start processing them and signature checking and all that, bam, that's when it kicks in. That's when it says, okay, you voted already. We have a ballot in your name, and so you can't vote in person. As soon as those ballots get processed in the ROV's office, then that's done. We're trying to avoid that entirely. We want them collected from the drop boxes and from the UPS, stacked in a corner, have election day come. Don't touch them, don't open them, nothing. And then just vote in person. And then after that, they can process. So this is how processing works. Based on performance data from the last 2 general elections, the ROV can process a minimum of 25,000 ballots per day. There are 375,000 active voters in the county. If every single person voted, it would only take 15 days for processing, and we have like 30. So, and more than likely, only about 250,000 people would vote, so about 10 days would be required after voting day, after election day. So the election might be certified in no later than 30 days from election day, so any argument that there wouldn't be enough time to do all the processing is false. There's plenty of time.
So given what Holly just said, because we all have pretty short memories, if you go back to, let me give you a snapshot, 1992, there were 33,000 ballots that we didn't have drop boxes in, but we had vote by mail, absentee, what have you. It was a total of 32,000 votes. you counted everybody voted at the polls. Those were always counted first. What Holly is suggesting is not, we changed the county changed the original process during COVID. Okay, what Holly is suggesting, quite frankly, is the way it always was you count only the ballots that are when you vote at the polling place, and everything else is secondary. We've come to believe that the process that started after COVID is the norm, and it really wasn't. So that would give you the first in ballot would be those that vote at the polling place, and then everything else would go through the process. If you looked at the election we had in 90, when did I get elected? What year is this? 2024. So 22. I mean, that took 3 weeks to certify anyway, and we were all, why is it only 2,000 votes, every week? It's gonna take about the same amount of time. But the process, if I hear you correctly, Holly, that she is suggesting, is exactly what the process was before COVID. You count election day ballots, boom, they're in, they're tabulated, they're processed out, and then everything else begins.
Correct.
So, Chair, the computers are missing, and I don't have exactly what this consent item is. I don't know that there's anything for us to do different than what we're currently doing. I know that we're being asked for paper ballots, same-day count. We're being asked for
None of
hand
that's in
count.
here. None of
You know,
that's
all
in here.
sorts of, no, but lots of differences. But based on what our discussion is, we are processing, we're not tabulating and releasing anything until 8 p.m. So I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do or what we're voting on, and I don't have it in front of me. Can somebody read to me what's being proposed that we're voting on?
I'm sorry, I
consent?
thought
And this-
everybody had a copy.
And I reiterate, this should have been a discussion item.
Well, everything should be a discussion item. Here's, everything else that gave everybody heartburn has pretty much been removed from both sides.
No, it hasn't. Nothing's been removed because we have people coming in every board meeting asking us to change state, federal,
I'm sorry,
and
I'm
local
talking
law.
about the final. Well, yeah, and I've got my own opinions too that would probably give everybody heartburn too, and they're not on here. It's, no ballots of any kind will be tabulated until 8 o'clock on election day. Registered voters wishing
Okay,
to vote in
let's
person.
pause one at a time. And again, trying to have a full understanding. So what does that do? No ballots, exactly the language that he just, Supervisor Ding has mentioned.
That's state law. It doesn't change anything.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, good. So, and I'm with you. I want to get
Right.
here.
2, registered voters wishing to vote in person must therefore only provide their name and address at a polling place. State law.
Correct.
Okay.
3, voters who are at the wrong polling location will no longer be required to vote a provisional ballot for that reason. Verify print configuration allows for the correct ballot to be printed at any location.
Correct.
Okay.
The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Election Integrity Unit is established, battle-tested, and a model for the state of California. That's 4.
Okay.
5, the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office has established a voter fraud hotline for assistance. If you believe you're a victim of voter fraud, please request a provisional ballot at your assigned polling location. Retain your current mail ballot and contact the sheriff's office at blah, 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 blah. That's it. The only thing we're discussing right now, so there's nothing gives anybody heartburn. There's nothing controversial in this whatsoever. The only thing we have the ability to do as a board of supervisors is, we've already said, yes, we have too many drop boxes and we are behind the times with the rest of the country getting rid of them, but we're going to address that next election cycle because this board didn't want to address that this time. So that's off the table. The one thing we are discussing now is, do we want to go back pre-COVID versus the process we have now? Pre-COVID was, you count the ballots first that where people voted in person. They took the time to get in their car, walk their poodle all the way down to Mrs. Smith's house and vote. That's the way it used to be.
But that's not what's being proposed in this consent item.
No, No, that would be an amendment by a member of the Board of Supervisors if we wanted to make that
Right
change.
now on the floor?
No, we're still in discussion. But I'm saying what Holly, I guess my point being, what Holly was suggesting wasn't a wild idea. That's what we did 6 years ago. And then all of a sudden, it became something completely different because, during COVID, not very many people were voting in person.
Okay, so what you're proposing now is to change something, so bouncing over, and it's not what's in consent.
But what I would love
I'll-
to see if there's any consensus from my other board members is the ballots that are voted on election day should be counted first, which alleviates that first in ballot if there's a problem there too. Because if somebody, God forbid, was out vote harvesting and making up ballots or what have you, the person that shows up to the polling place with not their ID, they happen to know where they live, they vote, it would cancel out the harvested ballot.
So
as
then,
opposed to
if
the other way
I
around.
understand correctly, so thank you Supervisor Ding. If I understand correctly, ballot locations close at 8 PM. Then they're going to load into boxes, bring down to the unloading place, and there's going to go through the process of the mechanical process. So if under that scenario, when's the first point in time that you would release any numbers of voting?
So the Secretary of State has it scheduled that our first release of results is supposed to be right after 8 PM. That's why those vote-by-mail ballots are uploaded at that time. And then the very first upload at 10 o'clock includes the first wave of poll ballots, and then usually the third upload of results includes the remainder of the poll ballots. That's always the goal, unless a poll worker takes longer than necessary to get stuff back to us. But that's usually how it goes. That's how we did it in the primary. And to be clear, before COVID, we did still process vote-by-mail ballots in this manner. They were still processed before Election Day, and they were always the first release of results.
No, that is not true. That is not true. Maybe since you've been there, 5 years, 4 years?
Yes,
Yeah,
correct.
no, not even close. So they process, but you gotta remember, when they were processing them, it was paper. We're talking about a whole different system. They were opening envelopes, they were taking out paper ballots, they were putting them in piles. So we're talking about a whole different thing. And Tom, this is where, because you said the boxes from the polling, there's no more boxes because it's all on chips, so there's no ballots. So the same day voting is gonna be on one of those little computer chip things too. It's just a matter of which one you're plugging into the machine first.
Through the chair.
Ask County Council.
Yeah,
County Council, would you like to comment?
Yeah, just a couple of things. First of all, the code section that's applicable, and I've emailed everybody on the board this, it's Elections Code Section 15101, which speaks to the fact that processing of ballots is allowed, but processing of ballots prior to the polls closing is allowed. It's not required, it's allowed, but tabulating those vote-by-mail ballots cannot be done until after the polls close, 8 o'clock on Elections Day. In terms of what we're doing here now, it's been, as I understand it, this has been agendized as essentially receipt of information and the opportunity to let the public know of the processes and the protections that are out there. For instance, the fact that the sheriff's office has established the voter fraud hotline, the fact that we're not tabulating anything until 8 o'clock, et cetera. So as this has been agendized, this is kind of an informational and discussion item, or now it's discussion since it's been pulled. I don't see agendized the board taking action, modifying the processes we have. If that's what the board wishes to do, I would suggest we agendize that for a subsequent meeting for I guess, two reasons. One, it's not been agendized, and second, I'd want to look into how we implement that. We, for instance, may need to do an ordinance so as to implement a change in the process, and that obviously has not been prepared. So I would say this is an informational item, a discussion item, and if the board is inclined to change our processes, we should agendize that for a subsequent meeting so that we can prepare a resolution or a policy or something so as to implement the board's decision.
Supervisor Canepa.
Is this process, when you do process those, open to the public?
Absolutely.
So when you guys start at the beginning, whenever that process, so folks can go and watch that whole process? I mean, and how many days do you guys do it prior? So what, I mean, they're talking how many we process per day. Those are things that would be nice to have going forward, so we could say, hey, if you are doing it, instead of having 2 weeks where somebody can go and visually see you guys doing your work, if it could be minimized to, you know what I mean? That would be nice for me just to know, like they're saying, how many can be processed, when they're processed, because if people are saying that, at least they have the opportunity to go and watch the process of not, processing, not tabulating, and then they could do the tabulating. Obviously, everyone could go on election day and see that, correct?
Correct, and through the chair, Supervisor Canepa, we actually process as they come in is what we're doing. So we can begin processing as early as 29 days before the election. So October 7th is when we're scheduled to begin, but we may not have a lot of ballots, and most likely nothing will begin the scanning process. It'll go through signature verification and inspection, but until we build up and we have a good amount to scan, those don't actually get scanned until we're ready to do that. But starting at 29 days prior to the election, that's when the process begins. And to clarify, during the 30 days we have to, the 28 days we have to process the election, processing the vote by mails is one piece. We still have to do a 1% manual tally. We have to do provisionals, CVRs. There's many, we have to do ballot reconciliation. We have to inspect all of the supplies that go out to our 171 polling locations. There's a lot more than just processing the vote by mail that has to happen during our canvass period.
And people are allowed to see that during the process?
All of it. Okay. All of it's open to the public, and this board has been very supportive in creating a space in our office to where everything is observable behind windows. They can see everything we do at any moment, and there's over 33 cameras in our suite that record everything that we do, so.
And I would just, one more point if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely.
And in this, with all due respect, Mr. Counsel, I disagree with you, and here's why. Because this Board of Supervisors, this is an administrative decision. This Board of Supervisors never voted on which ballots to count first. What we're doing is we're advising based on the Voter Integrity Committee was put together to restore faith in our voting system. What we are doing here, since there is no formal guidance that has been given by this board, there is no policy in place. There's nothing for the board to legally challenge where we have to notice, because the Register of Voters has made the decision on how those votes are going to be tabulated. We could advise that this is what we would like to see in order to meet our goals of restoring faith in our election process. It's not a policy, it's advisory, because this board has never taken a position in its history on how those votes are going to be counted.
Sure, through the chair, actually, I don't think we disagree. If the board wished to make a motion so as to advise the Register of Voters as to what their preference would be and have her exercise that discretion, you could do that here and now. But if you wanted to make it mandatory, then I think it would have to be done through either a formally adopted policy or an ordinance change. And frankly, I'd want to look into, but if you simply wanted to advise the Register of Voters as to what the board's preference would be, yes, that could be done here and now.
Kind of like when our fathers would advise us that it probably wasn't a great idea.
Something like that, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all done, right? Okay, moving on, no. Moving on to item number 13, thank you very much. Moving on to item number 13.
If I'm going to make a motion, I wait until after we go
Yes.
through?
Yes,
Okay.
if you'd like to pull up for a separate vote, yes.
Thank you.
Approve a reallocation of $711,000 from the Small Business Assistant Grant Program and approve sole source agreement with the Downtown Stockton Alliance for administration of the San Joaquin County Facade Enhancement Grant Program and related budget. Good morning, Director Virgin. Mr. Huber, how are you doing?
Yes, good morning.
You can give me a small, thank you for bringing this forward, and thank you if you can give us a small rundown and show the board what we're doing here, that'd be great.
Absolutely. Again, good morning, Chairman, board members, CAO Sandy. We, let's see. All right. So Patty Virgin, Executive Director for the Employment and Economic Development Department. With me is Mike Huber from the Downtown Stockton Alliance. And what we are proposing here in this item is to move funding from ARPA to do a facade program. This was something that was actually brought to our attention by District 1 to look into. After reviewing the ARPA guidelines and doing our due diligence, we determined that there was an opportunity for us to designate some funding to be able to do a facade program. We decided, because we do not have the expertise in-house, to work with Mike and his program, as the Downtown Stockton Alliance has successfully done this with the city of Stockton. So what we are proposing is allowing or having the Downtown Stockton Alliance run this facade program county-wide. It would be, each district would get $100,000 allocated to that district for up to $25,000 per facade improvement project. If it's less than that and there's additional funding, we would then allow for other businesses to apply. This would all go through, again, the Downtown Stockton Alliance. We have set up an MOU, we have eligibility, we have a portal where businesses will apply, submit their application, it will be reviewed. There's a committee that will review them, including my staff and the Downtown Stockton Alliance. Is there anything you'd like to add, Mike?
Also on the committee would be planning and permitting to make sure that all the properties were in compliance.
That sounds great. I think it's worked well for the city of Stockton, and I think it'll work wonders for the county. So thank you for all your help on this. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Canova and Supervisor Brickman.
As part of this, I mean, good job, and I mean, it's great so that we're each getting the thing, but a lot of times for the glass break, is this included in this, in the city's program? When people shatter windows, do you guys do that for the city, or is that another grant process?
Well, the city has a broken window program for the whole city. We have one that we received.
Bless you.
And thank you to you, Board of Supervisors, for the county that we have for the downtown district. So if a window gets broken, we currently have funding for broken windows in the downtown district.
Okay, and this will be for all, this will help with that, or this is separate?
The facade program doesn't really address broken windows, it'd be replacement of windows.
Okay.
Yeah,
So if you had single pane and you wanted to put double pane in, that would be one of the options you would have within that $25,000.
Okay, and the max per business is how much?
$25,000.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll quickly go over the
Sure.
eligible expenses. So this facade program would go towards structural restoration, window and door replacements, exterior finishes, exterior lighting, signage, awnings or canopies, and outdoor dining enclosures.
Supervisor Brickman.
Thank you, Chairman. So 200,000 of it, 211,000 will be going, what, to marketing outreach?
Correct.
And what does that entail? Because, well, first of all, let me back up here. Just to confirm, because, you look at when I first read this, I said, Downtown Stockton Alliance. And so it's not going to just be in the city of Stockton. This is countywide, so meaning District 5 and District 4 also.
Correct.
The south end and the north end of the county.
That is
and just confirm that it's unincorporated areas, correct? So it's not within the city limits. Was that what I read in the packet?
So it'll be the whole county. So we would be each district would be allocated 100,000.
So the businesses it can be businesses within city limits.
No.
No.
That's what so it has to be outside of city limit, unincorporated San Joaquin County in order for these funds, so businesses and so on.
Correct.
And distressed areas also.
Distressed areas outside of city limits, so
Yes, sir.
unincorporated areas. Yes. So how are you gonna reach if it's centered here in Stockton, the Downtown Alliance, how are you gonna reach out to, for example, my district?
So we will be utilizing our business retention and expansion specialist. I currently have one designated in South County and one in North County, and they will be the boots on the ground talking to businesses, marketing this program to businesses that would qualify.
And you have on here also, following businesses not eligible. How did you determine that list?
So they would have to be, so it'd be businesses that wouldn't qualify based on the ARPA guidelines.
So that's that's ARPA guidelines.
Correct.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. A quick follow-up on that. You had mentioned dual pane windows, and if I'm looking at facade and I can see paint and I can see things that you want curb appeal, dual pane window is energy saving. So unless there's a broken window,
Correct.
if someone say, oh, yeah, give me $25,000, I get free windows out of this, I don't see the benefit for the facade improvement, again, unless we've got something broken. So I would tighten up that criteria a bit.
So once the application gets submitted, the committee will review it for exactly that, to ensure that it does meet the guidelines that we're putting forward for the facade program.
Well, but the guidelines right now are dual pane windows. So if I've got a storefront and I own a building and I want dual pane windows, save energy, which is fantastic to do, but we're trying to improve curb appeal and the facade.
Correct. So it wouldn't necessarily be dual pane windows. It would be windows if they were broken or there was a need to replace them to improve the outer image of the building.
Okay, very well. Through the chair, Ms. Jolly is here. I have a question for you as it relates to facades and improving throughout our county. If you would please come down.
Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you. So real quick question, what do we have as far as in our county guidelines, and perhaps there's something you could think of that we want to improve? Like we're looking at today from your office, we're going to be looking at commercial buildings and the facade of what is going to be new in our county. Is there anything through code enforcement that on the horizon, not putting you on the spot right now, but on the horizon, we could come in with a criteria that needs to be met in the spirit of, like, let's say in the next, you give somebody a notice that in 100 days or within 2 years, there's a facade improvement that needs to happen. And again, whatever's legal when dealing with property owners, but if there's anything that other counties are doing, anything that your department may have in mind that we could use to have a better curb appeal, because we have a lot of absentee property owners on some commercial areas, which might be more city, but that may also relate to the county. So I'd be in favor of something coming back to the board that we could consider that would, again, be legal to require property owners to make sure that they're maintaining, whether it be weeds in the front or just, again, the curb appeal. And we may already be doing some of that, but I was just going to offer and check and see if there was a possibility to even, if you guys think need to enhance it a little bit.
So through the chair, the zoning, our ordinance, our development title, which is the zoning code, does have regulations that facilitates different types of facade improvements. We do not have design guidelines, as you're aware, because we've actually specifically looked for some of the commercial and industrial guidelines that it's coming before the board later this afternoon. There has been interest, I've heard this over the years, of potentially doing like a blight ordinance or something like that. That's a really tricky thing to do. My understanding from other jurisdictions is that those types of ordinance don't work too well. They're way too subjective. So I think what we probably would continue doing and working with this department, we have been in correspondence with them. We're partnering with them to review the requests that are going to come in, try to expedite the permitting. If the board would like to direct us to do design guidelines for existing facilities, I mean, that's something we could look at, but we kind of touched on that with our industrial and commercial design guidelines that are before you today. I think it's pretty challenging to do across the board for existing businesses.
And in the spirit of what we're doing with 700,000, there may be something we've enhanced, and I know this would make our CAO a little bit upset, but we may bring something forward, working with the CAO's office, that if we were to have some funds that help some businesses and people that maybe cannot afford an upgrade to the facade, but some sort of improvement fund somewhere down the road. I'm just throwing it out to you during the conversation. And those partnerships with Downtown Alliance, you guys have done a great job in many capacities, and looking forward to supporting this today. So I just wanted to check with you on that.
So I understand, and I probably didn't put that together the most articulate way, but basically the zoning code just does already regulate how to improve upon facade, awnings and windows and things like that. And we're working with this department to make sure to facilitate that in an expeditious manner. But short of doing a design guideline, a stricter zoning code type of requirement for existing facilities is pretty challenging.
Okay, I wanted to check with you. Thank you.
Sorry, I couldn't.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And then I just had another quick, this is my only question here. One of the businesses not allowed for funding is religious organizations, and it kind of struck me kind of odd. I mean, targeting religious organizations versus non-religious, secular organizations. And you look at ARPA, what these funds are supposed to be for, and you look what happened during COVID. I mean, there was a U.S. Supreme Court case that shut down California's discrimination against religion. So my question to you is, how does this possibly stray from the constitutional requirements of the First Amendment?
We're just following the ARPA guidelines as they currently exist.
Counselor, if you could, I would like to know what that question is.
Well,
You don't have to tell me, right? If you need to research it, whatever.
Yeah, I'd have to research it. Off the top of my head, my thought is, I think you can't target a religious organization for, tax them differently than everybody else. This is a little different in the sense that it's providing a benefit of subsidies, and I don't know that it's constitutionally impermissible to decline to provide a subsidy to a religious organization as distinct from targeting it for taxation or for some other way that is negative. So there may be a distinction between discretion not to provide a subsidy versus targeting them for some type of a tax or some other burden.
But there has been court cases in which, not that I'm just talking about, nationwide, the state failed to provide funding for religious organizations has been ruled unconstitutional.
I'd have to see those in order to opine on it. Like I said, this would have to be something you'd have to do some research on. Insofar as the ARPA regulations are nationwide, I would expect that if this was something which was clearly unconstitutional or arguably unconstitutional, there would have been lawsuits already initiated. Obviously, we're not the only ones receiving ARPA funding, and there'd be plenty of people out there who would say, "Ooh, this is ripe for a lawsuit." Whether anybody's brought a suit on that basis, I couldn't tell you without looking.
Yeah, I'm just interested in at least in the scholarly aspect of it, to see exactly what the arguments pro and against are. So
I'll take a look and see what I find.
Put you to work.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I think we're all done, but before we leave, I just want to recognize my chief of staff, Chris Rapay, for bringing this forward, and thank you for your help, Mr.
I
Huber.
just wanted to touch on one more thing on Supervisor Patty's comment on the dual pane windows. It would be if somebody wanted to replace a window, if they wanted to enlarge or make a enclosure smaller, most windows today are dual pane. You don't really have single pane windows. And then lastly, this would be 5 properties within each district would be allowed to apply. We're still working through if 2 applied in one district and 8 applied in another, what we would do at that point, because there is a time clock. We don't want to run out on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Moving on to item number 14, HSA retroactively approved agreement with Central Valley Low Income Housing Corporation to provide the Home Safe Program for $500K from September 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2026. Supervisor Canepa.
So we've been giving a lot of this money out. My only concern is like 38% goes into managing the funds. And everybody keeps talking about housing, 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 and housing. And when we have 38% of it going to run the program, it's just kind of alarming to me. So could you kind of speak to that? And I know because at last board meeting, we just did outreach for kind of the same, I think it was Central Valley Low-Income Housing. So I'm just trying to hold people accountable and make sure that the money that is intended for housing and people at risk, and I know it's $1,500 a month is the income threshold. And so if you could kind of speak to that and what, that make me feel better about the 38% going towards 2 years of running a program instead of actually paying people's rent. If something that we could do as a county and house and save money and use that money, I mean, obviously we need to run the program also, but if you could speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Good morning, Chair Viaputo, members of the board. I'm Chris Woods, your Human Services Agency Director. Supervisor Canepa, through the chair. This program in particular is specifically for adults who are open to adult protective services. So I just want to give the background on that. So these individuals are subject to, or have been subject to abuse and or neglect, and that's how they came into our program, which is called Home Safe. So it's a very specific population. This work is very labor intensive. Central Valley, we went out to bid in, I think, March of 2022, did an RFP through Purchasing and Support Services. Central Valley Low-Income Housing was the sole proposer at the time, and we initiated a contract subsequently and brought it to your board. Again, the bringing adults that are subject to abuse or neglect, it's into temporary housing and then into permanent housing. It is very labor intensive. What we've changed with this program moving forward is created more intensity on securing that permanent housing and less, and shortening the time frame, working to shorten the time frame that they're in temporary housing. Temporary housing in motels, hotels is very expensive. So we're really focusing on transitioning those individuals into permanent housing as soon as possible, working with our partners to do that. This community has prioritized low-income senior housing over the past few years, and it's really helped transition these adults into permanent housing.
Okay, perfect. So we're monitoring it and making sure that we're getting the bang for the buck.
We-
Obviously, I mean, that's always with me. Do your job, do it well, and that's all I ask. So thanks for coming up and sharing some of that. I could have probably did it outside, but getting that many pages over the weekend is daunting, so thank you.
Appreciate the question and
Thank
always happy to respond.
Any other questions? Thank you, Director Woods.
Thank you.
Great, I believe that concludes the consent calendar. Supervisor Jane, would you like to pull item number 8 for separate vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can do, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I would. Given that the committee, their main focus was to restore integrity in our voting process, given the fact that in the coming election cycles, when we start hitting some budget constraints, there's going to be some things that are going to disappear, including the drop boxes and $400,000 for security cameras and so forth. We want to move into that direction. This board has said that we want to encourage people to vote in person at the polling place. I would like to make a motion that to advise to the elections office that those ballots that are voted at polling places be counted first. Period.
Great, was there a second? I will second the item. We have a first and a second, we have a vote, please. And the motion passes 4-1. Moving on. Moving on to the other part of the consent calendar, maybe we'd like to make a motion.
Move to approve. Second.
We have a first and a second, and vote, please.
Yeah.
Can you confirm who was the second?
I was, Tom, Supervisor Patty.
I didn't, oh, there it is.
Well, the consent calendar closes 5-0. Thank you very much. Moving on to scheduled morning public item hearings. Our first one is Community Development Department. A public hearing to consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve development title text amendment number PA 2400269 and adopt an ordinance amending title number 9 of the ordinance code of the county, San Joaquin County, relative to section 9400090. Director, oh, sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Corinne, how you doing?
Good, good.
Good.
Good morning. Corinne King, Deputy Director of Planning. Just to add a little history to why we're bringing this to you is that staff presented this item to the board earlier this year and received direction to put together guidelines for commercial and industrial projects. And I have Megan Aguirre here. She's Principal Planner, and she will have the presentation, and then we're open for questions.
Good morning, Megan.
Morning.
This project is a development title text amendment to add a section for design guidelines that would apply to commercial and industrial development. In February, the Planning Commission considered recommending to the Board of Supervisors that staff develop design guidelines for industrial projects. Although the Planning Commission ultimately decided not to forward a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors, staff was specifically requested to bring the item forward. As a result, the Board of Supervisors discussed the topic of design guidelines for both industrial and commercial development in May and directed staff to process a text amendment. Utilizing the feedback from the Planning Commission, Board of Supervisors, and review of other local ordinances containing design guidelines, staff drafted a text amendment containing the following elements: site design, building location orientation, and building design. The draft ordinance also identifies when these design criteria would apply to existing and new development. Projects that are subject to the design guidelines will be reviewed for compliance during the land use permit process. For existing developments, only site design is required for new construction. This includes maintaining consistency between old and new structures and providing pedestrian access, public spaces, and landscaping. Here's a sample depiction of a development that combines these elements. So you can kind of see the pedestrian access there to the lower left, for example, and then the public space kind of in the middle, landscaping at the bottom, and then that kind of consistency between the buildings on the same site. For new development, building location, orientation, and design would also be required. This would include consideration of a building's location in regards to adjacent streets and public spaces as depicted in the photo on the right. Aspects of building design would include scale, building articulation, facades, colors, materials, finishes, and roof design as depicted in the figure on the left. In July, staff held a stakeholders meeting to answer questions and accept comments on the draft. There were questions about infrastructure, which staff clarified is not part of the design guidelines. Staff also highlighted that the design requirements may be modified by the zoning administrator if appropriate, based on a project-specific details. In August, the Planning Commission reviewed the draft ordinance and voted to forward the item to the Board of Supervisors for approval. In order to approve the development title text amendment, several findings must be made. These findings are attached to the board letter, and the Planning Commission determined that these findings can be made in the affirmative, such as their recommendation says. It is recommended that Board of Supervisors adopt findings for development title text amendment and approve development title text amendment number PA 2400269. Thank you. This concludes staff's presentation.
Any questions for staff? We have Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your bringing this back to the board. This is actually something I had initiated through Ms. Jolly, our outstanding CDD director. And I noticed that driving through this region, and particularly in Tracy, they had already done something like this. So we were looking at, if we're putting up these big commercial buildings, what criteria do we have versus a blank facade? So what I'm seeing is nothing of those big warehouse scope. I'm seeing smaller commercial, but what you're proposing is including all commercial buildings, correct?
Yes.
Industrial?
Yes, so for anything new, it's gonna be all commercial and industrial development.
Okay.
For existing, it's just gonna be those things that would require the land use permit process, so like a new building or 25% expansion to an existing structure. Those would trigger the more basic requirements of the site design.
Excellent. I didn't see, because initially when this first came back, some of the ideas that were being looked at, I didn't see what those details would be. And I'm sure they're there, I just don't understand, I don't know what that criteria would look like, because we did look at water features or landscaping, as well as the facade itself, having a big, long concrete wall versus maybe some...
Articulation.
Yeah, articulation. Thank you. I was always struggling
that's
for
in
that
here.
word. Yes.
Yes, so just to respond to that through the chair, building articulation, some of the things that we include here in the draft ordinance would be like changes in wall direction, stepping back upper floors, number and size of windows, projecting trellises, canopies, or awnings, and like recessed entrances. And then you can have other things too that we didn't list, but that provides what you're saying, which is, you don't just have this big blank space, you get some kind of articulation, whether it be on the vertical or horizontal
Right.
path.
Now, as construction goes and there are tilt-up walls and they're very heavy panels, they may not be structured where they can have windows, and I don't know that. So there's also this possibility of putting, as I've seen some of the buildings, they have a mirrored window-looking facade that's attached to the wall, so it gives it a nice dimension, much separate from that blank wall. So I would include that as well. So that if it's, again, construction-wise, if it's not able to put in a cutout, or the cutout goes in later, or make it more affordable. When you did your stakeholder meetings, did you have people representing different industries, perhaps?
A little bit. We really did not get a lot of participation. We sent it to, I want to say, around 200 to 300 people, and got like a handful of people actually attending. So we didn't get a lot of input, and some people were more concerned about if it would affect what was required for infrastructure, which really wasn't the goal of this.
Okay. But what we're doing is nothing's in stone. This can vacillate or change depending on an applicant's need as it relates to the building itself.
Yes, we left the language fairly loose, I will say. So there are things that are expected on, depending on if it's new or older development. However, our zoning administrator, which typically that role is Corinne's role as the deputy director of planning, can make changes if it doesn't make sense for a project.
Okay.
So that we can look at something individually as, its unique characteristics.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And thank you for bringing this back to the board to consider. And Ms. Jolly, as always, outstanding. Thanks for listening to the board and bringing something forward for us that I think is, as there is interest in industrial buildings coming here, and we're seeing them from Airport 599, it's like, what are we presenting that's going to be there for decades to come?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you,
Supervisor
Chair.
Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. It's great this is back here for, the county getting in with the times, right? And one of the things I would recommend, if you haven't done already, I know when I was mayor in Tracy, this is a discussion that we've had for years, and we did some requirements to kind of soften the looks of when we're, industrial building, one of these big old warehouses. So if you haven't did so already, please take a look at that. I agree with everything. One thing I didn't see here, and I would recommend, is when you're looking at industrial, where the big rigs go, the cargo, I guess, when they back up in the gates, that is away from the roadway, hidden behind the building itself. So folks don't see it. So if you're driving down, say, I-5, and you see a building, you see the frontal facade, say there's a business component to it, that's in front, and you don't see what's behind it, the cargo area and where the big rigs are, so hidden from the public, so it looks more softening and more friendly. Second thing, with that in mind, is that when these buildings are being built, I don't know if this would be adequate time to address this issue. I know I mentioned it before, is, a lot of these industrial warehousing have interstate traffic, so meaning these big rigs are coming from out of state, and, they can't get in these buildings, say, until 8 a.m., and so what they do is they have no or they have no parking. So what ends up happening is they end up parking on our county roadways or city streets, which causes major traffic issue, including safety and, disrupting the flow of traffic. So what I would require is for these businesses to have a place that these trucks can stage inside their own businesses. So that would be my two recommendations. So thank you.
Supervisor Ging.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Patty for bringing this forward. It is huge, and this is something 20, 30, 40 years from now when, our descendants are looking down and thinking, what the heck were you guys thinking? And it's quality of life issue, so thank you.
Great. At this time, we're going to open public comment. Anyone like to come forward? Any questions or comments? I will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anybody, do we need a motion for this item? Is there informational? We need a motion.
Motion to approve with the recommendations as given.
Okay. Second. We have a first and a second. Vote, please.
Another example.
And the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 2, Public Works, a public hearing to consider the vacation of South Orchard Road between Dustin Road and Brillo Road. We have Najee and we have Director Buckman. Good morning, gentlemen. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
It was close.
Close, huh?
Close call.
Yeah, it's close.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Viapudua and board members. I'm Fritz Buckman, your Director of Public Works. This is a time and place set to conduct a public hearing to consider the vacation of a portion of Orchard Road between Dustin Road and Bruella Road, located in the Acampo community. Here with me is Deputy Director Najee Zarif, who will provide a brief presentation regarding the proposed vacation. Following that presentation, we'll be available to answer any questions your board might have.
All right, thank you, Fritz, and good morning, Chairman Viapudua and Board of Supervisors. Again, Najee Zarif, Deputy Director, Public Works. In 1962, members of the community petitioned the Board of Supervisors to construct a 40-foot wide road approximately 1 mile long. The board adopted a board order directing the Public Works Department to negotiate with residents to acquire the right-of-way. Where's this clicker? To acquire the right-of-way for South Orchard Road between Bruella Road and Dustin Road. In 1967, a subdivider dedicated a 25-foot by 850-foot strip to the county, which the board accepted and declared as a public highway. This 850-foot strip is currently a county-owned parcel. Since this time, a roadway was constructed and opened for public use. Public Works regularly maintained the roadway. However, in 2017, we stopped after it was brought to our attention and we confirmed that the county lacked public right-of-way. Other unaccepted dedications along the property frontages north and south of the road have been offered. However, these dedications are insufficient to establish a contiguous public right-of-way. Recently, some residents have requested that the roadway be made private. As there continues to be insufficient support to establish a contiguous public right-of-way, vacating any and all public right-of-way interests will allow the road to be made private. As the necessary right-of-way was never acquired, the road was never accepted by the county for maintenance. Vacation would not have any impact on future maintenance and would facilitate gating the roadway if desired by the residents. The Community Development Department has determined that the vacation of this portion of Orchard Road is not inconsistent with the 2035 General Plan, development title, or current zoning in the area. The county does not currently possess or maintain any utilities within the segment of roadway, including the county-owned parcel. As the county does not have accepted easements on the remainder of the road, existing utilities are assumed to be prescriptive in nature and remain in effect. This proposed action would be exempt under California Environmental Quality Act and requires no environmental review. In June of 2023, letters were sent to all property owners along this portion of Orchard Road advising the county's intent to proceed with the road vacation process. 9 of the 22 property owners reached out directly to Public Works with questions and comments. Most inquired as to why the county was considering vacation. 3 property owners indicated that they preferred for the county to maintain the road. The remainder were neutral. Through Supervisor Ding's office, Public Works has been informed of 2 residents that supported the privatization of the roadway. All property owners were mailed a copy of the notice for this public hearing. We have since heard from additional property owners expressing a desire that the road be made public and maintained by the county. At this time, the board is requested to conduct a public hearing to receive testimony. After the closing of the hearing, the board has been requested to consider vacation of any public interest in Orchard Road between Dustin Road and Barella Road. Given the current lack of sufficient support to establish a continuous public roadway, vacation is being recommended by Public Works. If the board finds that the roadway is no longer needed for public use, the board is being requested to authorize the Director of Public Works or a designee to process quitclaim deeds for the right-of-way owned in fee to the adjacent property owners. However, if the board finds that the roadway is necessary for continued public use, Public Works recommends that the board direct staff to work with County Council regarding the process to secure prescriptive rights to the roadway.
Chair Villaputua and board members, this concludes our presentation. Deputy Director Zarif and I are available to address any questions your board may have.
Any questions from the board at this time? Supervisor Canepa.
So is there a traffic study? How many people actually travel on this road on a daily?
The ADT is roughly just over 500 vehicles per day.
And so, okay. And how many, there's a total of 9 residents?
There's 22 properties.
22 properties?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, this time we can open public comment. Our first speaker is Cameron Harris.
Hello. I'm requesting that the county proceed with making the road public. Whatever they need as far as right-of-way, I'm willing to agree to for my property. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, hold on, I want to make sure I get.
Supervisor Dane has a question for you, sir.
So you want the road?
Public access, maintained by the county.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Les McKenzie. Les McKenzie? Okay, not here. How about Sonia Watts?
Hello, my name is Sonia Watts. I raised my family at 8100 Orchard Road. My son and his wife and my granddaughters, age 4 and age 2, are living there now, and I'm very concerned about the safety of the road, the responsibility of the homeowners, and the liability issues if the county does not maintain Orchard Road. I have questions that I know will not be answered today, but are for your consideration. Driving down Orchard Road full of potholes can be dangerous for my family. If the county vacates and private owners don't maintain the road and someone has an accident on the road, who is responsible? Are the private owners supposed to carry insurance for the road? Because there are a lot of cars that do travel down. I imagine that the private insurance might be expensive, might have to be split between retirees that live on the road, widows that live on the road. Another question is, do our property taxes partly cover road maintenance? And if so, I would hope the county might consider continuing to maintain the road. What would it take to actually get the county to maintain the road? I know that there are some right-of-way issues that they're working on. So, and last question would be, if some of the property owners were willing to give right-of-way to hope for the maintenance of the road, would the county be maybe even willing to maintain a portion of the road? Because we do have access on both sides, as you saw on the map. so that at least some of us could be able to come into our homes without having to hit portions of the road that might not be maintained. Thank you for considering my questions and the safety of my family.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Linda Tully.
I'm Linda Tully. I have lived out on Orchard Road since 1971, and at the time that we purchased the property at 7920 East Orchard Road, it was never indicated that it was not a public road. It was not indicated that it was ever going to be a public road, a private road. In 72, we purchased the 10 acres that were behind us, and that is where I live now. It's 7810 East Orchard Road, and I have lived there since 89. We lived at 7920 until 85. I am aware that a letter has been sent to all of you supervisors and to your staff from Michael and Suzanne Mallory. I have read through the letter, and I agree with everything that they wrote. And she went into considerable research to write this letter to all of you, of which I have a copy right here. I'm not going to go over all of the issues because you already have them in front of you. I want the road to remain public. I have talked to people that are, in fact, the son of his father and uncle that ranched property prior to 71 out there. They said the road was always public, and at the present time, the traffic is not just cars that go back and forth. It's the big rigs. It is the wine trucks. True, we have vineyards on the road, but these trucks are not necessarily from our area. They're trucks that go down there that are carry farm equipment to places on Orchard Road that runs from Barella to Buck Road, of which you have maintained, the county has maintained. There are two wineries, Mondavi or Woodbridge Winery that is on Woodbridge Road to the west, and then to east off of Buck Road, there are two wineries out there. When people do wine tasting and that, they go back and forth. And the shortest way to go is to use Orchard Road. I would like it maintained publicly because the public uses it. It's not just the few neighbors that live there. And 22 property owners is not representative of the
Thank you, ma'am.
people that drive.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mammy Star.
Chairman Villa-Padua and members of the board. It's Mamie Starr, 21634 North Man Road in Acampo. I do not live on Orchard Road. I do use the road occasionally, and I am here assisting my friend Charlene Wall, who does live at 7850 Orchard Road. And she has a number of questions relative to what would be the situation if this did become a private road. At this time, she requests that the board move forward with all that is necessary to make this a public road. And she does have property that adjoins, as close as we can tell, that 850-foot strip that the county does have title to. So she would ask that you consider moving forward with making this a public road.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment or have a question? Come on up, sir.
Hi, Board. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Mark Justo. We're at 8048 East Orchard Road. We bought the place, well, I bought the place before I was married. I was about 24 years old, 1983. And at that time, I was actually given an option to deed the road over to the county for maintenance. And I declined because I liked the little road the way that it was. At the time, I used to work away a lot for my father-in-law in the trucking business. Came back, the road was re-chip and sealed. It had always been a chip and seal road till probably, and you guys could probably tell me, when they actually paved it, they tore the road out, paved it. Once that happened, there was a lot more traffic on the road, a lot more. And then so our peaceful enjoyment, you know, the reason that we went out there was kind of went away. I want to respect my neighbors. I understand that they don't want to maintain the road. My thought on it is there's two ways that we could still go. If it goes privatized, then we have to, of course, secure it, post it. And I actually had it posted before. And my neighbors down at the other end, Pete Rodriguez, did too. And the county came in and took the signs down, and it said private road, no through traffic, speed limit, the whole bit. Right now, it's a 20-foot road. I don't even think it's a full 25 foot. Last time I measured it. And but it's still considered a secondary road. 55 miles an hour. Everybody knows. Nobody really drives 55 miles an hour. So here's the two things that I'm looking at. If we privatize it, we're going to have to stop the public from using it. Don't really care about that, but what I would like to do is slow them down anyhow. And we had discussed maybe putting in speed bumps because there's really no other way to control the speed out there. I mean, just about a week ago, a guy went blasting through Bruella Road, 60 miles an hour, because like we heard earlier, there is some wine drinking out there, and there's a lot of drunks on that road. And this guy just, blasted through there, through the stop sign. If we maintain it as a public road, I would still like to see speed bump, speed control of some sort, okay? Just for the safety of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else like to comment or question? Please come forward. Okay, I will close the public hearing. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Dean, do you want to comment?
All right. The road, is it a county road or is it a private road?
Simple question. The answer is a little bit more complicated, I think. There is not recorded right-of-way for the entire length of the roadway. It has been functioning. It's been open to public traffic for somewhere on the order of 50 to 60 years. There's an argument to be made, and I'm getting in the county council's area, but there's an argument to be made that the public has a prescriptive right to continue using that roadway, but that can only be granted by the courts. So as it sits right now, there's insufficient right-of-way to allow us to maintain the road. We're happy to maintain it, but we need the property rights to do so.
Okay, so the prescriptive right would be the burden on the county, though, because there isn't indeed on.
Yeah, portions of the road lack recorded right-of-way, and only the court can grant, prescriptive rights.
Okay. I got some bids. I just wanted to get an idea what it would cost the property owners to take care of themselves if we deed this over proper to them. A chip and seal, a mile of road is about 30 grand. 300,000 over 20 years, maintenance would be about $360,000, about $18,000 per year on this. The private, the main thing, everybody believes it's a public road. And Mark, while I feel your pain, I like I said earlier, the board, I'd like to turn everything back 30 years, but people are idiots. I live over on Pine by Hatchet Street Square. They're driving 70 miles an hour down that road. The stop signs are a suggestion. They're not, it's just everywhere. That being said, And I do think, because of some of the court cases in the past with shopping centers, and they would deem this, I think the courts would deem this, that the public has a right to access based on the history of the road. How do we fix this? No insult intended, Ed, but without attorneys or, you know, everything else, the majority of you want it public, the public, they're gonna drive through it anyway. What scares me, it's kind of like, you know, a criminal breaks into your house, he trips over your coffee table, and he's gonna sue you, and he'll probably win, you know? Somebody drives down your road, they drive around your fence, they hit a pothole, you're liable. You know, it's what's gonna be. Mark, your main concern is the speed on that road, because you really don't want to maintain this thing. But you had mentioned something to me yesterday, it's something the county had did or failed to complete. And that's where I was, I know, I'm not sure it was about the water. Please. I want to figure out how do we fix this? Mr. Hakem, no insult to you either, Wenham.
Okay, I have some pictures here too that I could show you that get into the water issue that you brought up.
Okay.
When the road was paved, when they went in there, took out the old chip and seal roads that were in there and paved it, they widened it, but it hasn't been maintained much since then. But when they did that, they also changed the topographical, you know, elevation of the road. We live in a really low spot. Our property is, you know, one of the lowest spots there. The water usually flows from east to west. Not usually, it does. And as it flows down, it used to cross over what was Orchard Road on where my property is, right about in the middle of the road. It would cross to the north side and travel westwardly. And then it kind of beelines down toward that trailer park at Woodbridge and 99. That's just a low spot. Okay. The problem is when the road was put in, they elevated the thing anywhere from 6 inches to a foot. Now I have 2 lakes, and I got pictures here, and this thing was underwater. My property, 5 acres underwater for right at 4 months. I can't plant trees there anymore. We can plant, you know, if we want to do any kind of farming. We had blueberries in there. That didn't work either. Nothing can stay underwater that long, okay? And this was just from the drainage issue. Now, when I purchased the place, I paid a $1,000 water mitigation fee. I don't know what they meant to do with that, put in a ditch, or I never saw one man out there with a shovel ever in the last 41 years, okay? So I don't know what happened to that money either. You want to put in a road, you want to build it up really nice, you're gonna have to, anybody who's an engineer knows that you cannot build a road down below grade. It has to be above, it's tapered off so that the water goes away from the center of the road, and the water has to go away. This road was never that way in the old days, not when I moved there. That's why it was full of chuck holes. Because once you get a crack in that asphalt, water goes in, you drive over it, turns it into a big mush puddle like this, and the whole thing's called a chuck hole. Then the whole thing breaks out. That's why roads have to be crowned. We're already as high as we can go. We're already flooding out my property, okay? And I didn't even say anything about that.
So that's something we did, but you can't. This is a public road. I mean, I know it's not, I mean, it's not, it is, but I mean, you go to court, the courts are gonna rule it's a public road because it's been open to the public. Majority of the property owners out there want it public and don't want to maintain it. So what I'd like to do is come up with, obviously speed bumps, anything like that, we would need a traffic study.
One other quick item, the 2 complaints that we had with the chuck holes across from the Watts' place, right across the street. There's been 2 cars that have already, one, it literally ripped the front wheel off of the little, I think it was a Subaru. Ripped the front wheel off. I mean, this is a serious, you know, go straight to the dentist after you hit this thing, chuck hole. Then on July of this year, There was a second one, a couple gals standing out there by the road, and I just came home. It was on my birthday. And I tried, hey, what's going on? Oh, we got a flat tire. Can you help us? Sure. I go to change the flat tire. The tire and the rim came out in my hand like this, but the whole back of the rim was like a donut, and it was up against. They hit the chuck hole. I said, "You hit that chuck hole, didn't you?"
But I think, Mark, part of the problem, one of the reasons
Because of
this
lack
is
of
happening.
maintenance.
No, it's because nobody knows who the heck owns the road.
Yeah.
And so it keeps going back and forth, and, you know, unfortunately, I can't, pass an ordinance against stupid people, you know, on the way they drive. So, I mean, that's gonna happen, but I think part of the confusion, you know, in Woodbridge, all those alleys going behind the restaurant and everything else, those are county, non-priority, non-maintenance roads. So, I mean, you've got those all over the county, which is, you know, a whole thing. I think on Orchard, trying to figure out, and Fritz helped me out here, how do we, I mean, the county, we'd be happy to vacate the dang thing, because then we don't have to pave it, we don't have to maintain it. When the idiot hits the pothole, he can sue you rather than us.
Okay.
And if all your neighbors agreed with that,
Yeah.
I'd be in, but they don't.
We'll get
So-
together and talk about that. And as far as maintaining the road, remember, the road's gonna last a lot longer if you take 9/10 of the traffic.
I agree, but what we have to deal with today is we've got a discussion item on vacating the road.
Okay.
Okay, so, you know, obviously, what I've heard, I don't know what I need to do here now. We can't vacate that road. We've got some work to do and some
Remember,
discussions.
I'm the guy that's for speed bumps and signs, okay? I'm fine with that.
I'd go back to Model A cars and trolleys if I could, Mark,
Yeah.
but,
But, I
you
mean,
know,
it
we
works
can't have
everywhere else.
everything we want.
Okay.
But Mark, we will discuss that, because I understand your main concern. And the families too. Nobody wants anybody speeding down the road and so forth. So we can look at that too.
Supervisor Canepa.
I just had a couple quick questions. So emergency vehicles, if they do put bumps and humps or undulations, is okay? Because sometimes you're not allowed to slow down emergency vehicles.
Yeah, to be honest, this is a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit road, and that's a higher speed than we usually consider for speed bumps. So this is not a road we would normally consider for speed
And then
bumps.
just the insurance thing, so if it does become a private road and public people, do they have to insure it?
I'm not going to speak to that necessarily. There potentially, you know, could be some exposure that the private citizens might want to explore with their counsel.
Okay, and then if we do not abandon it, is it still not to conforming standards for the county to run the road? They were saying, you know, hey, if one person doesn't want to sell them the property to do it the correct way, is there?
Well, yeah, so to the extent we're unable to, you know, reach agreements with property owners to dedicate right-of-way for the road that we need, for the road to become public, we need to secure contiguous access along that whole mile stretch. And, you know, for the remaining properties where we don't have right-of-way, our only remaining option for the road to go public would be to involve the courts and try to secure prescriptive rights.
Through eminent domain.
Not necessarily eminent domain, no, because those rights exist, but the court has, in theory, those rights exist because of the use as a public road. But the court is the only one with the authority to assign those rights, determine those rights.
And then my last and final question, is Supervisor Ding able to use his road funds to go and fill the potholes, obviously, which need some repair? We haven't done anything since 2017, so we're talking a total of 7 years, nothing's been done to the road.
Yeah, it's been 6-7 years since we've done anything on that road. Road District 4 funds are eligible to be used for that, but we have other funds available as well.
Sounds like a better idea to me, but that's your money.
But I thank you for offering up my money. I can't wait. I'm going to make suggestions to your wife about what she should ask for Christmas, just so you know. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're postponing this? Yes, no, neighbors, so that we can take a look at exactly how to move, because right now the motion, or what we have on here is to vacate, which obviously you don't want to do.
I'll second your motion.
So my motion is to not.
Look into it more.
Okay, yeah, my motion is to put it off and look at it more.
Through the chair, you can accomplish that by simply taking no action. If you want to provide direction for staff to look into certain things, you can make that motion as well.
Question then, so if we do not vote on it, then can staff still give time to these folks to figure out a happy medium? Because if we just not vote on it, then it kind of pulls the plug, right?
If you don't vote on it, nothing happens, and I'm confident that the staff has heard you'd like them to continue exploring options available.
So we'll table it for 30 to 60 days and let Supervisor Ding work with Public Works and.
Again, you can take no action, or if you want to continue it to a date uncertain that essentially removes it from the calendar, or if you'd like, you can continue to a date certain.
Supervisor Ding, what would you like to do?
Yeah, let's continue it for 60 days.
Okay, we're gonna table it for 60 days as a motion? Okay, and first and second, we'll have a vote, please.
Just for clarity's sake, that means, I'm going to interpret that motion to be to continue this, not for the next, for what is approximately 60 days, the next board meeting. I'd have to
That'd be
look
good.
at-
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because to prevent noticing, excuse me, through the chair, to prevent noticing, I think we have to continue to a date certain, right?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Let's nail down the date, so, because this is a public hearing and we publish notice and all the rest of that good stuff.
Does that work, Fritz?
How do I do 90 days?
90?
Is there one more time? 60 days is not much.
But then Supervisor Petty and Miguel will miss all this great conversation.
You know. Okay, so it's up to you.
Fritz, what's your,
So I'm told-
what would you like, 90?
Whatever the board's pleasure is, we can certainly reach out to the residents in either of those timeframes.
Okay.
And I'm told through the clerk of the board that the board meetings we'd be looking at would be December 3rd or 10th.
You guys want to do this for
That'd be 60
Christmas or New Year's? Let's go January.
Okay, great. We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have dates for January.
The first meeting, the second meeting in January.
Second meeting in January, sounds good.
And we don't have a date for that, is that right? Do we have a date for that? We do not?
No, so it would be, like you said, the meeting in January.
Second meeting in January.
Okay.
You'll have more road funds by then.
Okay, great. We have a motion and a second. We need a vote, and the motion passes. Waiting on Supervisor Patty. It's 5-0 to be continued to the second meeting in January. At this time, we're going to recess till 1 o'clock for a quick break, so we'll see you guys back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Which one?
K-Town, it just opened up.
Oh, I saw a lot of people there
That's
yesterday.
good. The wait is crazy. It was like an hour and a half.
We were at the other one.
Yogi
on Saturday. It was good.
Yeah, yeah. I find that Yogi is a little bit more expensive than K-Town is. K-Town's nice because they have the hot pot option.
Oh,
For $5
okay.
more, which I like. It's a
All
kinda
you can
simple-
eat?
Sorry?
Is it all you can eat?
All you can eat too. Yeah. It's good. It's solid. It's nice and clean.
How long have they been open?
2 weeks.
Took them a while to get
They did.
rolling.
It's a nice restaurant inside. It's like all brand new. I mean, just the decor looks nice. Like Yogi, it kind of feels a little bit like kind of gloomy and dark. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of a little bit needs a little bit more lighting, but I think I like.
They were
Yogi.
busy.
Oh yeah.
When we were leaving, there was a lot of people still waiting to go in. Outside, they were waiting.
Oh yeah. Korean barbecue in this town is pretty hot. Continues to be pretty hot. Yeah, good stuff.
It's a lot of food though.
Yeah, it is. Definitely get your
I
food.
mean, you sit there and I gotta get $35 worth of food. You're gonna leave hungry.
I think I went for the premium. It was like 40 something. It was like 44 or something, whatever it was. It was like a low, medium, and a high. I just went for the highest one because I like the galbi and all that.
Oh, okay.
But it was pretty pricey. But I think Cape Town is a little bit cheaper. It's
Oh, is
like
it?
40 with the hot pot.
Oh, okay.
Which is a good deal.
I'm about to try it.
Yeah, definitely come. See how long this one is. 30-minute break.
Ed, you ready? Ready? Okay. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. For time's sake, we're gonna move item number 4, a discussion item, CAO, accept the fiscal year 2024 American Rescue Plan Act, State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Report. Ms. Brandy Hopkins is available. Thank you. Good Brandy.
Somebody go.
Whenever you're ready.
Waiting for the presentation.
PowerPoint's coming right up.
Sorry about that. I can get started. So good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CAO, Regalo, and County Council. Today we are presenting the federal requirements through the U.S. Treasury for our fiscal year 2024 American Rescue Act State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Report. What we're going to try to focus on for the board this afternoon are actual outcomes of the use of ARPA funds. And I'll be brief so that we can allow our presenters to have most of the time. So just an overview for the board. The State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Program is part of the ARPA plan. It was signed into law in March of 2021. This bill included $65.1 billion in direct flexible aid to every county, and San Joaquin was allocated and received $148 million. Allocations were intended to support COVID-19 response efforts, but in a very, very broad sense. So we were looking at replacement of lost public sector revenue, support for immediate economic stabilization, and resources to address systematic public health and economic challenges. That also included aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality. Funds need to be obligated, as our CAO has explained to the board and the community previously, by December 31st of 2024 and need to be expended by December 31st of 2026. We have annual reporting requirements to the U.S. Department of Treasury, as I mentioned, by July 31st of each year, and that's what we're going to do this afternoon, to spend a few minutes highlighting things from that report. This report details the board's approved use of funds for promoting those equitable outcomes, community engagement, labor practices, and performance outcomes, and it also includes a project inventory. And it really is about our strategy and goals under the board's direction for the use of ARPA funds. The report every year also highlights new programs, and then this last reporting 2024 year, the board approved several numerous programs, some in negative economic impacts, mainly related to the repair and replacement of numerous local veterans organizations and community centers, implementation of the Stockton Takes Action Against Retail Theft, or the START program, and then under public health, negative economic impact public sector capacity, funding to assist the local fire districts. This afternoon, we're actually going to focus on outcomes related to supporting veterans and outcomes related to our First Five program. The Board of Supervisors has allocated over $4 million to local veterans organizations. There are 7 veterans organizations that have received ARPA funding through the board's policy direction. As of June 30th, $1.6 million of that has been spent. Most of these have been about improvements to the veterans' facilities and other needs for veterans in our local community. We have several veterans groups here to speak today, and I will ask them to come up. Our first one is American Legion Post 172 Tracy, and that is Commander Von Gates. And he's going to share a little bit about where American Legion Post is with their current ARPA-funded projects through the board. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me. County Supervisors, thank you for what you do every day out here trying to make things right. And so it is appreciated by some, us, all right? But this fund you saw, we got over $800,000. That building is a 1940 built building that sat at 10th Street in Central and Tracy in the 40s and the 50s. It was a center of entertainment, of bingo, dances, dinners and stuff in downtown Tracy there. For some reason, they decided to move it They moved the whole building, lifted it up and drove it over their current location on Tracy Boulevard, just south of Grant Line, across from, what is that, whatever that fast food place is. But that building then was put down and we had an extension on it. There was nothing out that wasn't called Tracy Boulevard then. So it's been in its current location and very few improvements were done. So we had a lot to look at to get fixed, and it's being accomplished by you. It's gonna be actually a modern building with modern facilities and everything. We're gonna put solar on the roof. We've got a brand new roof, all new air conditionings. We have inside a sound system, made it sound proof. We've got outside being all stuccoed over, all new signs being placed like that. Well, we have all new chairs and tables. And all these projects, it's been a slow process because of dry rot we found in our building, other things. You know, we still have galvanized plumbing, and it's all been replaced, the plumbing, electrical, all been replaced. And one good thing about all this basically is our local contractors, as much as possible, have benefited from what you've done also. So your private industry, and we do mention you. This is where the money came from, the grant from the county supervisors. So we don't leave that out. So we've got a few things left to do. Probably it won't be done the next year sometime, but we're working on it. And again, we just thank you very much. It's currently used basically for the community. We have a huge law enforcement dinner every year, recognizing all the law enforcement in the South County and the fire departments in South County. And that's one of the big community events we have. So it is used for, besides veterans, it's always open to veterans. And I just want to thank Sarah Sickler, her name. Mm-hmm. She is very helpful with this process because, you know, we fill out the documents and send it in there, and she makes sure that everything's taken care of. Well, just thank you again for everything you've done for veterans. And several other posts are here. I've been to them, and they're really looking a lot different than they used to be. They're new now. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Dalton from VFW Post 1051 in Ripon.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, County Administrator, and Sarah Sickler. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Steve Dalton, and I am a retired county employee. I was a fire marshal, retired in 2009, and I made a decision to volunteer at the VFW post down in Ripon, and after 5 years, I can say that I made the right move. So we have completed a lot of things. I've given you a list that you can take and read on your lunch break of all of the different projects that we have started, and some of them on the final page are still in progress. We have new kitchen equipment, we have new heating and air conditioning equipment, we have a new roof. One of the biggest things we have is the new solar system, which now makes our utility bills almost bearable. We have a lot of refrigeration equipment for our canteen, and so our PG&E bill has been very extreme during the summer months. Now it's actually pretty close to nothing. So we also have replaced the air conditioning units, and we've insulated the roof, so we've got all energy efficient windows. We've painted the inside, we've painted the outside. And we're in the process now of putting in a 1,750 square foot storage building in the back of our unit. We've had Connex boxes storage out there where, and if anybody knows anything about a Connex box, once you put something in there, it's pretty much disappeared for life because they're very small, unorganized. So that process is just now beginning to get started. But like I say, we're a community organization, and we have a lot of veterans events that we invite the community of Ripon to our post. We just had our annual veterans car show, and we had 125 classic cars there from people all over San Joaquin County, and we do that once a year. So we really appreciate what the board has done and want to thank you very much for that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is from Carl Ross, Post 16, David Avalos. They moved on me.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Tina, would you like to speak first? Would you like to say something?
Yes. Thank you, Chairman, Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for giving us this opportunity, and thanking Sarah and the community for the improvements that we've been able to make there at the post. But first of all, Carl Ross Post has been very dedicated to helping the Toys for Tots car show, and our Chairman McGavia put up a good luncheon for us that we're able to make some money to help the Toys for Car show.
Okay. Tino asked me to come up here and speak, so I'm just going to say a bunch of thank yous to you guys, because what Carl Ross does and what Carl Ross is we don't just have the American Legion there. We have the SALs, we have the Women's Auxiliary, we have the Boy Scouts, we have the Marine Corps Club, and we also host a bunch of community events. We have weddings, we have anniversaries, we have quinceañeras, and we work within the community. We celebrate a lot within the community. So everything that's done, we share with the community. Some of the things also, just some of the things that the money has done for us, with the new lighting, with expandability, with addressing ADA laws and compliance, and they're even working on it now. So that allows us to access more of the community, more of the disabled veterans, gives other veterans in the community awareness of who we are, where we are, what we're doing, because we created another network. By you guys giving us that money, we've expanded our ability to do a whole bunch of other things. So we're very grateful for that, because it doesn't only help the American Legion Post, it does help the community at large. So thank you for that.
Also, being able to pay off a lot of the bills, we've been able to work with Victory Gardens, helping those veterans out there, letting them remember that they are veterans. And with the help of Supervisor Patty, when you brought in Tyson, the community was packed, and they really appreciated having Tyson there. Helping the other veterans, when we go out to Victory Gardens, we play the military songs, and when they hear their branch of service playing, they stand up straight. They remember that we love them and they are not forgotten. So thank you again. Oh, one thing that when they remodeled the hall, if any of you guys were there when we had the stage, I was post commander for about 25 years, and we had a lot of events there on the stage. And our new commander said, Tino, we're going to remodel the hall. We're going to take down the stage. Oh, that hurt. That hurt, but we had a new generation, and they wanted to bring up the post. So it looks really modern now, and we thank you all for all your work in helping us. And Sarah, I've been on the emails with them, and I know what Sal's been doing. So again, thank you so much.
Our last veterans organization speaking today is the American Legion from Ripon, and it's Stephen Verber.
Good afternoon, Chairman, County Supervisors, CAO. I want to first thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak to you this afternoon. This money, the funds that we received via ARPA to do our building improvements has been nothing short of a blessing. Our building in Ripon, I think approximately it was rebuilt in the 60s after it was burnt down. And so there was a lot of surprises when we got to dig into this. But what the money has done for us was replace the roof, new heating and air, electrical, lighting. We finally got to, so it's actually a post. It wasn't really meant to be an office building, but we were able to incorporate an office into there now. And what that does for us is it allows us to have conversations with veterans. They can come in, sit down, we can help them get through VA benefits process. So it's also going to come back to the forefront of the Ripon community. I remember when I was a kid growing up there, all the events that happened at the Legion was always out there. And it kind of got taken away or forgotten about over time. Now everybody in town is talking about what's going on there, how's it going, when are you guys gonna be done, are we gonna be able to use the building again? Much like other posts, we have a Sons of the American Legion, we also have an auxiliary, we host the Ripon Garden Club meetings, the Lion Club meetings, but more importantly, it's gonna be more welcoming and friendly to our veterans. And try to build on that and have a post that's more engaged in the community, more events happening there, just not for veterans, but for everybody in the community as well. And I will say, I want to keep it short because I know it's been a long day, but I do want to say that the process of going through all of this has been amazing. I too would like to compliment Sarah Sickler and the ease in how this whole process could go. I've spent 22 years in the military, another 19 years serving in Stanislaus County, and I see how sometimes things can move extremely slow with a lot of hiccups, but this has been a fantastic process, and I want to thank you all for that very much.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Petty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just, I know you veterans that are here, and as our day goes on, you may be leaving, but I wanted to say, and perhaps on behalf of the board, when the ARPA funds were available and we looked at the many different pockets, we turned to the CAO's office, and one thing that we noticed here, and again, myself and Supervisor Villaputra, 8 years, people that we have a lot of local nonprofits and non-government organizations, but people that were never coming here were the veterans. And as all the board members here would attest, we go to the functions and air conditioning's bad, broken windows, something in the bathroom's not working, antiquated kitchens, non-ADA. So this was an opportunity for us to bring some funds to you, and you ask so little in the community. You've served our country, and you're continuing to serve our community and serving each other in your help and outreach to the veterans. So this was a small token of what we could do. It's very meaningful. I know in Manteca, they were doing chicken dinners for $11 and needed to raise $300,000, and that would have taken 60 years before they were able to upgrade their facilities. So the fact that we could do this, and we appreciate that you're here to say thank you. Sarah, you're the belle of the ball, so thank you for the work that you did with our veterans to make it as easy as it is. But we as a board are proud of the opportunity to help our veterans organizations as you, as I said, continue to help the community and veterans. So thank you.
Sir, before you leave, our PIO is requesting a picture. If you guys can come down, we get everybody involved and we get a picture of the board. 2, 3. Thank you, Tom Hattie.
Get us to where we need to be. There we go. I'll go ahead and introduce you and then you can take it away.
Thank you very much, ladies.
Thank you so much. Thank you for staying all day.
No, I agree. Supervisor Rickman, you want to speak?
I wasn't gonna, everybody already took off. I just want to say, hey, thank you guys. It's, you know, the cool thing about San Joaquin County, the cool thing about this board is that, you know, we honor our veterans, we honor our military, and we love our country. And so it's nice to be in a community that sets its priorities right.
Director Hopkins, do you want to continue?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Board members, thank you for recognizing our veterans and the work that they're doing with the ARPA funding. I'm going to introduce Maricela Pineda, our Executive Director of First 5 San Joaquin, and she's going to discuss their progress on their use of over $6 million of ARPA funds.
Well, good afternoon, good afternoon, Chair Villa-Pudua, as well as members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm thrilled to have this opportunity to share with you all the generous approvals of ARPA funds, which has helped us to be able to expand our programs and services and support our families through the transition of the pandemic. Here you'll see the various programs that were funded through ARPA. And thanks to the Board of Supervisors' approval of contingency funds and ARPA funding, First 5 was able to reinstate the SJT Care Coordination Program to support 5 local agencies to provide oral health care coordination. Together, these agencies serve nearly 1,400 Medi-Cal-eligible families and their children with much-needed services and education. Here we see a story that resonates with many of our families, a mother's concern and embarrassment of not being able to bring her child into the dentist, fully acknowledging and aware of the importance of oral health, but fearful of her ability to cover the cost of the visit. Thanks to the support of the Board of Supervisors, this parent received assistance with scheduling her daughter's first dental visit, which turned out to be a great success. During the pandemic, we also saw that there was an increase in need for special needs services. Thanks to ARPA funding, we've been able to expand our Help Me Grow program, providing more screenings as well as referrals and access to needed developmental services. Over the last year, 1,300 children received developmental screenings, and approximately 35% of those received referrals to developmental supports. Under the Grandparents Initiative, First 5 partnered with First 5 was able to provide home visiting support to grandparents. This allowed grandparents to continue their support of families with childcare, as well as enhancing their quality of care. This past year, we served 246 grandparents and 343 children. Now, this story that we show here truly captures the essence of the program, which, just to note, we've changed the names of those participants. This is about a couple in their 60s who've been caring for their 2.5-year-old grandson since birth due to their daughter's personal circumstances. After starting the program, they were pleasantly surprised by the home visitor coming to their home with a variety of age-appropriate activities and materials. Angela shared that her home visitor brought chalk, paint, bubbles, and even had the families going out and doing scavenger hunts in their backyard. This individual also shared that she completed her first aid class and was able to receive trainings on how to get her child to socialize more with children. We also had an opportunity to expand our home visitation program through these funds. Home visitation continues to be a cornerstone program based on the benefits that are listed here. This past year, we served 255 children and their families. In addition to providing direct services, ARPA funding also allowed us to build capacity within local home visiting programs in an effort for them to be able to retain their staff as well as enhance their services. So thanks to ARPA funding, we were able to support a workforce summit to provide training and networking opportunities for 170 local home visitors and other staff. Thanks to ARPA, we also were able to provide a variety of trainings and supports to both home visitors and their supervisors. The last area of investment was the expansion of our family engagement. After the pandemic, many of our families were hesitant to re-engage in the community. But thanks to the Board of Supervisors and First Five was able to expand our family engagement services to Tracy Unified School District. Through this investment, the district provided and made available to families the bilingual curriculum Abriendo Puertas, which incorporates culturally familiar activities to promote school readiness and family well-being. We also provided parenting opportunities, and individuals reported they felt supported and were able to build a network. As we can see here, looking into the next year, we will continue many of these investments, specifically with our SJ Teeth Care Coordination, our Help Me Grow screenings and referral services, and our home visitation workforce development efforts. In closing, I just want to provide a special thank you to our Commissioner, Chair Villa-Pudua, for his service on the Commission, as well as our Board of Supervisors for your continued support, and the County Administrator's Office for this opportunity to share this information. Thank you.
Well, Marissa, I want to thank you also for doing a great job of leading First Five. Always on top of it and doing a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to comment? Okay, does that finish our discussion?
We're almost done.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be fast.
That's your time.
Just need the presentation back.
Okay.
Board members, this is the cover of our report that was submitted to the U.S. Treasury. And for the public, if they're interested in reviewing the report, along with our previous reports, you can find them at sjready.org, disasters/recovery. Lastly, board members, today, our recommendation is that you accept this fiscal year 2024 American Rescue Plan Act State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Report. And the CAO and I are here to answer any questions if you have any.
Any questions from the board? I see none. I'm going to open public comment real fast. Anybody from the public like to comment or any question regarding this report? I see none. I'll close public comment. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, I just want to commend CAO Regalo for always doing all the work, because she said all this money that you guys give out, we have to hold the people accountable. I want to give you a shout out for all the work that you and your staff have done, so thank you.
Yeah, great job, Sandy. Director Hawkins or Sandy, is there any money left in this fund, or is it all spent?
It's all been obligated.
Obligated.
I was losing the word. Sorry about
Oh,
that.
no problem.
It has all been obligated.
Correct.
No,
And
great
this
job.
board, if you recall, in the last month sometime, when we came back with the $5 million that we had left, we reallocated what was left, and at the time, the board approved to go with any excess towards, I believe it was the public works maintenance projects.
Okay, great. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Any dollars left over so we can maybe upgrade and get rid of these ridiculous microphones?
I'm sure we can look for some opportunities for
All
that.
right, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Out with our,
Supervisor Rickman.
And that was an odd request, because I think we all know, we didn't think, well, we all know Tom has never met a microphone he hasn't liked, so. But no, hey, I want to just reiterate what my colleague stated. You know, Sandy, thank you. I mean, we were on the phone with you constantly. Sarah, thank you, you know, for doing a great job that you do. And it just goes to show you the great employees that we do. You know, we can be up here and make policy and make decisions, but the folks that implement those decisions here in our county are the workhorses. So, you know, thank you all very much. And we're very, very fortunate to be in a position to have these funds to do the things that we have done to make the community even better. And we're not just talking one community, but the entire community of San Joaquin County. So it's a blessing.
No doubt. Anyone else?
Thank
Do you need a motion? Yes, correct?
Yes.
Sure,
To
motion.
accept the report.
Motion to accept the report. A second.
We have a first and a second. We have a vote, please. Waiting on Supervisor Ding. Should we do a roll call vote?
Supervisor Ding? Yes. Supervisor Canepa? Yes. Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
Chairman Villa-Pudua?
Yes, the motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to item number 1, District 3, a board discussion on the vendor selection process for garbage collection in San Joaquin County Refuge Service Area C. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. I know issues come up to the board in the past, and we've had a couple of vacillations in what we're looking for, and there was a lack of certainty in one regard, is the process we were going forward with was going to be basically restricted to lowest bid. And speaking with our Public Works Director and County Council, there's very little wiggle room to see what's the best value for our county. And I think that was the spirit of what the board was looking for. So we put this on the agenda to have a little bit more of a discussion. County Council's done some research. They can have some options for us to consider and go forward with, and again, feedback from Public Works. So I know we've got some interested parties here. They may have some comments to say, but I think we needed to get some clarity. It was more than just lowest bid. And we didn't want Public Works that'll be making this final selection to be narrowed and restricted to just that. So I thought this is worth bringing back to the board for clarification. With that, Chair, I would turn over perhaps to Public Works with opening discussion.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
We have been working with County Council over the past several weeks to evaluate options by which a vendor could be selected for this contract. The board's initial direction was to put it out to bid, and as we discussed last time, as I explained, a bid process is essentially where the price is either entirely or almost entirely based on price. And we've set up a set of bid documents that sets forth some minimum requirements and qualifications, and and once those requirements are met, the decision's based on price. Other types of contracts, well, let me start here. County Council has found in the Public Resources Code another option that would allow this type of contract to be awarded without competitive bidding. And so potentially non-price factors could be included as well. Of course, that introduces some complexities into the process, especially to the extent that those factors are subjective. But similar, we could perhaps incorporate them similar to what we do in consult proposals when we're selecting based on qualifications only. You turn them into some sort of numerical rating system, and then you specify the basis up front in the RFP, and base your selection on the way you've laid it out in the RFP. We would strongly recommend that price be, if the board wants to head this direction, price be a major consideration, but there's other factors that we've been looking to the board for guidance on what we could potentially include. We'll have to do a little research. I'm not sure. We have no experience with a contract of this type being awarded on based on in part non-price factors. So we want to do a little research in terms to try to determine how that's successfully been done, and if there's any general input from the board today, we'd like to do that research and put together a basis of award that we want to bring back to the board for a policy decision on that. What we don't want to do is go through the process and have the board say that's not the way we should award this contract. I will say it'll take a little time for us to sort through these complexities. We do have a bid package that's just about ready to go. We do, the only thing we are waiting on, we would have to come for the board to adopt a resolution or consider adopting a resolution that would authorize us to put the contract out to bid. And if we do that on I think we could do that on October 22nd. That would put us back in front of the board with a potential recommendation for contract award by the December 10th meeting. Worst case, we'd be looking at sometime in January, but I think we stand a fair chance of being able to come back in December.
Okay.
So, Chairman, with that said, talking with Public Works and getting some feedback and doing a little research myself, and I know that we're going to have
advice from our county council, but something I believe this board, we should consider more than just bid and price is, one, legal authority. California Public Contract Code, particularly section 20133, allows public agencies to consider factors beyond price in contract awards, such as local agency procurement policies, can also support the best value approach. The evaluation criteria, agencies can evaluate bids based on quality, performance, experience, and other relevant factors. Procurement practices, the best value approach is commonly used in both state and local governments contracts and can be aligned with federal guidelines for federally funded projects. So things we look for in that criteria would be quality of service, experience, qualifications, environmental responsibility, local engagement, and cost considerations, which is definitely a factor. And again, I believe we need to also consider what's the best value while we qualify the bid price. So, and that's where that discussion has gone with Public Works, that you guys aren't hamstrung to just one criteria, lowest bid. So with that, Chairman, through the chair, I'd ask County Council if you could provide to us, I believe we've got a couple of options to hear from you, and then the board can discuss it and obviously public comment.
Sure. I'll just kind of take off where Fritz left off. There are basically two code provisions which are applicable. One is Public Resources Code 40059, which indicates that you may award a franchise agreement either with or without competitive bidding. Then there's another code section, which is Public Resources Code 49201, which indicates that you are to award a franchise agreement to the lowest qualified bidder. Now, that sounds contradictory. The way it's been resolved is through a case called Eel River, which held that if a board decides to put a franchise agreement out to bid, it must award it to the lowest qualified bidder. Alternatively, you may award a franchise agreement through a non-competitive bid process. The code doesn't actually say anything about best value. It leaves it fairly open-ended as to how you might exercise your right to award a franchise agreement through a non-competitive process. But one option would be, and this I think is a fairly common approach, one option is to do a request for proposals, which is a competitive process, but it's not the same thing as a request for bids. And if you did a request for proposals, then you can, the board could decide what factors it thinks are important, and going to your point of trying to get best value, you could try to incorporate within the request for proposals something you think as the board represents the best value. So that is an option. There is even the option, as has been done with respect to the other 4 franchise agreements and has been done in the past with respect to all these areas, to just simply award to whoever you decide you want to award it to. That's the reason why we've been able to renew those contracts in the past without doing bids or even requests for proposals. So you have 3 options, but probably from the feedback I've heard, the board, it sounded like either wants to go with their request for bids, which, as Fritz has indicated, I guess they're ready to go with and could do expeditiously. But if the board instead wanted to take an approach where there's more flexibility and where factors other than cost were considered, then I think you probably want to do a request for proposals. If you do that, I think there's going to be some homework that needs to be done to establish what the board thinks is valuable in analyzing the various proposals. Because as Fritz also indicated, I'm sure you don't want to have the department decide what they think is best value, come back to you in a few months, and then have the board say, no, we disagree. That's not what we think represents, what we think is important in terms of evaluating the proposals. So if you're going to go with the request for proposals idea, I think we need to be able to give feedback to the department what factors to consider and what weight to give those factors. Maybe a way to do that will be just a suggestion, you could set up an ad hoc committee. But obviously, with a request for proposals, will be a little bit more drawn out of process, as the director indicated.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Supervisor Canepa.
So one of the questions, I went to a very successful garbage, pickup day over the weekend at UEI College, which is from the city. We did one at John R., but it was raining that day, so it wasn't very well attended. So how do those come in? Is that part of it, or how does that get negotiated? Hey, there's some perks with, at least with the city contract, that there was certain values in the garbage that, at city facilities and cleanups. How does that come into either one of these processes? I mean, so that's kind of my question is, so, and then how do you judge? So if I promise the moon and then I don't give the moon, who, you know what I mean? If I say I could do all these things and then they don't, what is the repercussions? That's a two-parter.
David Tolliver, Deputy Director of Operations. Good afternoon, members of the board. Through the chair, Supervisor Canepa, the rate that's established factors in, so the rate that is negotiated with residential rate hauler factors in all of the different service components. And so it's an agreed upon schedule of events or activities that we have. And should the hauler not comply, then there's different remedies in the contract to force compliance or to highlight that issue and to offer corrective action. So it's a contractual issue that we deal with.
Okay, so then that's the question. So then if somebody says that they're gonna do more, so you're just putting out in the bid proposal, this is what we want. I mean, obviously, because that was one of the contentions. The city did street sweeping, the franchise agreement. So I mean, how do you do that? Because that was what I was thinking. Great, if we're not getting the franchise agreement, possibly there would be a better rate for citizens, and that was my concern with the original proposal. So I mean, how do we make it fair and equitable so that, you know what I mean, somebody, when you do a grading, is that what you would do? So then you would take that and you would grade, you have a committee that grades the proposals, or is it just dollar?
For the services, excuse me, through the chair, for the services that we want, we would prescribe those in either in the bid documents or the request for proposals. So what we want in terms of service, community cleanups, other, curbside pickups, that sort of thing, we will prescribe that in the desired services.
Okay, and request for bid doesn't allow that, request for bid?
It does. It would be part of, either way, we'll prescribe desired services in either a bid or a proposal document.
So I'm trying to understand the difference between an RFB and an RFP.
The RFP allows us to factor in non-price considerations in the award decisions. For example, some type of local hire or local ownership, local operation, that kind of thing could be considered. Other non-price considerations that the board might find valuable to the community. And they have to be specific, specific enough that we can reasonably define them and rate based on those criteria, the non-price factors.
Okay, now that's written out, or that's just what the people apply for, and then you do the grading?
That will all be written out, and the basis for the award will be, in an RFP, if we go that route, the basis for award will be outlined in the document, so people will know up front what the basis for award will be.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Through the chair.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify something. We got to be careful with local hire and local preference. Local hire is not something generally we can provide advantages for, absent there being evidence that people from outside the area coming and taking our jobs. A local preference for a local company, that's allowed, although if we're going to do it and we're going to simultaneously indicate we're trying to get best value, we need to tie that preference to somehow that giving us additional value.
To the community, yeah.
To the community, yeah. We can't, and
We'll follow the base of the law. We're not looking to go
right. I just didn't want
outfield.
any misunderstanding.
Yeah, I don't think we're making that decision now. And I like the idea you had of an ad hoc committee. that maybe we could form that and appoint that today. Could we legally do that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. Couple things. Non-price consideration, is that what we're limited to, correct? Because, I mean, I see like a similarity. Hey, I've done a lot of development agreements. I've done a lot of different stuff, you know, when I was mayor. But, you know, it just reminds me of a DA agreement. You know, it's like, hey, you know, in order for you to, you know, build these homes, for example, we want a $5 million field or something. That's not what we're talking about, right? We're talking about services, because you're talking about non-price consideration.
Yes, we're talking about the manner, the nature of the company, their manner in which they would provide services that somehow adds value, you know, that would be considered in the award.
But we're not talking about this board throwing something in the contract and saying, hey, in order to get this contract, you have to do a community benefit, I guess you would call it. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, I just want to make sure we're not getting into this pay-to-play kind of thing.
No,
Through the chair,
Yes,
if
sir.
it's okay, just to try, and I hate to bring this one up because I know this was controversial, but probably an analogous situation would be the way the morgue was awarded, where it wasn't, the building of the morgue was awarded. I know that was controversial, but it's an example that I'm familiar with. And in that situation, we didn't just simply look at who can build it cheapest. We looked at factors like how long have you been in business, how many buildings of this type have you done, and beforehand there was set criteria and a weight given. Well, this category will count for 20%. This category will count for 15%, et cetera. So everybody knew up front what was weighted and what was most important in trying to get the award from the county. And then, of course, we also had in there, price will constitute, I don't know what percentage it was, but pick a percentage, 60% of the decision-making. So it's that type of thing that would go into the analysis.
I just want to make sure we're steering clear of this pay-to-play stuff, which I just don't agree with. Now, what does it do with precedent? I mean, if we're doing this for one, do we have to do it for everybody? Are we going to put ourselves into a position, down the road in which we're doing an RFP, the same process, and now everybody's going to be requesting exactly what we're doing here? So are we changing policy as a whole, or are we just changing on a one-time thing? Anybody?
It'll be up to the board. The board will decide on it. If you do this as an RFP, that doesn't mean you have to do it as an RFP for the others. It doesn't mean you have to do it as an RFP the next time this comes up for renewal. And vice versa. If you do this as a bid, that doesn't mean you can't next time do it as an RFP.
Fritz, what do you think on that question? I mean, it makes your job tougher, when you come to things like this?
RFP process is a little more involved, both on, the developing the solicitation document and in making the decision on the award. We'll, for example, have to probably have a selection committee that, rates the proposals and comes up with the recommendation. A bid process is a little more mechanical and straightforward, but I tend to agree with county council. You're not necessarily limiting yourself to the same process. You're not setting precedent for future selections because you pick one or the other this time.
Okay, and then, of course, that's what I'm always concerned about, a precedent. And this doesn't touch, I think it touches all your districts, right, what we're talking about. And so the ad hoc committee, and my last point, or my last question is, who determines what's going to be this non-price consideration? I mean, it shouldn't be me. It's not my, district. So out of you four, should it come back to the board? And have a discussion? I'm just looking at from my viewpoint.
Right.
You know, if it's just two of you decide, and what if the other two don't agree?
We need you to vote.
Yeah.
No, I'll vote on this one.
Through the chair, if I could, my recommendation would be that the recommendation of the ad hoc committee would be brought back to the full board before the
Right.
RFP is released.
All right, I'll just don't be devil's advocate. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
County Council, I have a question. So we gave Republic Services 30 days to negotiate a contract with the county, and they were unable to do it. Can we legally give, like Cal Waste, 30 days to exclusively negotiate a contract with the county?
That would be a non-competitive, non-competitive bid process, and so, yes, you could do that.
Okay. Fritz, is that something you're open to?
We'll do as the board directs. Absolutely.
Okay. Anyone else like to comment before we open public comment? Okay, Supervisor Ding.
Not that it matters, because
Right.
in this conversation, it started off, I wanted to put it out to bid, and you guys didn't, and then they came back, and it was what they wanted, and you guys wanted to change the bar, so I guess it doesnn't matter. This is kind of a week-by-week decision. Republic was supposed to come back in 30 days.
Right.
So they didn't come back with anything?
I don't think they met the criteria, correct?
We rejected it.
Who rejected it?
We, the board.
When?
2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
The 30-day bid, they brought it back, we rejected it, and so it's sitting idle right now. No, with no bid, and that's, okay. But the bidding process we're doing now is more than just C, we're doing all of them.
No.
Just C.
Same universe.
We're just doing just C.
Yes.
Same universe. Yeah.
Okay.
At this time, we're going to open public comment. Please come forward if you have a question or a comment. All right.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board, CAO. My name is Kevin Basso. This morning, I believe you all received an email from California Waste with a legal opinion stating really the three options that have been discussed here. And the first, of course, was a request for a bid. That's the most restrictive and rarely, if ever, used for a solid waste franchise anymore. Second, of course, was to do exclusive negotiations with a provider. And third is a request for proposal. And the request for proposal is the broadest, and it gives you the greatest latitude, and it also gives providers the greatest latitude to bring maybe a unique twist in their proposal that is not stated as one of the options, but a service that that provider thinks is very attractive and necessary for a county like yours. So we certainly support a request for proposal over a request for a bid. I want to first commend this board for getting here to this process. It's taken a lot of work and a lot of staff's work. And it hasn't gone unnoticed, the hard work staff has done behind the scenes to get here on a process that's really been going on for over 6 months. Our county residents have already benefited from our efforts, your efforts, and literally will benefit from that for years to come. The process has really created a competitive environment in a system that has not seen competition in decades. Price has already been driven down. California Waste, Dave Vaccarezza, his sons, Rudy and Casey, and myself, two local industry leaders that have spent our careers and our family legacies here providing solid waste services right here in San Joaquin County. We request the same courtesy that was provided to Republic. We request 30 days to sit with staff and take the template that's in place and bring our twist to it and negotiate essentially a comprehensive, very competitive solid waste franchise proposal. So we asked for that today. Barring that, we certainly support the RFP process over the RFB, but we would like that same courtesy as local vendors that have provided services. Cal Waste has provided services in this county for over 100 years, and we would like to have the opportunity to sit with staff and come up with a solid waste franchise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Supervisors. Mike Hakem, 3414 Brookside Road in Stockton. We know that over these last 4 months, the board's consideration was primarily about the best price and the lowest cost for the constituents, your clients. Now the issue has shifted to value, and I don't disagree that value is an option for consideration in the larger scheme of the proposal. When you have same or similar services, which we do here, price is certainly one of the most important ingredients and the lowest common denominator of what the proposal really looks like and how it affects your constituents every month. Price should be a major identifier and a major ingredient in any consideration. We support the RFP process, and we would ask for consideration at the ad hoc committee that you include the qualifications and experience of the applicant, the infrastructure capacity of the applicant to provide the service, the applicant's financial capability, environmental sustainability, existing and municipal references from other relationships, certainly litigation history, and technological capability. So those are some of the things that we've been talking about including in an evaluation of an RFP. And certainly we do not support sole source at this point, this afternoon, without an opportunity to have an ad hoc committee consider all the ingredients that should go into an RFP to bring you the best product for the best price with the best variance on values for your constituents. With all due respect, we submit that to you this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come speak for the board? Supervisor Ding.
Okay, I want to clarify something here. The Republic's bid was not, it was officially rejected, you're right. You guys voted against me once again. That's cool. Republic did exactly what it went out to bid to do. They were said, you know, all of measures, all of District C, you will beat the city of Stockton price, A, B, C. When it came back to the board, the bar was moved. And then you guys wanted, yes, it was. You wanted other criteria added, and that's okay with me too. But, and that's, so it wasn't rejected because they didn't meet the qualifications. It was because this board moved the bar. That being said, I still want this thing opened up, like I did the very first meeting, 3 meetings ago, to a competitive bid, RFP. But I don't think Republic should be excluded from it because they actually did what you asked them to do. You just changed the rules of the game on them. At the same time, I've got local guys, nothing personal, Republic, but I don't know you. You know, I know these guys. They're part of the community, and I want to give them a shot too. You've been servicing the area for 37 years. You deserve a shot. Do your focus group or whatever the heck you're going to do for RFP and figure it out. But I don't think it should be single source. It just doesn't pass the smell test to me.
Can I make a point of clarification?
Yes.
They keep on talking about the last meeting vote. What did we vote on? I mean, I thought we voted for an RFP.
No, Republic brought back, because in the first meeting, after I wanted to put it out to bid, and everybody said, no, we're not putting it out to bid, we're gonna renegotiate it with Republic, and they were given a criteria. And that criteria, and my criteria to them was, it had to be all of District C. I didn't really care about Ben Holt, nothing personal, Paul. I cared about Murata, Campo, everybody else. They came back with a proposal for all of Measure C, which actually, for my residents in my district, lowered their rates, provided more services than they ever had, and did exactly what they were asked to do, which was meet the city. There was some talk about a franchise fee, that wasn't included in that. Franchise fee in this contract isn't legal anyway, but that's beside the point. So they decided to send it back out, and that's what your vote last week or 2 weeks ago was, no on Republics, because we wanted to broaden the scope and talk about value and everything else. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't find it very businesslike to exclude a particular company from bidding when they did exactly what the board asked them to do originally. They should at least be included.
But my point is, just like what you said, we voted no on Republic.
Well, you didn't, you
Well, I
abstained, but
you
that's
guys
okay.
Voted no on Republic, and then it went to an RFP for everybody, right?
Correct.
That's what it happened, so.
Correct.
So we have an RFP out there, now, for proposal, for bidding, whatever it may be, and now it's back here to change that once again to something else.
Yeah, just, again, through the chair.
Yes, sir.
My understanding as to what happened, and the clerk of the board has indicated she has the minutes. My understanding of what happened is there was a proposal by Republic to renew their contract or their franchise agreement, because they had some period of time to re-up their franchise agreement. The board opted not to renew their franchise agreement, and instead said we should put this to a competitive process, we should put it out to bid. Case law, in conjunction with the code sections I referenced earlier, says if you put something out to bid, you have to award to the lowest qualified bidder. Subsequent to that, Supervisor Patty contacted my office and Fritz's office and indicated he thought other factors ought to be relevant. But let's just get to the final point. You've got requests for bids, you got requests for proposals. Requests for proposals, you get to factor in things other than just cost. Requests for bids, you have to only award to the lowest qualified bidder.
So we voted for, or four of us voted for RFB, now we're bringing it back for an RFP.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, I just want to get clarification, because it's getting muddy. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker, Mr. Vaqueraza, please come forward.
Hello, Chair and Board. Rudy Vaqueraza with Cal Waste. So, as Kevin stated, we're in full support of going through the RFP process. I do think the RFP keeps it a little restrictive, and it's not. It's really rigid from its outline, where it's everything is quantified and put into a price. And the RFP, I think there's been some confusion. I mean, there's still a score related to the RFP, and like the person with the best score is usually recommended by the selection committee or an ad hoc committee. So it's really just the scoring process. And either way, you want to see the best score or the lowest bidder is kind of the same concept. What I think Kevin offered, and Chair Villapudua even suggested is, hey, we're offering to sit down and just go through a negotiation rather than put this thing out to RFP, which is a little bit more of a strung out process. And even from our perspective, that does create competition. I think it's, in referencing Public Resource Code 40059, it does allow that to happen. When you reference Public Resource Code 42019, it's on the competitive side, or the bid process side. So I guess what Republic has a bid out there that they sat down and negotiated with. If you allow us to sit down and negotiate with 30 days, you can still evaluate both negotiations and make a decision of those two. And that's just what we're throwing out there. But hey, if the board wants to go out to a full-blown RFP, we're 100% on board with that too. So I just wanted to clarify that on our stance as well. So.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Vaqueraza? Supervisor Patty.
Through the chair, county council or public works, you might have the answer to this. Throw out a hypothetical, and it's a question that I'm asking if it's possible. Let's say we did an ad hoc committee now, and whatever that looks like, and bring something back to the board. Concurrent to that, could we ask Public Works to engage with the interested party and see what they come up with? Because you did have 30 days with Republic, and let's just see what else is on the table. And concurrent to that, we're not losing time, because the ad hoc committee would be formulating what, if we go out, if that's not fruitful, and it's just a brick wall, and it's not going to go anywhere, and you realize like this is just a waste of time, we need to go out to the RFP. Then, because again, we have an offer from Republic, and if concurrent to your negotiating and speaking with another interested party, we formulate what the RFP would look like. Is that legal, or is that possible? We can do the two at the same time?
I think if that was the board's direction, we could pursue that.
Could do that. County Council, any reason through the chair that that's not a good idea?
It sounds rather complicated. I'm not going to say it's illegal, though. I'm not aware of anything that would make it illegal.
We like complicated. We can get things done here. Greatness grows here. All right, well, I would volunteer that as a possibility, just for the sake of time. So we'll work on RFP, but at the same time, you guys negotiate and see what comes of anything. And Republic has a viable offer that we could consider if the other ones don't meet the spirit of what we're looking for.
Supervisor Canepa.
Yeah, I thought we opened this for RFP. I mean, honestly, that's the fair and equitable way to do it. Sharpen your pencil, bring us the best offer, and you all need to do it too, Kevin and company, and bring us the best offer. For us, as for taxpayers, that's the best way to do this. I mean, and I get it, the RFP, we didn't tell them specifically, hey, there's an 18% franchise fee. You know what I mean? You need to do that. So you can't have a moving target for Republic and then not let them have another chance at bite at the apple. I mean, this is fair. We opened it up, and that was my goal, is to open this up and let everybody have a bite at the apple. So, you know what I mean? The only thing that I worry about is somebody said, oh, well, somebody from another area can come in and underbid it and then subcontract with one of these people. I do want to make sure that there's not a loophole for somebody to come and do that. You know what I mean? But I didn't know, I didn't say RFB, and I didn't know where that came from, because when we did do that, I wanted it opened up. So, I mean, and I appreciate Supervisor Patty bringing this back for clarification, but everyone needs to sharpen their pencil, do the best job, and be fair and equitable, and I think that's how you do it. If you want to win it, then you win it that way. Thank you.
Anyone else? Supervisor Rickman.
Supervisor Kemp, do you say RF, B as in boy, or P as in Paul? P as in Paul, okay.
Since Chairman, I would be willing to entertain a motion based on this, I think where the board wants to go with this. We form an ad hoc committee.
Do we need an ad hoc?
I think it's recommended. So we're working with Public Works. So, Paul, would you like to work on go on an ad hoc committee with me?
Yeah, I mean, I can. So, I mean.
I guess I kind of want to know, maybe I'd be willing to volunteer. What are we
Okay.
doing a committee for? Aren't we just sending it out for an RFP?
The criteria of what we're looking at, what the best value incorporates.
I think Public Works is really.
They're actually not. Public Works is saying they need direction from the board.
And whether that comes through an ad hoc committee or whether we take our best shot at it and come back to the board, we want that policy decision made before the RFP goes out. Because what we don't want to do is go through the process and come back and have the board say, well, no, this is way off the mark.
Would you rather present it to the board, or do you want to work with the board? You tell us your preference.
Having an avenue to get feedback from interested board members would probably be helpful. But we're, as the board desires, we're willing to take our best shot at it too.
Okay, well, my motion is that we form an ad hoc committee, myself, Paul Canepa, come back, work with Public Works on RFP, as in Paul, and bring it back to the board to finalize, and it goes out for open bid. That's my.
Well, competitive selection, let's not call it open bid.
Yeah, I'm sorry, for the proposal. Yeah, not for bid, but for competitive proposals.
And then through the chair, an implicit, we'll make it explicit in that motion, is that staff is no longer directed to pursue a request for bids.
Correct.
Because we're now pursuing.
We're foregoing the request for bids. Yes.
Instead, pursuing a request for proposals.
Yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Rickman, you have a comment?
Yes, Chairman, I completely forgot what I was going to say.
Okay.
But, I just want to make sure if we do what Supervisor Patty is going to be motioning for, or if he just made a motion, that everybody's involved, right? Every group that wants to be involved, so we're not singling out anybody.
RFP is open for anybody.
Right, I just wanted to make sure. I mean, you know, it is kind of Supervisor Ding point. I mean, 2 weeks ago, I thought we had the thing wrapped up and we're gonna move on, and now it's back here for another time. And, I mean, this is kind of a contentious topic, you could say. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to it. I mean, I'm hoping this is the last time that it's gonna come back for an RFP. If we're gonna do an RFP, if the motion is set and is voted upon, then so be it. We have ad hoc committee to come back and we deal with it and we move on. If keep on changing the goalposts and moving the goalposts is, I mean, it's frustrating on my part. It's not even my, you know, it's not even my district, but it's something we have to have some kind of permanent solution and move on without keep on changing things on a weekly basis.
Supervisor Ding.
I just, look, let's be honest here. We all got friends in the room. It's a contentious issue. I think the safest and the best role for in protecting the taxpayers and the residents, we've got professional staff that are doing this 24/7, and they know garbage better than I do, and so do the garbage companies. Let them sit down, come up with the value guidelines or whatever you want, and just bring it back into a package for us to, and that gives you time. You can talk to a few of us or whatever and get our opinions on it. But I would just be more comfortable with staff coming back instead of sending it out to a member-driven committee. My
Okay,
opinion.
Supervisor Patty, you all done? Supervisor Patty.
Yeah, thank you. First off, I agree with Supervisor Canepa when he said when we first gave them direction a couple weeks ago, it wasn't the RFB, but they had that impression that it was. That's why it came back, because we were looking more in the spirit of the RFP a few weeks ago. So that's why it's come back, because it was very narrow in scope. Supervisor Ding, I have a motion on the table. You may not want to vote to approve it, but you just heard from county staff saying, yes, they in fact would like to have some participation with the board for the process. So if we want to ignore that, or we want to engage with that, I think the quickest, easiest way is an ad hoc committee, which you can join me or you and whatever you want to be part of it. I have no problem, and certainly not a monopoly, but there is a motion on the table.
So I just have one question. So if we do that, I mean, Mr. Hakem just came up with a list of 6 variables. I mean, and that's the thing. So then do we take Cal Waste idea of what they want to be the guiding principles and what these need to be judged on, and then we have a kind of a common agreement to what the criteria are going to be? And I mean, that would be the goal of the ad hoc, right? If we did do that, to take some inputs, or is that like dancing with the devil? So I don't know.
No, we could absolutely consider those general parameters and discuss how we might kind of craft them in terms of quantifiable criteria. I think Deputy Director Tolliver and I will come forward with our own ideas based on research we've done on these types of contract awards in the past, that occurred in the past too. So I think it's all up for discussion, and we'll see where the board members want to head with it.
Okay. So everyone, just like you said, everyone will take and partake in the process.
Correct.
Okay.
And through the chair, if I could just make one more comment, I'd be remiss, I think, if I didn't mention, but as we've touched on several times, and now we're engaging an ad hoc committee to determine or recommend the award criteria. It's a slightly more involved, drawn-out process, and we were already concerned with the timing before, and we were planning to come back to the board with a recommendation for award in January or February when we last talked about this. And that allowed a 10 or 11 month transition if we were to select a new vendor. We were actually ahead of that with the RFP process. We were maybe thinking December, but I think I just want the board to be mindful of, to the extent this is a longer process, we compress that transition and preparation timeline for the new contract, which we want to be in effect January 1, There may be workarounds, we can consider when we get there, but just so you know, the longer the selection process, the more compressed the transition timeline.
Great. Supervisor Rickman.
All right, thank you, Chairman. I keep on saying last one, but thoughts keep popping in my head. Supervisor Canepa kind of mentioned something about pricing. What does this do to rates? I mean, if you have, for example, because to me it seems like we're opening Pandora's box because we're changing the way we have done things in the past. So if we go to RFB, we have the lowest price, right? The lowest price for services. RFP, that can that considerably bump up the price for these services?
Well, to be clear, price will still be a major factor. That will be one of our strong recommendations. These other factors, non-price factors, will be included, and they could affect the results. But we still expect price to be a major and probably the primary consideration. It's just these other factors will play in as well.
All right,
and overall, with the prices we're seeing, they're much less, than the prices we expected to be in compliance with 1383, SB 1383. When we asked the board to adopt a new ordinance in 2022, we prepared the board for a 30 to 50% increase in prices. We're seeing much less than that with the contracts that will be recommended for consideration by your board at the next meeting on October 8th. And I expect we'll see lower prices than that, than we anticipated 2 years ago when we put this out for competitive selection.
All right, and just for the ad hoc, or if we go that route, I mean, my major concern, and that's, to be honest, I'm kind of on the fence. On the next one, we're talking about PG&E here a little bit later, and my major concern is fees and prices. I mean, our middle class is just getting beat to death, and it just seems like more and more money coming out of our pockets for different services we may not need, and we don't even have a voice sometimes. And seeing how people are struggling with groceries, electricity bills, car payments, gas, and so price is always going to be a huge deal to me. So with that being said, I'm going to yield my time. Thank you, Chairman, for your patience.
Any other comments, supervisors? I believe we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Just, sorry to
Yeah,
keep
go
butting
ahead.
in. Is there, who would be on the ad hoc committee? Because I think there was some further discussion about who would be on the ad hoc committee. Yourself?
Through the chair, I had volunteered, since I made the motion, I volunteered to be part of it. I had mentioned Supervisor Canepa or Supervisor Ding if he's expressed any interest, but I'm just trying to move this along.
I think we need to pick the members of the ad hoc committee now.
Anybody over there want to raise your hand?
Well, it's my district, so I think I should be on it.
You want to be on it?
You, me and you.
Okay. So myself and Supervisor Viaputo on the ad hoc committee.
Great. I'll second the motion then. So we have a first and a second. Can we have a vote, please?
This is for District C?
Yes. No. Waiting on Supervisor Rickman and Ding. The motion passes 3-2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 2, the board discussion to create an ad hoc committee on hemp regulation in San Joaquin County. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chairman. Some of you may or may not be aware, I've been working with our sheriff's office and with the district attorney, and just this yesterday, Governor Newsom approved a hemp ban effective immediately for retail sales of hemp product. What we have found in Stanislaus, and we've been working with supervisors in Stanislaus as well as with the district attorney's office and law enforcement throughout our cities and the county, but you all may not be aware of this, but smoke shops are selling illegal products. And it's to the detriment of the public. These are items, and actually concurrent, that at the same time, legal sales in the cannabis stores are dropping dramatically, while the smoke shop sales and the opening of the smoke shops have opened up dramatically. In just the last couple of years, we went from about 6 or 8 smoke shops to now over 80, close to 90 in just the last couple of years. So what we are aware of is that there are illegal products being sold, first off. These products have been tested to have fentanyl, to have banned pesticides, and a myriad of other things. And then there was even recent death by a person that bought a product over the counter at a smoke shop, and they died because it was laced with fentanyl and other product. So I would volunteer and ask, again, I'll throw out Supervisor Canepa. You and I are working a lot on homeless. I think a lot of this has to do with Stockton. If this is not a long issue, but I would volunteer that we do an ad hoc committee, work with the district attorney, work with the sheriff's office, and come back with perhaps some criteria that we could adopt in San Joaquin County and possibly concurrent with cities, so that we have this high-risk product not only off the shelves, but removed from the far reaches of our county. That includes cities and the county itself. So Supervisor Canepa, would you like to join me as on an ad hoc committee for that item? So that's Chairman, that's what I'm presenting. If anybody has any questions.
Any other comments from any supervisor? I see none. I'm gonna open public comment. Anybody would like to come forward? And I see no one coming forward. I'll close it. Okay, we have
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Or just
Supervisor
a comment. Why do we need an ad hoc committee for this? I mean, we have a sheriff's department. If it's a law enforcement issue, or a district attorney issue, or, well, it's a law enforcement issue. And there's a, why doesn't the law enforcement side of it, the sheriff's department, come to us and give their recommendation? Why are we even getting involved in this?
Through the chair,
well, for me, why are we butting our nose into a law enforcement issue?
Floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, the reason it's not necessarily a law enforcement issue as much as, and we're not interfering, stepping on the toes, or taking away from law enforcement, but instead accentuating some of the criteria. If these stores and operations are opened and they've been permitted in San Joaquin County, we might come back to the board with some criteria on mandatory security, mandatory camera, and surveillance that may not necessarily come. But this is, of course, working with and concurrent to the sheriff's department, so and the district attorney. So there might be some good practices that we can adopt and bring forward. That would be our responsibility here in the county to put forward on any of the smoke shop operations that are in our county. So that's the idea, is to get a roundtable discussion similar to what we did with homeless. There were a lot of silos and there wasn't a lot of coordination. So that's the idea and the gist behind this.
Well, for me, last time I think we discussed this was it last year or year before, with the legal grows, when they were supposed to grow hemp and they were growing marijuana. That's the last time. We haven't heard from the district attorney or law enforcement coming in here and discussing this issue. So, for me, I'd rather have them come before this full board. And, we already approved one ad hoc. I don't want to govern by ad hocs. So, for me, it's going to be a no. If there's an issue out there, then they need to come forward, this whole entire board, and let the public know exactly what's going on, and we make a decision at a board versus having committees, having this government run on ad hocs. So I'll be voting no.
Anyone else? I see none. So
this is a public safety factor. This is just accentuating our role is not just sitting by. We have businesses that we've licensed in our county that, yes, there's definitely a law enforcement and there might be a prosecutorial process to this, but what criteria can we come forward, just like we did with the homeless, what criteria do we come forward working in conjunction with law enforcement, with the district attorney, and coming forward with their recommendations back to this board? So we're not circumventing, we're not going around, we're not avoiding. I've been working with them for the last 2 months. That's why we're here today, is because I have been working with them. I've been working with Stanislaus. We've looked at the surveillance tapes. We've looked at undercover operations where there's 11-year-old children selling illegal product in some of these smoke shops. So instead of being reactive, I'm being proactive that we, this board, are engaging countywide and regionally with Stanislaus. So if that's not your, you don't think that's our place, I appreciate your no vote, but I know the issue is as relevant and important for you as it is for anyone else.
Supervisor Rickman.
No, hey, I agree. If it's a safety issue, why hasn't it been before this board? You know, it's great that you're out there, you know, talking to folks, and this board isn't run by one person. This board is run by 5. So if one supervisor is getting information that affects the safety of all our districts, then don't you think, I mean, I'll give this question to everybody. Don't you think all 5 supervisors should know?
Well, that's why we're here.
Right, well, but that's the thing. So instead of having this open in a public forum in which we all have the same information, now we're going to do an ad hoc committee in which 2 members of this board is going to have the information and the rest of it isn't. So if there is an issue, then hey, bring it up to next board meeting and agendize it and let us know what's going on. So that's my concern. And trust me, I've been in law enforcement for 28 years, so I know what's, you know, the circumstances and, you know, what's going on these different aspects of it. But this is just more of a principle and, you know, a transparency issue for me. So, I mean, again, I'm 1 vote. I'm 20% of the vote. And if this is something that needs to be done immediately, like you said, agendize it for the next board meeting.
That's why it's agendized this board meeting, to do something immediately.
I see both of these gentlemen's point. I just know that our youth are at risk. That's why I volunteered, because, I mean, the more we can do to bring this to people's awareness, I think is important, because there is smoke shops on every block, and you know what I mean? And you know, a lot of them are selling stuff that they shouldn't be selling. So however we do it, I agree that it's a crisis, and it's also a crisis that we haven't heard about it in a year. So however y'all want to fix it and get, you know, some more attention brought to it, I'm game.
This time I'm going to open public comment. Anybody want to come forward? Any questions or comments?
We already did public comment.
We did, I'm sorry, I forgot. Great. Supervisor Ding.
No, I just had a question on these smoke shops. Are any of them actually in the county? Or, I mean, these are all city. But where do we have jurisdiction over, are we just, so that we can say we're against them? Or I don't understand where the smoke shops, I don't have it.
I can answer that question.
Okay.
So there are less than a dozen in the county, in the unincorporated areas, and they're bigger population, of course, in the cities. So we've got Stockton, we've got Lodi, we got Manteca, we got Trace, we have all these. So exactly similar to the homeless environment, we found there was a lot of silos and a lot of lack of coordination. So if we in the county can lead the way with law enforcement, with their recommendations, like we have a no camping. That's something now for other cities to start to look at and adopt. I've had meetings with the district attorney. I've had meetings with the sheriff's office. They are very diligent, studious, and they're engaged on the issue. We're not circumventing them. We're partnering with them to bring back to the board something that could be actionable on requirements for these businesses and how they operate, and leading the way for the cities to join us. So a lot of people in the cities weren't aware. There was a big sting operation in Manteca, in Modesto. So I started working with the supervisor down there. We coordinated the district attorney's office, we coordinated sheriff's office and some of the local police departments to participate. We've watched video, whether it be here in our county or down there. We've seen bags full of the product that is illegal, that's being sold, while also looking at the sales of the legal stores are dropping dramatically. So it's a countywide and regional issue. So that's why I brought it to the board, thought we could be proactive in encompassing all of the cities in our county in conjunction with what we're doing in Stanislaus at the same time. The reason why many of us aren't involved, that would be a Brown Act violation. So I was listening, learning, seeing what they had down in Stanislaus going on. Once I got educated, and our law enforcement and the DA have been very diligent in participating. So they didn't ask for anything to go on the board. When I saw an 11-year-old child selling illegal mushrooms and product in a store on a video with an undercover tape. When I saw that, that made my blood boil. No 11-year-old child should be in a store in San Joaquin County selling an illegal product and bragging about how high it's going to get you. That's, to me, a call to action. So I, in my office, being proactive, I'm a county supervisor here in San Joaquin County. I take my responsibility very seriously, as I know each and every one of us do. And I don't say that in a manner that I'm above anybody, that we here have a responsibility to be reactive and proactive. So what I'm proposing is that we take action and we are proactive in our county collectively as a board.
Supervisor Ding. You're good? Okay, anyone else? Is there a motion on the floor?
So motion to form an ad hoc committee, myself and Supervisor Canepa, regarding the smoke shop operations and working with Sheriff, District Attorney's Office, working with our cities to see if we can bring back to the board some recommended actions we could take that would be helpful with those agencies.
Is there a second? Second. We have a first and a second. A vote, please. And the motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Moving on to item number 3, District 5, discussion of the Pacific Gas and Electric California Public Utilities Commission, 4th consecutive rate increase in less than a year. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. I brought this back, and as you all probably have been aware just recently, PG&E passed its 4th consecutive rate increase in less than 65 days. I've got a bunch of notes here, so be patient with me. We brought this up, or I brought this up when I was chair here in December 21st of last year, and this board published a public statement condemning PG&E for the 2nd proposed rate increase. On January 4th, as chair, I'd registered a formal outrage at PG&E for shifting the financial burden, to the county, and with the PUC, and urged their opposition to their increase. And then on February 6th, the board voted to oppose those rates. Even when you look back in April of 2022, we submitted a letter as a board, or I submitted a letter, to Governor Newsom for requesting relief of our residents from historic high fuel and energy cost. And here we are today, again, with the 4th consecutive rate increase in less than a year. California holds the unfortunate prize, I guess you could say, for the highest electricity rates, or one of the highest electricity rates in the nation, except for Hawaii. And we continue, and I touched upon it earlier, our residents here in San Joaquin County continue to get hit from all sides by increasing cost. And I've talked to several business owners. I just talked to an individual last night who owns a business, and several of them, and they're saying, their PG&E bill is higher than their rent. Now, I've talked to some of our seniors and just regular residents who bills have almost doubled. So a lot of these folks on fixed incomes have to make the choice, hey, do I go, how much food do I get at the grocery store? How much gas, what can I pay for? Because I still have to pay this PG&E bill. While we bear the hardship for these new increases, PG&E profits soared during its 2nd quarter. Yeah, PG&E posted a profit of $520 million, up 28.1% from its profits from the same 3-month period, April through June, the year before. And that is from NBC Bay Area News on 7/26/24. PG&E generated $5.99 billion in operating revenue in the second quarter of 2024, up 13.2% from the same quarter in 2023. And that is NBC Bay Area, and ABC 7 News was the first one. And PG&E data shows residential utility rates have increased 54% since 2020, following the utilities exit from bankruptcy, and that's from the Times Herald on 7/25/24. And, you know, these increase in rates are hitting San Joaquin County residents harder than, you know, a lot of other counties, because San Joaquin County, our per capita income is $10,000 less than the average California. And that household income in San Joaquin County are similarly lower than those across in the state. You know, the counties, our efforts and actions also falls within the spirit of the Public Utility Regulation Policies Act of 1978, which is PURPA. PURPA was implemented to encourage, among other things, 1, the conservation of electric energy, 2, increase efficiency in the use of facilities and resources by electric utilities, and 3, equitable retail rates for electric consumers, 4, expeditious development, hydroelectronic or electric potential and existing small dams, and conservation of natural gas. And if you look at the agenda report, you look at all our different efforts that we have done here as a county. And if you look at our potential future local provider options, and again, I'm not going to go through them all. It's in the agenda item that you have in front of us. But one of them being, you know, the South San Joaquin Irrigation District continues its efforts to replace the PG&E as a retail electric provider for communities within the district boundaries. And as of right now, I mean, they're tied up in court by PG&E. And we're doing, as a county and us as residents, are doing what we're supposed to do. And PG&E has failed to meet its stated core mission, providing, this is the stated core mission, if you look in the 2023 guide, providing safe, reliable, and affordable and clean energy. The CPUC, the California Public Utility Commission, has come up short on their statement that, and this is their statement, our 5 governor-appointed commissioners, as well as our staff, are dedicated to ensuring that consumers have safe, reliable utility service at reasonable rates, protecting against fraud and promoting the health of California's economy. And this is from the CPUC website and PG&E RD&D strategy report. Now, you know, looking at some of the legislative bills, excuse me, that have been proposed, in the legislation this year, and I'll go through some of them. AB 3121, SB 950, SB 1003, SB 1272. All of those, as of August 31st, are dead. And if you look at AB 1999, which would stop the increase and cap any fixed charge at $5 for low-income customers and $10 for other customers, that was held in Assembly appropriation, dead. AB 2054 would stop the revolving door of former commissioners moving to jobs with utilities and scrutinized utility funds, held in Senate appropriations, dead. And SB 938 would stop ratepayers from paying for utility lobbying and advertise them on other reforms, and that was held in the Senate Energy, Utilities, and Communities, so dead.
Supervisor Vickman, where are we going with this? What are you asking to do?
Well, you know, I have the floor, so I'm not the one that's, you know, spoke a lot today, so I'm making my point here, if you give me a minute. Okay. I don't stop anybody else when they go on. Well, I'll get it to you in 1 second. And if you look, and there's a great article here's the real reason PG&E rates are skyrocketing in California. And this piece was originally published in the San Francisco Chronicle on April 20th, 2024, and this is the Santa Barbara Independent. And this was authored by Loretta Lynch, who was a former president of the California Public Utilities Commission and an attorney in San Francisco. And she goes on to state that, and like I said before, I mean, the system is broken. I mean, CPUC, the Public Utilities Commission, so supposed to hold PG&E to a standard before they, raise their rates at just and reasonable cost, and it just hasn't happened. And what I would ask this board for, getting to Supervisor Patty, what he was just asking me for, what was my purpose of this? First of all, is for this board to make a stand, for this board to oppose, what's hurting our residents' daily lives. We talk about our economy, that's another thing. But one of the things I would like to see for this board and our staff, because this is one of the reasons giving staff direction, is, work with our advocates and the legislature to lower electrical rates, but not just that statement, and we just had that meeting, our strategic priorities, and put that specifically and prioritize that in our platform, for one. Find out, another thing that I'd like our staff to find out is how much energy is exported from this valley, the valley as a whole, to the coast and to Los Angeles, and we're not getting the benefit of that. And third, register our official position as a board through a letter in opposition to PG&E's rates increase and support for legislative action, and direct our staff in support of legislation efforts that would protect San Joaquin County energy consumers and oppose those that would have a negative effect. I mean, at least since I've been on this board, I mean, what I would want to see, and we haven't really flexed our authority, you could say, in Sacramento, is to work with our advocates. And the reasons I talked about all these assembly bills and these bills that are, were dead in the assembly, is for us to start advocating with our advocates on behalf of some of these bills. I know I'm going to be here with the 8 Valley supervisors here this week in Bakersfield, and this is something hopefully they'll jump on board with. At least we can get the 8 Valley counties to agree that, advocate for some of these bills and lower electricity costs. We have CSAC, which we all should be out here in December, another thing that we need to bring up. Because just like everybody else, I mean, my God, we all look at our energy bills and our PG&E bills. It's absolutely outrageous. We have businesses that are talking about they can't be in business because their PG&E bill is so huge, it's more than their rent, and it's cutting into their bottom line, those of you that own small business. So something has to be done. We talk about this board leading throughout the county. Absolutely. We need to make a stand, push forward, and advocate for some of these bills and hold PG&E and the PUC accountable. So with that, Chair, I'll yield my time to you.
Any other questions from any board members? Supervisor Campbell.
No, I agree. I mean, everybody, especially people on fixed income, I mean, it's just not tenable. I mean, as small business owners, it's difficult, and I know another small business owner pays $9,000 a month for gas for a pizza parlor. So anything we could do collectively to say, hey, enough is enough, and quit taking it out on us is, I agree with.
I'd like to thank Supervisor Rickman for bringing this forward in the direction you were going, because it's a conversation we all have every day this weekend. There's ads running on TV from a guy who's running for Congress, who's talking about our electricity bills are too high. I think that's wrong. He's not doing anything about it. He can't do anything about it there. Locally, you brought up a couple action items, which I appreciate, about exportative energy I hadn't thought about what we could actually do, but the main emphasis on, as a board, we do need to put pressure on Sacramento, because at the end of the day, it's the PUC and our elected representatives, so I'm on board there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Denning. Supervisor Quinn, thank you for bringing this up also. It is an issue. A lot of people can't afford to pay their bills, and PG&E is not helping. So I'd like to open the public comment at this time. Anybody would like to come forward with a question or a comment? Oh, yes, we do have Katie Patterson, I'm sorry. Forgot I had a list.
I'm not as tall as our previous speakers. Good afternoon, supervisors and Ms. Regalo, CAO. My name is Katie Patterson. I'm with the South San Joaquin Irrigation District. I'm the Public and Government Relations Manager for the district. And this is a really important conversation that hits home for us. We have about 113 square miles in our district, and we are currently seeking to take over the responsibility of local utility and electric delivery service to our customers in Manteca, Escalon, and Ripon. So this is a project that we've been doing for 20 years. There's been a lot of legal purgatory, I will say, that's kind of tied this project up, and it hasn't been an expeditious process. Over the years, we've gone through LAFCO, we've gone through all the steps that have been required for us, but as we started our process, there was a new rule legislatively that was put in place with the CPUC, and now we have to take our project back for the CPUC to rule on whether or not they believe that there's a public benefit to our project. And so we're in the process of putting together our response to PG&E's petition right now. We have to submit that by October 4th. PG&E will have 10 more days to respond to our response, and we'll have some meetings that have to take place with those CPUC commissioners that you've mentioned previously. Anywhere you go in this county and the state, you can talk to somebody that is affected by a investor-owned utility bill. I happen to be a public power advocate, and I'm also a public power customer for Modesto Irrigation District. So I see the benefit of that. And just quarter mile as the crow flies, my general manager is actually a PG&E customer. So we get to talk about how much we're paying per kilowatt on our utilization. And so while we can trade stories back and forth, the real story is the people that are impacted by this. I'm on the board for the Second Harvest Food Bank in Manteca, and I am hearing directly that there are more customers that are coming through the doors, not just from the pandemic, but now from utility, I guess, refugees, not being able to pay their bills. So we have a really great project. We know we can save our customers 15% right out the gate with our project. And we've looked at a study in 2016 that said we can save our customers, I believe that was 15, oops, pardon me, I want to give you those numbers. It would be $15.5 million annually, and over 10 years, that would be it'd be $174 million. And that was a 2016 study. We believe that that number is going to be much greater when we redo that study in the next couple of months. And so we're excited for this project. We have the endurance still in our battery pack. We're going to keep moving and pushing forward, but we do want to hear stories from those that are in our district so we can take those messages back to the CPUC. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alicia Davis.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman and Supervisors. My name is Alicia Davis, and I represent the City of Tracy as the Mayor Pro Tem. And I'm here today on behalf of the Tracy residents, business owners, and nonprofit organizations who have expressed anger, frustration, and worry over the unfair and unsustainable PG&E rate hikes. I want to commend and support your ongoing efforts to push back against these unsustainable and unfair rate hikes and find relief for San Joaquin County residents. In Tracy, many families are struggling, especially those that with two incomes and they are already stretched by the high cost of living. PG&E's rate hikes are making things worse for families who are already choosing between essential needs like groceries, medications, rent, childcare, and fuel for transportation to and from work. And the hardest hit are those that are on fixed incomes or limited incomes like our veterans, our seniors, disabled individuals, and single-income households. Something must be done, and we need to hold PG&E accountable. And so Supervisor Rickman, I want to thank you for bringing this forward and thank the board for the support that I see you giving. On behalf of the Tracy's 100,000 residents who are suffering and hoping for some type of relief, I thank you all for your leadership in standing up to PG&E. And if there's anything that I can do as Mayor Pro Tem for the city of Tracy to advance your efforts and helping push Sacramento to do something to take action on behalf of its constituency, please count on my full support. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak? I will close public comment. Supervisor Patty.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief statement. Supervisor Rickman, and no disrespect, but I was asking where you're going. You had us at hello. When you start looking at rates and you start looking at the challenges that our residents, the people that we are lucky to represent, they do need a voice up in Sacramento. We also have to recognize that it is Sacramento that has mandated upon our power supply companies like PG&E certain criterias, affordable. They have to give and do energy saving projects and programs to those that are perhaps financially challenged. There was demands that the power lines that run through our mountains, that the trees must go right up to and within 6 feet of the wire so it looks all natural. That's where the wildfires were starting from. And then PG&E has to pay for that as well. So it's oftentimes Sacramento and government's mismanagement and making things mandatory with secondary consequences that may not be understood. The reason why PG&E is passing on the rates because, and I'm not defending PG&E at all, but I think you're spot on. We need to put pressure on Sacramento to work with PG&E, do things that are going to help PG&E. And if we're putting mandates on them, we should be subsidizing as a state so that it's those programs the cost of them are not being transferred to the rate-paying customers that you're talking about in defense of. So I agree with this 1,000%. Great job bringing it forward. Appreciate it. And I look forward to anything we can do on behalf of our residents.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And one thing that this county has done, and just, I believe it was this year, and we joined the ABA Community Energy as a member agency of their Joint Powers Authority. And the aim for this was to provide residents and businesses with more control over electricity sources and potentially lower prices. I think they were talking about like lower prices of 5%, but it takes a year in order for that to go into effect, so that's not coming anytime soon. But when I talk about how the system is broken, right, and legal mandates to protect taxpayers and allow only just and reasonable cost. In this article, and this just wants to prove a point. In this article, but like I said before, Loretta Lynch, former president of the CPUC and attorney in San Francisco, wrote this, and she stated in this article. And last November, the commission authorized a historic rate increase, more than $2.56 billion for PG&E's 2023-2026 general rate. PG&E applied to the commission to charge its customers for the cost of running its gas and electricity business, including new infrastructure, system maintenance, and employee and managed salaries. The commission allowed these increases despite its administrative law judge initial decision finding that PG&E's evidence justified a much smaller rate hike. That judge decision hinged on whether the spending was, again, just and reasonable. However, the politically appointed commissioners overruled the judge and gave PG&E the vast bulk of what they were asking for. I mean, the system is broke, and the only people who can fix it is Sacramento. And you hear the governor and legislator, they promised to hash out an energy affordability package aimed at lowering electricity bills. And the session ended, and all these bills that I mentioned before are dead. There's no relief coming. And hopefully, I talked with our advocates up in Sacramento this week, and hopefully here in January, with, this board leading the charge and with other counties and other cities, also like our Mayor Pro Tem for the city of Tracy, jumping our board and pushing Sacramento to get something put, across. Because folks, what I'm hearing, this isn't the end of these rate increases. I hear more are gonna be coming next year possibly. So when is enough enough? When does, priorities of, getting enough food for our families to eat, gas prices to, get us to work? I mean, when does the middle class or all residents get a break of these insane taxation and fees that we have to deal with living in this state, and mostly here in this county? So with that being said, Counselor, I'll turn it back over to if somebody else has anything, but Counselor, do I need to make a motion on this? This is direction more, or I like to send at least well, you heard what I discussed. Do I need a motion for all this stuff, or can we have a direction and just move on?
I think you could make the recommended motion to, for instance, register the board's opposition to the rate increases. You mentioned giving direction to our representatives in Sacramento to prioritize opposition.
Well, I'll do one. I have two more quick questions.
Yeah,
One,
and I think you asked maybe to look into the issue of energy being exported from the region, et cetera. So I think a
right,
motion might be appropriate.
But also, what can we do to help SSJID? I know they're in a legal battle right now with PG&E or in the courts. What can we do as a county to assist them?
Why don't off the top of my head, I don't have an answer for you, but we can talk offline and discuss what if any options we have.
And then secondly, can we, that's just, affects the eastern portion of the county or the lower east side. Is there a possibility for this county to bring in another energy provider? Like you see, more competition. If the legislators, dragging their feet, then how can we get more competition? And competition lowers prices, right?
Yeah, let's talk about it. I'd have to look into it, and if there's something viable, we can absolutely bring it back.
Okay, then I'll make a motion if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Katie, did you want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, absolutely. I think taking a legislative stance and making it a priority of the county is a really great place to help support us. But registering, support of our project with CPUC and testimonials along those lines will be extraordinarily helpful for us, because that is a place with public and intergovernmental interaction that can take place. And we can certainly strategize and provide some other offline suggestions as well.
Well, maybe you can work with Supervisor Rickman and.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'll work
and
with you.
county
I'm
council
done.
and-
I'm done dealing with this. I'm fed up just like everybody else.
Okay.
Understood.
So is that your motion?
Oh, yeah, no, I gotta be careful what I say up here. I'm getting not happy. Well, I'll make a motion for San Joaquin County, this board, to work with our local or Sacramento advocates and legislators to lower electricity rates, and also put it in and prioritize that in our platform specifically. Second, for this board to register official position and opposition to these rate increases and support for legislative action, and to direct appropriate staff to follow and take appropriate action in support of legislative efforts that would protect San Joaquin County energy consumers and oppose those that would have negative effects. Is that good? And I can also put in there to look into the exportation of energy from Valley to coast to LA and not getting any benefit, San Joaquin County not getting the benefit from that, and to look into how we can assist SSJID if possible, and to look at whether we can bring in other energy companies here into San Joaquin County. Yeah, yeah, well, let's do an ad hoc committee. That seems to be the flavor of the day.
Okay, is there a motion, is there a second? We got a first and second.
No ad hoc committee on that. That's a joke.
Okay.
So I'll pull the ad hoc committee.
We have a vote, please. The motion passes 5-0. Thank you. So moving on to item number 5, you're here for the renaming of the health facility. We're gonna change that for next month. I'm joking. Okay, item number 5, approve the naming of psychiatric health facility in Jim Garrett Memorial Psychiatric Health Facility. We have the county administrator, Sandy Regallo.
This should
be a Yes.
real quick approval.
Thank you.
Move forward without a major.
No ad hoc committee? No ad hoc? I think we're
Already
good.
had one.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm joking.
Chairman,
I'm
I'll
joking.
turn it over to Jennifer Van Stein, our Chief Deputy, and I know our Behavioral Health Director, Genevieve Valentine, is also here to present.
Jennifer Van Stein, Chief Deputy County Administrator, here with Behavioral Health Services Director Genevieve Valentine to discuss renaming of the psychiatric health facility on California Street. Just some background, on August 13th, the board established the Psychiatric Health Facility Naming Committee to consider a nomination from BHS and receive public input. The naming committee convened on September 3rd to consider the matter, and the item today is now brought before you to accept the committee's recommendation and adopt the name of Jim Garrett Memorial Psychiatric Health Facility based on his extraordinary contribution and exemplary service to San Joaquin County. Turn it over to Director Valentine for a statement and introductions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Supervisors, County Council, and Madam CAO. Genevieve Valentine, your Behavioral Health Director. The item before you today is an unusual request from our department, because as you know, we often come talking about treatment programs, bed counts, state contracts, and grants. However, today, I'm here to seek your approval to rename the psychiatric health facility on 1212 North California Street to the Jim Garrett Memorial Psych Hospital, AKA ARPA. Jim Garrett was a remarkable human being, a staple member of our BHS family, and a leader that inspired. Jim, as you heard earlier today, started in our older adult department, moved up the ranks and became the deputy director over our 24-hour services department, which had direct oversight of our psychiatric health facility, and was the deputy director who helped build and create both our adult and adolescent CSUs, and was the foundation member of our mobile crisis teams. He ended his county career in 2017 as our behavioral health director after losing his battle to cancer. Work at behavioral health can be hard and dark and depressing because oftentimes we see people at their lowest and most unsavory. But despite having a thankless job, Jim modeled the very essence of being a public servant and a servant leader. He had a sense of humor, sparked hope, fostered an environment of humility and integrity, and encouraged his staff, line staff to management, to be the best that they could be, not just simply for their own professional growth, because if you were better, you could save lives and help this community. He knew every client by their first name, figured out the strengths of his team, and made you feel that you were bigger than something else that was going around. I had the pleasure of working with Jim and for Jim for nearly 3 years as a chief mental health clinician. It may surprise you, but back in 2017, I was far more reserved and less vocally opinionated. I often would attend large management meetings, hiding in the back, never looking up, and never speaking. I didn't yet have confidence in my skill set and my place in the organization. Jim knew about my timidness. I'll never forget one of our very last conversations in the quad of BHS. He said, "Hey kid, when you finally lift up your head and speak, the world will be better, so they better watch out." To have a man with that type of statute and respect, who wasn't my dad or uncle or grandfather, encouraging me and giving me permission to share what I had to offer with the world was a moment most young leaders never have. But I did.
I was seen, and I was empowered. But you know what? I wasn't special. Jim did that for all of his managers. Jim may not have known how powerful those words would be for me, because to be honest with you, I haven't shut up since. In all sincerity, I have been honored and blessed that 7 years later that I get to sit at his desk, and I get to hold the same title that he once held. I hope someday I can inspire a young leader simply for saying, lift up your head, kid, just like Jim said. Jim was an anchor of our department. He inspired our department, inspired our community, and today, when you approve the renaming of our psychiatric health facility, you actually are doing something more than that. You are opening up a door of a conversation. Young kids, community members, clients, and future BHS staff are gonna have to say, who is Jim Garrett? And why was he so important that his name is on our building? It's an opportunity for us to simply say, he was a simple public servant who spent his waking hours loving his children, being God-fearing, and being incredibly passionate about the mission and vision of behavioral health. He showed up every day, even when he wasn't feeling well, not complaining, and leading by example. We need more memorials of simple men, unsung heroes, so that the next generation of civil servants will know and understand that a kind word, a smile, and a simple keep your head up, kid, can change the trajectory not only of one person, but the generations ahead of us and our community at large. I can't think of a better way to honor a humble man than to give us the ability to continue to tell his story with a name on the wall and a story of his service. I now would like to take a moment and pass the mic over to Trina Garrett Weimer, the eldest daughter of Jim, to speak on behalf of his family.
Thank you, Genevieve, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We are honored. My 3 siblings are actually currently watching the live stream and have been tuned in for most of the day, so I'm sure they got more local politics than they thought they would. But I wanted to give them some family context to the huge breadth of professional context we've heard today. My father moved to San Joaquin County when he was 10 years old and grew up riding his bike and finding crawfish in the ditches in Murata. Very much homegrown here in San Joaquin County. He spent his 20s and 30s not in mental health. He spent them in the restaurant business. He spent them traveling. He spent them exploring, bike riding up and down the coast. Behavioral health wasn't something he found his mission in until his late 30s, achieving his master's degree in marriage family therapy at 40 when I was 2 years old. And so I always remember him in behavioral health and always remember him as caring. When we heard that the building was being considered to be named after him, we weren't surprised, but we were a little taken aback. Buildings are named after wealthy, important, powerful people. And the man we knew as our father was the kind man, the funny man, the caring man. But when I think about it now and listening to everyone here today, it wasn't that he wasn't wealthy. He was wealthy in love, compassion, friendship. It wasn't that he wasn't important. You can tell that by the amount of work that we've been spoken about today, that he was hugely important to everyone who knew him and the community beyond and the communities that ripples out and affects. And he was powerful. He worked to improve the lives in our community and beyond, just like those of you sitting up here today, just showing that you don't have to be a great man to be a good man. I know as my father, he was always there to be supportive and not judgmental. And I think that is something that you continue to see in the behavioral health system here in San Joaquin County today, that we are coming from everything I've heard of the staff here, that they are showing up every day to support the community and not to judge them, to meet them where their needs are and really exemplify the place of non-judgment and supporting people through life and into their futures. He supported my siblings and I into beautiful careers after becoming a single dad when I was 15. My oldest brother now works for the Navy as an aerospace engineer, as a civilian aerospace engineer. I am in marketing at a corporate company based here locally. My younger sister works in corporate photography and landscape photography, and younger brother works in development of VR technology for the military. And we couldn't have done that without his unending support and lack of judgment. So thank you so much for considering this today, and thank you for the behavioral health system here in San Joaquin County for thinking of him and continuing his legacy.
The last words that I would like to say is just a reminder that greatness does grow here. And Jim was an absolute model of public service and greatness. Thank you.
I was gonna say, who's gonna vote no after those two? I mean, I'm almost in tears up here, and I didn't even know the guy. It's like, it's a testament, though, obviously, to the work he did and the family that he raised here. So we're part of the committee, so I was sold before you all got here anyway, so I will gladly support this.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say, hey, very kind words. I mean, your dad would be very proud.
Thank you.
Supervisor Ding.
When I was going over the agenda, that was my question is, who's Barrett? And, wow. Wow. The only thing I could think of is if your siblings are watching this and they saw this board today, they're probably thinking, you know, if Dad was here, maybe he could help them a little bit. 'Cause they seem a little disturbed.
I'm sure he would have had some things to add.
So, absolutely phenomenal. And you're right, it will keep the story alive and people will ask, who is Barrett? So thank you.
Supervisor Patty.
Excellent tribute. It was very kind. It's wonderful to see so many people come out that had worked and had direct influence, including our own behavioral health director here. So a fantastic tribute to your father, well-deserved, and it's a pleasure to honor him.
Yeah, I spent many years on the Behavioral Health Board and heard your father's name many times and nothing but positive things. He was a great man, and I was part of the committee, and Supervisor Canwa didn't want to do it. And I said, come on, Paul, he's a great man. No, it worked out great, and thank you for everyone. It's been a great deal, nice deal. Anyone else? Do we need a motion? Okay.
There's public comment.
Oh, yeah, we do have public comment. Anybody want to come forward? Public comment? Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Forgot about. Please come forward. Yep, Razzie, sorry. You're right.
I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon,
Yep.
Mr. Chairman and member of the board. My name is Raxmi Tiano, and I am currently serving as an administrator for crisis residential and mental health programs, youth mental health programs here in San Joaquin County. And I stand before you today along with our amazing director now, Trina, and many other BHS leaders that you've seen this morning. In the support in renaming the psychiatric hospital facility in Mr. Garrett's name to honor the humble, kind, supportive, caring, great leader, amazing human he was, and continue to live on in our lives today. I met Jim 15 years ago. I was a young case manager who had big hope and big dreams to make a difference in the lives of men, women, children, brothers, sisters impacted by mental illness, but limited in my skills and, like our director, my confidence. Jim was one of my mentors. I wasn't lucky enough to have him as my boss, but I was super grateful and privileged to have him as my mentor. He taught me the importance of serving our community with compassion, respect, dignity, integrity, humility, and utmost care. In honoring Jim, I know that our psychiatric hospital will feel less cold, less scary for those who need the support at their most vulnerable moments. And let the Jim Garrett Memorial Psychiatric Hospital Facility and BHS be a place of hope, healing, help, and recovery for our community. Thank you so much for your time, support, and approval. have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else like to come forward? I see none. I'll close public comment and bring back to the board. Looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
There's a first and a second by Supervisor Canepa. You will vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, Community Development Department Ordinance to adopt 2022 California Building Code Appendix P, and the California Residential Code Appendix A through Z. We have Megan Aguirre and Jennifer Jolly. Oh, I don't see Jennifer.
Nope.
Jennifer Jolly. Oh, there you are.
Good afternoon, Chair
Good
Villa,
afternoon.
members of the board. Actually, I have Assistant Director Eric Merlo
Yep,
here
I know
today,
Eric.
who's going to give a presentation. Just as a reminder, this is a follow-up to our original presentation in August, so I believe we have some clarity that we can provide today.
Okay.
Okay, do you want to advance here?
I got it. I got you.
Oh, you got you, okay. I can go ahead and advance. This is, again, it's the, we're recommending to the board that, that we introduce and waive the reading of the proposed ordinance amending the San Joaquin County Ordinance Code to adopt Appendix P and Appendix AZ of the Building Code and the Residential Code. And then also agendize the proposed amendments for adoption on October 8th, 2024. And as, in terms of the background, oh, you can go back to the background. In terms of the background, we discussed at the August 27th board meeting that, that in 2018, the board adopted a resolution declaring a shelter crisis according to the California Homeless Emergency Act program, aid program, I'm sorry. And then on November 29th, the board adopted the 22 California Building Code, but did not adopt Appendix P and AZ at that time. Now, as further background, in the previous meeting on on August 27th, the board asked if the emergency housing authorized by the adoption of the appendices would be permitted in all areas of the county. And there were various discussions that, that came up about that. And we did not really have a firm answer because there's not a direct reference to that in the government code that authorizes this. So, advance now. So again, the recommendation is to introduce and waive the reading of the proposed amendment, but the amendment has been modified. The appendices have been modified with local amendments, which is allowed by the government code. And the government code, what we've done is in order to ensure that the proposed appendices are limited to emergency housing by or on behalf of the county, we expressly state that in the appendices that we're going to adopt, that they be only applicable to emergency housing for the homeless by or on behalf of the county on land owned or leased by the county. So the actual wording of the proposed local amendment is here. The provisions and standards set forth in the appendix shall be applicable to emergency housing established pursuant to the declaration of the shelter crisis under Government Code Section 8098 and located in new or existing buildings, structures, or facilities owned, operated, erected, or constructed by, for, or on behalf of the County of San Joaquin on land owned or leased by this County of San Joaquin. So that's the amendment that we made in response to the previous meeting, and not going.
Are you pushing the middle one?
There we go. There we go. Okay, and the reason for the recommendation was that the probation department, San Joaquin County Probation Department, proposes to construct an emergency housing facility on county-owned land or leased land. And so the adoption of these appendices, as we said before, will provide code requirements and facilitate building permits for emergency sleeping cabins and other emergency housing units, which would not be allowed under the California Building Code without these appendices. And so that is, so if there's any questions, we can go from there.
Supervisor Canepa.
No, I just wanted to thank Supervisor Rickman for bringing this up and for you guys for bringing it back so rapidly in the probation department. I mean, I think a lot of people were wondering earlier, you know, with part of the tools after the grants passed. So I just want to appreciate your staff and what you guys have done to bring it back. I mean, you know, we're working on, and a lot of people don't understand, little Camp Canepa, which has always been there for me. And I think this is part of the, one of the tools that we need to move forward. And I think this is a great amendment, and just on county property helps it so that, you know, we have control and lease property. I'd like to see that also. So thanks.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. So you, Ms. Jolly, you and I talked about this offline and during the meeting, and you knew what my concerns were. So knowing those concerns, have they all been addressed?
Through the chair, for the purposes of what we're asking you today to do and what's necessary to implement the tent city Camp Canepa situation, yes. And I think this does actually control, it leaves the county in control of deciding where these will go for this type of project.
All right, so we're not just gonna wake up one day and there's gonna be a Camp Canepa, you know, in a residential neighborhood or places that we don't think it would be a smart choice. So we would have the final say.
That is correct.
This board would.
Correct.
So there's not gonna be like, 'cause I just want to be crystal clear on this, because I don't want to deal with this a year or 2 years down the road. That the example that I mentioned, that if it's zoned for, say, like, for example, industrial, they want to build something and they maybe go, hey, no, I don't think it's a good spot. Well, you know, King's X, it's already zoned industrial. You guys can't do anything. Try it and we'll sue you. We're not going to run into that.
Not for this particular
Beautiful.
type of emergency housing, correct?
All right, beautiful. And, I mean, I guess, this, I guess, would be a good question for you. I mean, you have the CEQA exemption because of the shelter crisis, right?
Correct.
Now, why doesn't that apply? And if there was a housing crisis and we have an emergency shelter, right, we deemed it so, why doesn't CEQA exemption apply to other side development in general, like developers that want to build these homes? Why doesn't CEQA apply to that also if it increases our housing supply?
So through the chair, that's a complicated question. CEQA is very complicated.
Yeah, it's a joke.
So there are statutory exemptions, there are categorical exemptions, and those are set by the legislature. And I'm not a lawyer, so I'm going to get this wrong, but basically it's done by the state, and it identifies, for exemptions, it identifies particular cases that are exempt from CEQA. So it's not up to the local jurisdiction to just decide if something is exempt. So we do try to exempt every type of development that would qualify to streamline the process. And sometimes there are situations where there's new legislation, Assembly bills, Senate bills that actually do give us the authority to also streamline and exempt things from CEQA. So the department does utilize everything we can to do that, but sometimes the answer is it's just not exempt, so you must go through the process.
Right, I know CEQA, I mean, because we heard it here today, you know, folks talking about housing. We need more housing, more housing, more housing. And folks, you want to know why it takes so long or the housing prices are so high? Look at CEQA. It's that simple. It means it needs to be reformed. And again, this is not something we can do here as a county. It's up to our state legislators. Because if you build, you know, an $800,000 house or a $500,000 house or a $100,000 house, guess what? CEQA applies to them all equally. I mean, you have to deal with CEQA until the state, you know, does something with CEQA and reforms it. So, you know, hey, we can build affordable housing, say a $200,000 unit or something like that, and get exempt from CEQA, in which we can build these homes faster and cheaper, because CEQA adds years, sometimes years, and you have the lawsuits beside that. So some of these, I mean, I know there was a place in a development in Tracy was over 20 years. So you wonder why housing prices are so high? Talk to your state rep. Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely. Supervisor Ding.
What I was gonna say. If you would have just said you approve Camp Canapa, I would have just said, okay, motion, let's move forward. The first lady that spoke during public comment today, and she was talking about, arresting the homeless and finding them. And I'm sitting here and you can't really blame her because she read, one story on one piece of the puzzle. You've got Genevieve's working on one side, we got Camp Canapa, we've got the law enforcement side, the probation side, all these little pieces. And you guys are putting it together. We're making really great progress. So I think this is phenomenal that you found this way to move forward. And I think we're gonna find a site that the board is gonna agree on. We're gonna get this done.
Great. Anyone else on the board? Supervisor Rickman?
Just real quick, I know Supervisor Canapa mentioned, I don't know if it's, where we can find it, if this would come up from a special district fund or something. You said you wanted like an interactive Supervisor Canapa statue. You push your belly and you'll say something.
I'm gonna open public comment. Anybody who wanted to come forward, please come do now. I see no one. I'll close public comment. Come back to the board. You're looking for an approval, a motion, correct?
Yes, correct.
We got a motion and a second?
Second.
First and second to vote, please. And the motion passed 5-0. Thank you very much for that
Thank
presentation.
you very much.
And last but not least, the ROV's office adopt a resolution to appoint candidates in lieu of election for the November 5th, 2024 general election. We have Olivia Hall, register of voters. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Are we ready? It's just,
Floor is yours.
this is just candidates that didn't have a contested election for all special districts, and they are appointed in lieu of election and will sit on the board just like they were elected to the seat. So this is a normal order of business before election time to get them seated before December.
Great. Okay. Do you have any questions for the board? I see none. Do public comment. Anybody want to speak? Scott, you don't want to say anything? You sure? Okay. Close public comment. Anybody from the board, motion or anything? Motion approved. Motion approved. There's a second?
I want Supervisor. I want to hear Supervisor.
I'll second.
Ding.
I'll second it. We got a first and a second. We have a vote, please. And the motion passes 4-0. Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Olivia, I was expecting a 30-minute speech from you.
Just a quick one today.
I love it. Okay, Supervisor Committee reports or anything. Any, do you want to report?
Chairman, I'll go first.
Let's do it.
I got a hot mic right now. Let's do it real quick. And I'm going to make it real brief. We went to Washington, D.C. as a great suggestion this board made a year ago, and we followed through with it. And I have to say, from CAO's office, Ms. Hillary Crowley did an amazing job with Carpy and Clay. We had a full agenda. We had meetings with the Army Corps of Engineers, FAA, Department of Transportation, and so many more. But I have to tell you, Ms. Crowley was outstanding. What she did, she was spot on. She was on point, took care of things. It was ran like clockwork, and we were highly effective. Last thing I'll talk about is we're doing some public meetings and town halls on the homeless issues. We also had, let's see, last thing, I think that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chairman. A few things. One, a few weeks ago, South County Fire put in service their South County Fire Surge Ambulance, which is the first one of its kind there in Tracy. And this board, we talked about response time and we had the EMS report and so on. So, this is going to save lives for sure. You reduce response time, you get help there quicker and save people's lives. But I want to say thank you. I mean, it wouldn't have been possible without AMR, County OES, of course, the fire department, County EMS, Mr. Diedrich, and thank you all very much for everybody working together and, finding a problem and finding a solution to that problem. So I appreciate that. And Lastly, I'll just end it one more thing here. I'll be in Bakersfield. Are any of you guys going to Bakersfield, or is it just me? Oh, yeah, me and Sandy, a CRO. But yeah, we'll be up in, or down in Bakersfield here, starting tomorrow for the 8 Valley conference. So the whole valley gets together and we can talk about common problems and solutions. Hopefully we'll tackle the, PG&E stuff. So that's it. And I will turn it back over to you, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Canepa.
Yes, I also want to commend Hillary and our PIO, Katie, also went, and a shout out to Fritz and Najee for coming and doing a great job. We met with Congressman and Senator Padilla, and it was an amazing trip because usually we go with COG, and you know what I mean, it's usually the COG line, but this time we were able to go and speak freely. And it's difficult because we're one of 58 counties, so we want to be heard, and we want to make sure that we get what we're due. So I want to commend everybody that went and staff and the good job that we did, and I think the relationships that we made. Been busy, obviously coastal cleanup is important. We always talk about volunteerism, and people that like to complain need to get out there and help clean up. I know if they say it's not my problem, or but I think to leave our world a better place, it's going to take everybody to be a part of it. And we went to a Service Corps event and the Family Day event also on Saturday, which was amazing. So when people also say there's not stuff to do, there's plenty of stuff to do. So I'm glad to be able to be a part of it. So thank you.
Yeah, just to echo the comments on the DC trip, I mean, Hillary and Katie and Fritz and Najee just did an outstanding job. One of the things I was really excited about, and again, it goes back to, we're putting the pieces of the puzzle, Camp Canepa and everything else. The reaction we got to lifting the 16-bed cap was just amazing. In fact, National Association of Counties has a pamphlet printed now on it. There's not only from the majority side, there's a Goldman bill out there that takes it to 36 beds. There's another that, takes the cap off altogether. But we met with majority and minority staff. We met with the members. We met with the principals, the chairmen of the committees. Our issue is front and center, and that is just music to my ears. So staff did an amazing job setting up those meetings.
To echo the same thing that Supervisor Campbell Ding said about Hillary and Katie, and of course Mr. Buckman and Najee. Everybody did a great job, and it was a great trip. I thought we got a lot done, and I want to thank everybody who took help in the state of the county. That was a lot of fun. I'm glad it's over, but everybody who helped out, thank you very much. And County Council is granted a report going into closed session.
I'm not anticipating anything to report out.
And
Great.
Chairman, I just want to
Yes, sir.
add one more thing. I just want to say thank you to Fritz and Najee and Public Works Department. If you go over the roundabout off 11th Street and Grant Line in Tracy, they redid that. Looks 110 times better than what it did. I mean, I know the community out there appreciates it. So thank you all for your hard work.
Should we get another ad hoc committee and talk about what we're going to do like next week or something?
I know, we can do rotating ad hocs. Let's do that. That always works well.
Okay, we're good. Let's do it.